Story 10 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 10, The Perils of Certain English Prisoners, Part 3. Our disposition was this, beginning with the rear. Mrs. Venning, holding her daughter's hand in her arms, sat on the steps of the little square trench surrounding the Silver House, encouraging and directing those women and children as she might have done in the happiest and easiest time of her life. Then there was an armed line under Mr. Macy across the width of the enclosure, facing that way and having their backs towards the gate, in order that they might watch the walls and prevent our being taken by surprise. Then there was a space of 8 or 10 feet deep in which the spare arms were, and in which Miss Marion and Mrs. Fisher, their hands and dresses blackened with the spoilt gunpowder, worked on their knees, tying such things as knives, old bayonets, and spearheads to the muzzles of the useless muskets. Then there was a second armed line under Sergeant Druce, also across the width of the enclosure, but facing to the gate. Then came the breastwork we had made, with a zigzag way through it for me and my little party to hold good in retreating as long as we could, when we were driven from the gate. We all knew that it was impossible to hold the place long, and that our only hope was in the timely discovery of the plot by the boats, and in their coming back. I and my men were now thrown forward to the gate. From a spy-hole I could see the whole crowd of pirates. There were Malays among them, Dutch, Maltese, Greeks, Sambos, Negroes, and convict Englishmen from the West India Islands. Among the last, him with the one eye and the patch across the nose. There were some Portuguese, too, and a few Spaniards. The captain was a Portuguese, a little man with very large earrings under a very broad hat, and a great bright shawl twisted about his shoulders. They were all strongly armed, but like a boarding party, with pikes, swords, cutlasses, and axes. I noticed a good many pistols, but not a gun of any kind among them. This gave me to understand that they had considered that a continued roll of musketry might perhaps have been heard on the mainland, also that for the reason that fire would be seen from the mainland they would not set the fort in flames and roast us alive, which was one of their favorite ways of carrying on. I looked about for Christian George King, and if I had seen him, I am much mistaken if he would not have received my one round of ball cartridge in his head. But no Christian George King was visible. A sort of a wild Portuguese demon, who seemed either fierce mad or fierce drunk, but they all seemed one or the other, came forward with the black flag and gave it a wave or two. After that the Portuguese captain called out in shrill English, "I say you, English fools, open the gate, surrender!" As we kept close and quiet, he said something to his men, which I didn't understand, and when he had said it, the one-eyed English rascal with the patch, who had stepped out when he began, said it again in English. It was only this: "Boys of the black flag, this is to be quickly done. Take all the prisoners you can. If they don't yield, kill the children to make them. Forward!" Then they all came on at the gate, and in another half-minute were smashing and splitting it in. We struck at them through the gaps and shivers, and we dropped many of them too. But their very weight could have carried such a gate if they had been unarmed. I soon found Sergeant Druce at my side, forming us 6 remaining Marines in line. Tom Packer next to me, and ordering us to fall back 3 paces, and as they broke in, to give them our one little volley at short distance. Then, says he, receive them behind your breastwork on the bayonet, and at least let every man of you pin one of the cursed cockchafers through the body. We checked them by our fire, slight as it was, and we checked them at the breastwork. However, they broke over it like swarms of devils. They were really and truly more devils than men, and then it was hand to hand indeed. We clubbed our muskets and laid about us. Even then those 2 ladies, always behind me, were steady and ready with the arms. I had a lot of Maltese and Malays upon me, and, but for a broadsword that Miss Marion's own hand put in mine, should have got my end from them. But was that all? No. I saw a heap of banded dark hair and a white dress come thrice between me and them under my own raised right arm, which each time might have destroyed the wearer of the white dress, and each time one of the lot went down, struck dead. Druce was armed with a broadsword, too, and did such things with it that there was a cry in half a dozen languages of "Kill that sergeant!" as I knew by the cry being raised in English and taken up in other tongues. I had received a severe cut across the left arm a few moments before, and should have known nothing of it except supposing that somebody had struck me a sharp blow, if I had not felt weak and seen myself covered with spouting blood, and at the same instant of time seen Miss Marion tearing her dress and binding it with Mrs. Fisher's help round the wound. They called to Tom Packer, who was scouring by, to stop and guard me for 1 minute while I was bound, or I should bleed to death in trying to defend myself. Tom stopped directly with a good sabre in his hand. In that same moment, all things seemed to happen at that same moment at such a time, half a dozen had rushed howling at Sergeant Druce. The sergeant, stepping back against the wall, stopped one howl forever with such a terrible blow, and waited for the rest to come on with such a wonderfully unmoved face that they stopped and looked at him. "See him now!" cried Tom Packer. "Now, when I could cut him out! Gill, did I tell you to mark my words?" I implored Tom Packer, in the Lord's name, as well as I could in my faintness, to go to the sergeant's aid. "I hate and detest him," says Tom, moodily wavering. "Still, he is a brave man." Then he calls out, "Sergeant Druce! Sergeant Druce! Tell me you have driven me too hard and are sorry for it." The sergeant, without turning his eyes from his assailants, which would have been instant death to him, answers, "No, I won't." "Sergeant Druce," cries Tom in a kind of agony, "I have passed my word that I would never save you from death if I could, but would leave you to die. Tell me you have driven me too hard and are sorry for it, and that shall go for nothing." One of the group laid the sergeant's bald, bare head open. The sergeant laid him dead. "I tell you," says the sergeant, breathing a little short and waiting for the next attack, "no, I won't. If you are not man enough to strike for a fellow soldier because he wants help, and because of nothing else, I'll go into the other world and look for a better man." Tom swept upon them and cut him out. Tom and he fought their way through another knot of them, and sent them flying, and came over to where I was beginning again to feel, with inexpressible joy, that I had got a sword in my hand. They had hardly come to us when I heard, above all the other noises, a tremendous cry of women's voices. I also saw Miss Marion, with quite a new face, suddenly clap her two hands over Mrs. Fisher's eyes. I looked towards the Silver House and saw Mrs. Venning, standing upright on the top of the steps of the trench, with her gray hair and her dark eyes, hide her daughter's child behind her among the folds of her dress, strike a pirate with her other hand, and fall shot by his pistol. The cry rose again, and there was a terrible and confusing rush of the women into the midst of the struggle. In another moment something came tumbling down upon me that I thought was the wall. It was a heap of Sambos who had come over the wall, and of 4 men who clung to my legs like serpents, one who clung to my right leg was Christian George King. "Yup, Sojeer," says he. "Christian George King, sar, very glad Sojeer a prisoner. Christian George King been wanting for Sojeer sech long time. Yup, yup." What could I do with 25 of them on me but be tied hand and foot? So I was tied hand and foot. It was all over now, boats not come back, all lost. When I was fast bound and was put up against the wall, the one-eyed English convict came up with the Portuguese captain to have a look at me. "See," says he, "here's the determined man. If you had slept sounder last night, you'd have slept your soundest last night, my determined man." The Portuguese captain laughed in a cool way, and with the flat of his cutlass hit me crosswise, as if I was the bough of a tree that he played with, first on the face, then across the chest and the wounded arm. I looked him steady in the face without tumbling, while he looked at me, I am happy to say, but when they went away I fell and lay there. The sun was up when I was roused and told to come down to the beach and be embarked. I was full of aches and pains and could not at first remember, but I remembered quite soon enough. The killed were lying about all over the place, and the pirates were burying their dead and taking away their wounded on hastily made litters to the back of the island. As for us prisoners, some of their boats had come round to the usual harbor to carry us off. We looked a wretched few, I thought, when I got down there. Still, it was another sign that we had fought well, and made the enemy suffer. The Portuguese captain had all the women already embarked in the boat he himself commanded, which was just putting off when I got down. Miss Marion sat on one side of him and gave me a moment's look, as full of quiet courage and pity and confidence as if it had been an hour long. On the other side of him was poor little Miss Fisher, weeping for her child and her mother. I was shoved into the same boat with Druce and Packer and the remainder of our party of marines, of whom we had lost 2 privates, besides Charker, my poor, brave comrade. We all made a melancholy passage under the hot sun over to the mainland. There we landed in a solitary place and were mustered on the sea sand. Mr. and Mrs. Macy and their children were amongst us, Mr. and Mrs. Portage, Mr. Kitten, Mr. Fisher, and Mrs. Beltot. We mustered only 14 men, 15 women, and 7 children. Those were all that remained of the English who had lain down to sleep last night, unsuspecting and happy on the island of Silver Store. Parenthetical paragraph. The second chapter, which was not written by Mr. Dickens, describes the prisoners, 22 women and children, taken into the interior by the pirate captain, who makes them the material guarantee for the precious metal and jewels left on the island, declaring that, if the latter be wrested by English ships from the pirates in charge, he will murder the captives. From their prison in the woods, however, this being the title of the second chapter, they escape by means of rafts down the river, and the sequel is told in a third and concluding chapter by Mr. Dickens. End parenthetical paragraph. Chapter 3. The Rafts on the River. We contrived to keep afloat all that night, and the stream running strong with us, to glide a long way down the river. But we found the night to be a dangerous time for such navigation on account of the eddies and rapids, and it was therefore settled next day that in future we would bring to at sunset and camp on the shore. As we knew of no boats that the pirates possessed up at the prison in the woods, we settled always to encamp on the opposite side of the stream, so as to have the breadth of the river between our sleep and them. Our opinion was that if they were acquainted with any near way by land to the mouth of this river, they would come up it in force and retake us or kill us, according as they could; but that if that was not the case, and if the river ran by none of their secret stations, we might escape. When I say we settled this or that, I do not mean that we planned anything with any confidence as to what might happen an hour hence. So much had happened in one night, and such great changes had been violently and suddenly made in the fortunes of many among us, that we had got better used to uncertainty in a little while than I dare say most people do in the course of their lives. The difficulties we soon got into through the offsettings and point currents of the stream made the likelihood of our being drowned alone, to say nothing of our being retaken, as broad and plain as the sun at noonday to all of us. But we all worked hard at managing the rafts, under the direction of the seamen. Of our own skill, I think we never could have prevented them from oversetting. And we also worked hard at making good the defects of their first hasty construction, which the water soon found out. While we humbly resigned ourselves to going down, if it was the will of our Father that was in heaven, we humbly made up our minds that we would all do the best that was in us. And so we held on, gliding with the stream. It drove us to this bank, and it drove us to that bank, and it turned us and whirled us, but yet it carried us on. Sometimes much too slowly, sometimes much too fast, but yet it carried us on. My little deaf and dumb boy slumbered a good deal now, and that was the case with all of the children. They caused very little trouble to anyone. They seemed, in my eyes, to get more like one another, not only in quiet manner, but in the face too. The motion of the raft was usually so much the same, the scene was usually so much the same, the sound of the soft wash and ripple of the water was usually so much the same, that they were made drowsy, as they might have been by the constant playing of one tune. Even on the grown people, who worked hard and felt anxiety, the same thing produced something of the same effect. Every day was so like the other that I soon lost count of the days myself, and had to ask Miss Marion, for instance, whether this was the third or fourth. Miss Marion had a pocket-book and pencil, and she kept the log. That is to say, she entered up a clear little journal of the time and of the distances our seamen thought we had made each night. So, as I say, we kept afloat and glided on. All day long and every day, the water and the woods and sky. All day long and every day, the constant watching of both sides of the river, and far ahead at every bold turn and sweep it made for any signs of pirate boats or pirate dwellings. So, as I say, we kept afloat and glided on, the days melting themselves together to that degree that I could hardly believe my ears when I asked, "How many now, miss?" and she answered, "7." To be sure, poor Mr. Pordage had, by about now, got his diplomatic coat into such a state as never was seen. What with the mud of the river, what with the water of the river, what with the sun and the dews and the tearing boughs and the thickets, it hung about him in discoloured shreds like a mop. The sun had touched him a bit. He had taken to always polishing one particular button, which just held on to his left wrist, and to always calling for stationery. I suppose that man called for pens, ink, and paper, tape, and sealing wax upwards of 1,000 times in 24 hours. He had an idea that we would never get out of that river unless we were written out of it in a formal memorandum, and the more we laboured at navigating the rafts the more he ordered us not to touch them at our peril, and the more he sat and roared for stationery. Mrs. Pordage, similarly, persisted in wearing her nightcap. I doubt if anyone but ourselves, who had seen the progress of that article of dress, could by this time have told what it was meant for. It had got so limp and ragged that she couldn't see out of her eyes for it. It was so dirty that whether it was vegetable matter out of a swamp, or weeds out of the river, or an old porter's knot from England, I don't think any new spectator could have said. Yet this unfortunate old woman had a notion that it was not only vastly genteel, but that it was the correct thing as to propriety. And she really did carry herself over the other ladies who had no nightcaps, and who were forced to tie up their hair how they could, in a superior manner that was perfectly amazing. I don't know what she looked like sitting in that blessed nightcap on a log of wood outside the hut or cabin upon our raft. She would have rather resembled a fortune-teller in one of the picture books that used to be in the shop windows in my boyhood, except for her stateliness. But, Lord bless my heart, the dignity with which she sat and moped with her head in that bundle of tatters was like nothing else in the world. She was not on speaking terms with more than 3 of the ladies. Some of them had, what she called, taken precedence of her, in getting into or out of that miserable little shelter, and others had not called to pay their respects, or something of that kind. So there she sat, in her own state and ceremony, while her husband sat on the same log of wood, ordering us one and all to let the raft go to the bottom, and to bring him stationery. What with this noise on the part of Mr. Commissioner Pordage, and with the cries of Sergeant Drooce on the raft astern, which were sometimes more than Tom Packard could silence, we often made our slow way down the river, anything but quietly. Yet that it was of great importance that no ears should be able to hear us from the woods on the banks could not be doubted. We were looked for, to a certainty, and we might be retaken at any moment. It was an anxious time. It was indeed an anxious time. On the 7th night of our voyage on the rafts we made fast, as usual, on the opposite side of the river to that from which we had started, in as dark a place as we could pick out. Our little encampment was soon made, and supper was eaten, and the children fell asleep. The watch was set, and everything made orderly for the night. Such a starlight night, with such blue in the sky, and such black in the places of heavy shade on the banks of the great stream. Those two ladies, Miss Marion and Mrs. Fisher, had always kept near me since the night of the attack. Mr. Fisher, who was untiring in the work of our raft, had said to me, "My dear little childless wife has grown so attached to you, Davis, and you are such a gentle fellow, as well as such a determined one." Our party had adopted that last expression from the one-eyed English pirate, and I repeat what Mr. Fisher said, only because he said it, that it takes a load off my mind to leave her in your charge. I said to him, "Your lady is in far better charge than mine, sir, having Miss Marion to take care of her, but you may rely upon it that I will guard them both, faithful and true." Says he, "I do rely upon it, Davis, and I heartily wish all the silver on our old island was yours." That 7th starlight night, as I have said, we made our camp and got our supper and set our watch, and the children fell asleep. It was solemn and beautiful in those wild and solitary parts to see them every night before they lay down, kneeling under the bright sky, saying their little prayers at women's laps. At that time we men all uncovered and mostly kept at a distance. When the innocent creatures rose up, we murmured Amen all together, for though we had not heard what they said, we knew it must be good for us. At that time, too, it was only natural those poor mothers in our company, whose children had been killed, shed many tears. I thought the sight seemed to console them while it made them cry, but whether I was right or wrong in that, they wept very much. On this 7th night Mrs. Fisher had cried for her lost darling until she cried herself asleep. She was lying on a little couch of leaves and such like. I made the best little couch I could for them every night, and Miss Marion had covered her and sat by her, holding her hand. The stars looked down upon them. As for me, I guarded them. "Davis," says Miss Marion, I am not going to say what a voice she had, I couldn't if I tried. "I am here, miss. The river sounds as if it were swollen tonight. We all think, miss, that we are coming near the sea. Do you believe now we shall escape?" "I do now, miss, really believe it. I had always said I did, but I had in my own mind been doubtful." "How glad you will be, my good Davis, to see England again." I have another confession to make that will appear singular. When she said these words, something rose in my throat, and the stars I looked away at seemed to break into sparkles that fell down my face and burnt it. "England is not much to me, miss, except as a name." "Oh, so true an Englishman should not say that. Are you not well tonight, Davis? Very kindly and with a quick change." "Quite well, miss." "Are you sure? Your voice sounds altered in my hearing." "No, miss, I am a stronger man than ever, but England is nothing to me." Miss Marion sat silent for so long a while that I believed she had done speaking to me for one time. However, she had not, for by and by she said in a distinct, clear tone, "No, good friend, you must not say that England is nothing to you. It is to be much to you yet, everything to you. You have to take back to England the good name that you have earned here, and the gratitude and attachment and respect you have won here, and you have to make some good English girl very happy and proud by marrying her. And I shall one day see her, I hope, and make her happier and prouder still by telling her what noble services her husband's were in South America, and what a noble friend he was to me there." Though she spoke these kind words in a cheering manner, she spoke them compassionately. I said nothing. It will appear to be another strange confession that I paced to and fro within call all that night, a most unhappy man, reproaching myself all the night long. "You are as ignorant as any man alive. You are as obscure as any man alive. You are as poor as any man alive. You are no better than the mud under your foot." That was the way in which I went on against myself until the morning. With the day came the day's labor. What I should have done without the labor I don't know. We were afloat again at the usual hour, and were again making our way down the river. It was broader and clearer of obstructions than it had been, and it seemed to flow faster. This was one of Druce's quiet days. Mr. Pordage, besides being sulky, had almost lost his voice, and we made good way, and with little noise. There was always a seaman forward on the raft, keeping a bright lookout. Suddenly, in the full heat of the day, when the children were slumbering, and the very trees and reeds appeared to be slumbering, this man, it was Short, holds up his hand and cries with great caution, "Avast! Voices ahead!" We held on against the stream as soon as we could bring her up, and the other raft followed suit. At first Mr. Macey, Mr. Fisher, and myself could hear nothing, though both the seamen aboard of us agreed that they could hear voices and oars. After a little pause, however, we united in thinking that we could hear the sound of voices and the dip of oars. But you can hear a long way in those countries, and there was a bend of the river before us, and nothing was to be seen except such waters and such banks as we were now in the 8th day, and might, for the matter of our feelings, have been in the 80th, of having seen with anxious eyes. It was soon decided to put a man ashore, who should creep through the wood, see what was coming, and warn the rafts. The rafts, in the meantime, to keep the middle of the stream. The man to be put ashore, and not to swim ashore, as the first thing could be more quickly done than the second. The raft conveying him to get back into mid-stream, and to hold on along with the others, as well as it could, until signalled by the man. In case of danger, the man to shift for himself until it should be safe to take him on board again. I volunteered to be the man. We knew that the voices and oars must come up slowly against the stream, and our seamen knew by the set of the stream under which bank they would come. I was put ashore accordingly. The raft got off well, and I broke into the wood. Steaming hot it was, and a tearing place to get through. So much the better for me, since it was something to contend against and do. I cut off the bend of the river at a great saving of space, came to the water's edge again, and hid myself and waited. I could now hear the dip of the oars very distinctly. The voices had ceased. The sound came on in a regular tune, and as I lay hidden, I fancied the tune so played to be, "Christen George King, Christen George King, Christen George King," over and over again, always the same, with the pauses always at the same places. I had likewise time to make up my mind that if these were the pirates, I could and would, barring my being shot, swim off to my raft, in spite of my wound, the moment I had given the alarm, and hold my old post by Miss Marion. "Christen George King, Christen George King, Christen George King," coming up now and very near. I took a look at the branches about me to see where a shower of bullets would be most likely to do me least hurt, and I took a look back at the track I had made in forcing my way in, and now I was wholly prepared and fully ready for them. "Christen George King, Christen George King, Christen George King." Here they were. End of Story 10, Part 3. Story 10 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 10, The Perils of Certain English Prisoners, Part 4. Who were they? The barbarous pirates, scum of all nations, headed by such men as the hideous little Portuguese monkey, and the one-eyed English convict with the gash across his face that ought to have gashed his wicked head off? The worst men in the world, picked out from the worst to do the cruelest and most atrocious deeds that ever stained it? the howling, murdering, black flag waving, mad and drunken crowd of devils that had overcome us by numbers and by treachery? No, these were Englishmen in English boats, good blue jackets and red coats, marines that I knew myself, and sailors that knew our seamen. At the helm of the first boat, Captain Carton, eager and steady. At the helm of the second boat, Captain Marion, brave and bold. At the helm of the third boat, an old seaman, with determination carved into his watchful face like the figurehead of a ship. Every man doubly and trebly armed from head to foot, every man lying to at his work with a will that had all his heart and soul in it, every man looking out for any trace of friend or enemy and burning to be the first to do good or avenge evil. Every man with his face on fire when he saw me, his countryman who had been taken prisoner, and hailed me with cheer as Captain Carton's boat ran in and took me on board. I reported, "All escaped, sir, all well, all safe, all here." God bless me, and God bless them. What a cheer! It turned me weak as I was passed on from hand to hand to the stern of the boat, every hand patting me or grasping me in some way or other in the moment of my going by. "Hold up, my brave fellow," says Captain Carton, clapping me on the shoulder like a friend and giving me a flask. "Put your lips to that, and they'll be red again. Now, boys, give way." The banks flew by us as if the mightiest stream that ever ran was with us, and so it was, I am sure, meaning the stream to those men's ardor and spirit. The banks flew by us, and we came in sight of the rafts. The banks flew by us, and we came alongside of the rafts. The banks stopped, and there was a tumult of laughing and crying and kissing and shaking of hands and catching up of children and setting of them down again, and a wild hurry of thankfulness and joy that melted every one and softened all hearts. I had taken notice in Captain Carton's boat that there was a curious and quite new sort of fitting on board. It was a kind of a little bower made of flowers, and it was set up behind the captain and betwixt him and the rudder. Not only was this arbor, so to call it, neatly made of flowers, but it was ornamented in a singular way. Some of the men had taken the ribbons and buckles off their hats and hung them among the flowers. Others had made festoons and streamers of their handkerchiefs and hung them there. Others had intermixed such trifles as bits of glass and shining fragments of lockets and tobacco boxes with the flowers, so that altogether it was a very bright and lovely object in the sunshine. But why there, or what for, I did not understand. Now, as soon as the first bewilderment was over, Captain Carton gave the order to land for the present. But this boat of his, with 2 hands left in her, immediately put off again when the men were out of her, and kept off some yards from the shore. As she floated there, with the 2 hands gently backing water to keep her from going down the stream, this pretty little arbor attracted many eyes. None of the boat's crew, however, had anything to say about it, except that it was the captain's fancy. The captain, with the women and children clustering round him, and the men of all ranks grouped outside them, and all listening, stood telling how the expedition, deceived by its bad intelligence, had chased the light pirate boats all that fatal night, and had still followed in their wake next day, and had never suspected until many hours too late that the great pirate body had drawn off in the darkness when the chase began, and shot over to the island. He stood telling how the expedition, supposing the whole array of armed boats to be ahead of it, got tempted into shallows and went aground, but not without having its revenge upon the 2 decoy boats, both of which it had come up with overhand and sent to the bottom with all on board. He stood telling how the expedition, fearing then that the case stood as it did, got afloat again by great exertion after the loss of 4 more tides, and returned to the island, where they found the sloop scuttled and the treasure gone. He stood telling how my officer, Lieutenant Linderwood, was left upon the island, with as strong a force as could be got together hurriedly from the mainland, and how the 3 boats we saw before us were manned and armed and had come away, exploring the coast and inlets in search of any tidings of us. He stood telling all this with his face to the river, and as he stood telling it, the little arbor of flowers floated in the sunshine before all the faces there. Leaning on Captain Carton's shoulder, between him and Miss Marion, was Mrs. Fisher, her head drooping on her arm. She asked him, without raising it, when he had told so much, whether he had found her mother. "Be comforted, she lies," said the captain gently, "under the cocoanut trees on the beach." "And my child, Captain Carton? Did you find my child, too? Does my darling rest with my mother?" "No, your pretty child sleeps," said the captain, "under a shade of flowers." His voice shook, but there was something in it that struck all the hearers. At that moment there sprung from the arbor in his boat a little creature, clapping her hands and stretching out her arms and crying, "Dear papa, dear mamma, I am not killed, I am saved, I am coming to kiss you. Take me to them, good kind sailors." Nobody who saw that scene has ever forgotten it, I am sure, or ever will forget it. The child had kept quite still where her brave grandmamma had put her, first whispering in her ear, "Whatever happens to me, do not stir, my dear," and had remained quiet until the fort was deserted. She had then crept out of the trench and gone into her mother's house, and there, alone on the solitary island, in her mother's room, and asleep on her mother's bed, the captain had found her. Nothing could induce her to be parted from him after he took her up in his arms, and he had brought her away with him, and the men had made the bower for her. To see those men now was a sight. The joy of the women was beautiful. The joy of those women who had lost their own children was quite sacred and divine. But the ecstasies of Captain Carton's boat crew when their pet was restored to her parents were wonderful for the tenderness they showed in the midst of roughness. As the captain stood with the child in his arms, and the child's own little arms now clinging round his neck, now round her father's, now round her mother's, now round someone who had pressed up to kiss her, the boat's crew shook hands with one another, waved their hats over their heads, laughed, sang, cried, danced, and all among themselves, without wanting to interfere with anybody, in a manner never to be represented. At last I saw the coxswain and another, 2 very hard-faced men, with grizzled heads, who had been the heartiest of the hearty all along, close with one another, get each of them the other's head under his arm, and pommel away at it with his fist as hard as he could, in his excess of joy. When we had well rested and refreshed ourselves, and very glad we were to have some of the heartening things to eat and drink that had come up in the boats, we recommenced our voyage down the river, rafts and boats and all. I said to myself it was a very different kind of voyage now from what it had been, and I fell into my proper place and station among my fellow soldiers. But when we halted for the night, I found that Miss Marion had spoken to Captain Carton concerning me, for the captain came straight up to me, and says he, "My brave fellow, you have been Miss Marion's bodyguard all along, and you shall remain so. Nobody shall supersede you in the distinction and pleasure of protecting that young lady." I thanked his honour in the fittest words I could find, and that night I was placed on my old post of watching the place where she slept. More than once in the night I saw Captain Carton come out into the air and stroll about there to see that all was well. I have now this other singular confession to make, that I saw him with a heavy heart. Yes, I saw him with a heavy, heavy heart. In the daytime I had the like post in Captain Carton's boat. I had a special station of my own behind Miss Marion, and no hands but hers ever touched my wound. It has been healed these many long years, but no other hands have ever touched it. Mr. Pordage was kept tolerably quiet now with pen and ink, and began to pick up his senses a little. Seated in the second boat, he made documents with Mr. Kitten pretty well all day, and he generally handed in a protest about something whenever we stopped. The captain, however, made so very light of these papers that it grew into a saying among the men, when one of them wanted a match for his pipe, "Hand us over a protest, Jack." As to Mrs. Pordage, she still wore the nightcap, and she now had cut all the ladies, on account of her not having been formally and separately rescued by Captain Carton before anybody else. The end of Mr. Pordage, to bring to an end all I know about him, was that he got great compliments at home for his conduct on these trying occasions, and that he died of yellow jaundice, a governor and a K.C.B. Sergeant Druce had fallen from a high fever into a low one. Tom Packer, the only man who could have pulled the sergeant through it, kept hospital aboard the old raft, and Mrs. Beltot, as brisk as ever again, but the spirit of that little woman when things tried it was not equal to appearances, was head nurse under his directions. Before we got down to the Mosquito Coast, the joke had been made by one of our men that we should see her gazetted Mrs. Tom Packer, Vice Beltot, exchanged. When we reached the coast, we got native boats as substitutes for the rafts, and we rowed along under the land, and in that beautiful climate and upon that beautiful water the blooming days were like enchantment. Ah, they were running away faster than any sea or river, and there was no tide to bring them back. We were coming very near the settlement where the people of Silver Store were to be left, and from which we Marines were under orders to return to Belize. Captain Carton had in the boat, by him, a curious long-barreled Spanish gun, and he had said to Miss Marion one day that it was the best of guns, and had turned his head to me and said, "Gil Davis, load her fresh with a couple of slugs against a chance of showing how good she is." So I had discharged the gun over the sea, and had loaded her, according to orders, and there it had lain at the captain's feet, convenient to the captain's hand. The last day but one of our journey was an uncommonly hot day. We started very early, but there was no cool air on the sea as the day got on, and by noon the heat was really hard to bear, considering that there were women and children to bear it. Now, we happened to open, just at that time, a very pleasant little cove or bay, where there was a deep shade from a great growth of trees. Now the captain, therefore, made the signal to the other boats to follow him in and lie for a while. The men who were off duty went ashore and lay down, but were ordered, for caution's sake, not to stray, and to keep within view. The others rested on their oars and dozed. Awnings had been made of one thing and another in all the boats, and the passengers found it cooler to be under them in the shade, when there was room enough, than to be in the thick woods. So the passengers were all afloat and mostly sleeping. I kept my post behind Miss Marion, and she was on Captain Carton's right in the boat, and Mrs. Fisher sat on her right again. The captain had Mrs. Fisher's daughter on his knee. He and the two ladies were talking about the pirates, and were talking softly, partly because people do talk softly under such indolent circumstances, and partly because the little girl had gone off asleep. I think I have before given it out for my lady to write down that Captain Carton had a fine bright eye of his own. All at once he darted me a side look, as much as to say, "Steady, don't take on, I see something," and gave the child into her mother's arms. That eye of his was so easy to understand that I obeyed it by not so much as looking either to the right or to the left out of a corner of my own, or changing my attitude the least trifle. The captain went on talking in the same mild and easy way, but began, with his arms resting across his knees and his head a little hanging forward as if the heat were rather too much for him, began to play with the Spanish gun. They had laid their plans, you see, says the captain, taking up the Spanish gun across his knees and looking lazily at the inlaying on the stock, with a great deal of art, and the corrupt or blundering local authorities were so easily deceived. He ran his left hand idly along the barrel, but I saw, with my breath held, that he covered the action of cocking the gun with his right, so easily deceived that they summoned us out to come into the trap. But my intention as to future operations— In a flash the Spanish gun was at his bright eye, and he fired. All started up. Innumerable echoes repeated the sound of the discharge. A cloud of bright-colored birds flew out of the woods screaming. A handful of leaves were scattered in the place where the shot had struck. A crackling of branches was heard, and some lithe but heavy creature sprang into the air and fell forward, head down, over the muddy bank. "What is it?" cries Captain Maryon from his boat. All silent then, but the echoes rolling away. "It is a traitor and a spy," said Captain Carton, handing me the gun to load again, "and I think the other name of the animal is Christian George King." Shot through the heart. Some of the people ran round to the spot and drew him out, with the slime and wet trickling down his face, but his face itself would never stir any more to the end of time. "Leave him hanging to that tree," cried Captain Carton, his boat's crew giving way and he leaping ashore. "But first into this wood, every man in his place. And boats out of gunshot." It was a quick change, well meant and well made, though it ended in disappointment. No pirates were there. No one but the spy was found. It was supposed that the pirates, unable to retake us, and expecting a great attack upon them to be the consequence of our escape, had made from the ruins in the forest, taken to their ship along with the treasure, and left the spy to pick up what intelligence he could. In the evening we went away, and he was left hanging to the tree all alone, with the red sun making a kind of a dead sunset on his black face. Next day we gained the settlement on the Mosquito Coast for which we were bound. Having stayed there to refresh 7 days, and having been much commended and highly spoken of and finely entertained, we marines stood under orders to march from the town gate (it was neither much of a town nor much of a gate) at 5 in the morning. My officer had joined us before then. When we turned out at the gate, all the people were there. In the front of them all those who had been our fellow prisoners, and all the seamen. "Davis," says Lieutenant Linderwood, "stand out, my friend." I stood out from the ranks, and Miss Maryon and Captain Carton came up to me. "Dear Davis," said Miss Maryon, while the tears fell fast down her face, "your grateful friends, in most unwillingly taking leave of you, ask the favor that, while you bear away with you their affectionate remembrance, which nothing can ever impair, you will also take this purse of money, far more valuable to you, we all know, for the deep attachment and thankfulness with which it is offered, than for its own contents, though we hope those may prove useful to you in after life." I got out, in answer, that I thankfully accepted the attachment and affection, but not the money. Captain Carton looked at me very attentively and stepped back and moved away. I made him my bow as he stepped back, to thank him for being so delicate. "No, miss," said I think it would break my heart to accept of money. But if you could condescend to give to a man so ignorant and common as myself any little thing you have worn, such as a bit of ribbon—" She took a ring from her finger and put it in my hand, and she rested her hand in mine while she said these words: "The brave gentlemen of old, but not one of them was braver or had a nobler nature than you, took such gifts from ladies, and did all their good actions for the givers' sakes. If you will do yours for mine, I shall think with pride that I continue to have some share in the life of a gallant and generous man." For the second time in my life she kissed my hand. I made so bold for the first time as to kiss hers, and I tied the ring at my breast, and I fell back to my place. Then the horse litter went out at the gate with Sergeant Druce in it, and the horse litter went out at the gate with Mrs. Beltot in it, and Lieutenant Linderwood gave the word of command, "Quick march," and cheered and cried for, we went out of the gate too, marching along the level plain towards the serene blue sky, as if we were marching straight to heaven. When I have added here that the pirate scheme was blown to shivers by the pirate ship which had the treasure on board being so vigorously attacked by one of His Majesty's cruisers among the West India Keys, and being so swiftly boarded and carried that nobody suspected anything about the scheme until 3/4 of the pirates were killed and the other 1/4 were in irons, and the treasure was recovered, I come to the last singular confession I have got to make. It is this. I well knew what an immense and hopeless distance there was between me and Miss Marion. I well knew that I was no fitter company for her than I was for the angels. I well knew that she was as high above my reach as the sky over my head, and yet I loved her. What put it in my low heart to be so daring, or whether such a thing ever happened before or since, as that a man so uninstructed and obscure as myself got his unhappy thoughts lifted up to such a height, while knowing very well how presumptuous and impossible to be realized they were, I am unable to say. Still, the suffering to me was just as great as if I had been a gentleman. I suffered agony. Agony! I suffered hard, and I suffered long. I thought of her last words to me, however, and I never disgraced them. If it had not been for those dear words, I think I should have lost myself in despair and recklessness. The ring will be found lying on my heart, of course, and will be laid with me wherever I am laid. I am getting on in years now, though I am able and hearty. I was recommended for promotion, and everything was done to reward me that could be done. But my total want of all learning stood in my way, and I found myself so completely out of the road to it that I could not conquer any learning, though I tried. I was long in the service, and I respected it, and was respected in it, and the service is dear to me at this present hour. At this present hour, when I give this out to my lady to be written down, all my old pain has softened away, and I am as happy as a man can be at this present fine old country house of Admiral Sir George Carton, Baronet. It was my Lady Carton who herself sought me out, over a great many miles of the wide world, and found me in hospital, wounded, and brought me here. It is my Lady Carton who writes down my words. My lady was Miss Marion, and now that I conclude what I had to tell, I see my lady's honoured grey hair droop over her face as she leans a little lower at her desk, and I fervently thank her for being so tender, as I see she is, towards the past pain and trouble of her poor, old, faithful, humble soldier. End of Story 10, Part 4. Story 11 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 11, Going into Society. At one period of its reverses, the house fell into the occupation of a showman. He was found registered as its occupier on the parish books of the time when he rented the house, and there was therefore no need of any clue to his name. But he himself was less easy to be found, for he had led a wandering life, and settled people had lost sight of him, and people who plumed themselves on being respectable were shy of admitting that they had ever known anything of him. At last, among the marshlands near the river's level that lie about Deptford and the neighbouring market gardens, a grizzled personage in velveteen, with a face so cut up by varieties of weather that he looked as if he had been tattooed, was found smoking a pipe at the door of a wooden house on wheels. The wooden house was laid up in ordinary for the winter near the mouth of a muddy creek, and everything near it, the foggy river, the misty marshes, and the steaming market gardens, smoked in company with the grizzled man. In the midst of this smoking party, the funnel chimney of the wooden house on wheels was not remiss, but took its pipe with the rest in a companionable manner. On being asked if it were he who had once rented the house to let, Grizzled Velveteen looked surprised and said, "Yes." Then his name was Magsman. That was it, Toby Magsman, which lawfully christened Robert, but called in the line from an infant Toby. There was nothing agin Toby Magsman, he believed. If there was suspicion of such, mention it. There was no suspicion of such, he might rest assured. But some inquiries were making about that house, and would he object to say why he left it? Not at all. Why should he? He left it along of a dwarf. Along of a dwarf? Mr. Magsman repeated deliberately and emphatically, along of a dwarf. Might it be compatible with Mr. Magsman's inclination and convenience to enter as a favour into a few particulars? Mr. Magsman entered into the following particulars. It was a long time ago to begin with. 4 lotteries and a deal more was done away with. Mr. Magsman was looking about for a good pitch, and he see that house, and he says to himself, "I'll have you if you're to be had. If money'll get you, I'll have you." The neighbours cut up rough and made complaints, but Mr. Magsman don't know what they would have had. It was a lovely thing. First of all, there was the canvas representin' the picter of the giant in Spanish trunks and a ruff, who was himself half the height of the house, and was run up with the line and pulley to a pole on the roof, so that his edge was coeval with the parapet. Then there was the canvas representin' the picter of the Albany lady, showing her white hair to the Army and Navy in correct uniform. Then there was the canvas representin' the picter of the wild Indian a scalpin' a member of some foreign nation. Then there was the canvas representin' the picture of a child of a British planter seized by 2 boa constrictors. Not that we never had no child, nor no constrictors neither. Similarly, there was the canvas representin' the picter of the wild ass of the prairies. Not that we never had no wild asses, nor wouldn't have had them as a gift. Last, there was the canvas representin' the picter of the dwarf, and like him, too, considerin', with George the Fourth in such a state of astonishment at him as His Majesty couldn't with his utmost politeness and stoutness express. The front of the house was so covered with canvases that there wasn't a spark of daylight ever visible on that side. Magsman's amusements, 15 foot long by 2 foot high, ran over the front door and parlour winders. The passage was a arbour of green baize and garden stuff. A barrel organ performed there unceasing, and as to respectability, if 3d ain't respectable, what is? But the dwarf is the principal article at present, and he was worth the money. He was wrote up as Major Chipskoffy of the Imperial Bulgarian Brigade. Nobody couldn't pronounce the name, and it never was intended anybody should. The public always turned it, as a regular rule, into Chopsky. In the line he was called Chops, partly on that account, and partly because his real name, if he ever had any real name, which was very dubious, was Stakes. He was an uncommon small man, he really was, certainly not so small as he was made out to be, but where is your dwarf as is? He was a most uncommon small man with a most uncommon large 'ead, and what he had inside that 'ead nobody ever knowed but himself. Even supposin' himself to have ever took stock of it, which it would have been a stiff job for even him to do. The kindest little man as never growed. Spirited, but not proud. When he travelled with the spotted baby, though he knowed himself to be a natural dwarf, and knowed the baby spots to be put upon him artificial, he nursed that baby like a mother. You never heerd him give a ill name to a giant. He did allow himself to break out into strong language respectin' the fat lady from Norfolk, but that was an affair of the art, and when a man's art has been trifled with by a lady, and the preference given to a Indian, he ain't master of his actions. He was always in love, of course, every human natural phenomenon is, and he was always in love with a large woman. I never knowed the dwarf as could be got to love a small one, which helps to keep 'em the curiosities they are. One singular idea he had in that 'ead of his, which must have meant something, or it wouldn't have been there. It was always his opinion that he was entitled to property. He never would put his name to anything. He had been taught to write by the young man without arms who got his living with his toes. Quite a writing master he was, and taught scores in the line. But Chops would have starved to death afore he'd have gained a bit of bread by putting his hand to a paper. This is the more curious to bear in mind because he had no property nor hope of property except his house and a sarser. When I say his house, I mean the box, painted, and got up inside like a regular six-roomer that he used to creep into, with a diamond ring, or quite as good to look at, on his forefinger, and ring a little bell out of what the public believed to be the drawing-room winder. And when I say a sarser, I mean a Chaney sarser, in which he made a collection for himself at the end of every entertainment. His cue for that he took from me. "Ladies and gentlemen, the little man will now walk 3 times round the carawan and retire behind the curtain." When he said anything important, in private life, he mostly wound it up with this form of words, and they was generally the last thing he said to me at night afore he went to bed. He had what I consider a fine mind, a poetic mind. His ideas respectin' his property never come upon him so strong as when he sat upon a barrel organ and had the handle turned. Arter the vibration had run through him a little time, he would screech out, "Toby, I feel my property comin'. Grind away. I'm countin' my guineas by thousands, Toby. Grind away. Toby, I shall be a man of fortun'. I feel the mint a jinglin' in me, Toby, and I'm swellin' out into the Bank of England." Such is the influence of music on a poetic mind. Not that he was partial to any other music but a barrel organ. On the contrary, hated it. He had a kind of everlasting grudge agin the public, which is a thing you may notice in many phenomenons that get their living out of it. What riled him most in the natur of his occupation was that it kept him out of society. He was continually saying, "Toby, my ambition is to go into society. The curse of my position towards the public is that it keeps me out of society. This don't signify to a low beast of a Indian. He ain't formed for society. This don't signify to a spotted baby. He ain't formed for society. I am." Nobody never could make out what Chops done with his money. He had a good salary, down on the drum every Saturday, as the day come round, besides having the run of his teeth, and he was a woodpecker to eat, but all dwarfs are. The sarser was a little income, bringing him in so many halfpence that he'd carry 'em for a week together, tied up in a pocket handkercher. And yet he never had money, and it couldn't be the fat lady from Norfolk, as was once supposed, because it stands to reason that when you have a animosity towards a Indian, which makes you grind your teeth at him to his face, and which can hardly hold you from goosing him audible when he's going through his war dance, it stands to reason you wouldn't under them circumstances deprive yourself to support that Indian in the lap of luxury. Most unexpected, the mystery come out one day at Egham races. The public was shy of being pulled in, and Chops was ringing his little bell out of his drawing-room winder, and was snarling to me over his shoulder as he kneeled down with his legs out at the back door, for he couldn't be shoved into his house without kneeling down, and the premises wouldn't accommodate his legs. Was snarling, "Here's a precious public for you. Why the devil don't they tumble up?" when a man in the crowd holds up a carrier pigeon and cries out, "If there's any person here that has got a ticket, the lottery just drawed, and the number as has come up for the great prize is 3742. 3742. I was giving the man to the furies myself for calling off the public's attention, for the public will turn away at any time to look at anything in preference to the thing showed 'em. And if you doubt it, get 'em together for any individual purpose on the face of the earth, and send only 2 people in late, and see if the whole company ain't far more interested in taking particular notice of them 2 than of you. I say I wasn't best pleased with the man for calling out, and wasn't blessing him in my own mind, when I see Chops' little bell fly out of the winder at an old lady, and he gets up and kicks his box over, exposing the whole secret, and he catches hold of the calves of my legs, and he says to me, "Carry me into the wan, Toby, and throw a pail of water over me, or I'm a dead man, for I've come into my property." 12,000 odd £100 was Chops's winnings. He had bought a half ticket for the 25,000 prize, and it had come up. The first use he made of his property was to offer to fight the wild Indian for £500 a side, him with a poisoned darning needle and the Indian with a club. But the Indian being in want of backers to that amount, it went no further. Arter he had been mad for a week, in a state of mind, in short, of which, if he had let him sit on the organ for only 2 minutes, I believe he would have bust. But we kept the organ from him. Mr. Chops come round, and behaved liberal and beautiful to all. He then sent for a young man he knowed, as had a wery genteel appearance, and was a bonnet at a gaming booth. Most respectable brought up, father having been eminent in the livery stable line, but unfortunate in a commercial crisis, through painting a old grey ginger bay and selling him with a pedigree. And Mr. Chops said to this bonnet, who said his name was Normandy, which it wasn't, "Normandy, I'm a-going into society. Will you go with me?" Says Normandy, "Do I understand you, Mr. Chops, to hintimate that the 'ole of the expense of that move will be borne by yourself?" "Correct," says Mr. Chops, "and you shall have a princely allowance too." The bonnet lifted Mr. Chops upon a chair to shake hands with him, and replied in poetry, with his eyes seemingly full of tears, "My boat is on the shore, and my bark is on the sea, and I do not ask for more, but I'll go along with thee." They went into society with a chay and 4 greys with silk jackets. They took lodgings in Pall Mall, London, and they blazed away. In consequence of a note that was brought to Bartlemy Fair in the autumn of next year by a servant most wonderful got up in milk-white cords and tops, I cleaned myself up and went to Pall Mall one evening a-panted. The gentlemen was at their wine arter dinner, and Mr. Chops' eyes were more fixed in that 'ed of his than I thought good for him. There was 3 of 'em in company, I mean, and I knowed the third well. When last met he had on a white Roman shirt and a bishop's mitre covered with leopard skin, and played the clarinet all wrong in a band at a wild beast show. This gentleman took on not to know me, and Mr. Chops said, "Gentlemen, this is a old friend of former days," and Normandy looked at me through a eye-glass and said, "Magsman, glad to see you," which I'll take my oath he wasn't. Mr. Chops, to get him convenience to the table, had his chair on a throne, much of the form of George IV. In the canvas, but he hardly appeared to me to be a king there in any other point of view, for his 2 gentlemen ordered about like emperors. They was all dressed like May Day, gorgeous, and as to wine, they swam in all sorts. I made the round of the bottles, first separate, to say I had done it, and then mixed 'em all together, to say I had done it, and then tried 2 of 'em as half and half, and then t'other 2. Altogether I passed a pleasing evening, but with a tendency to feel muddled, until I considered it good manners to get up and say, "Mr. Chops, the best of friends must part. I thank you for the warity of foreign drains you have stood so handsome. I looks towards you in red wine, and I takes my leave." Mr. Chops replied, "If you just hitch me out of this over your right arm, Magsman, and carry me downstairs, I'll see you out." I said I couldn't think of such a thing, but he would have it, so I lifted him off his throne. He smelt strong of Madeira, and I couldn't help thinking as I carried him down that it was like carrying a large bottle full of wine, with a rayther ugly stopper, and a good deal out of proportion. When I set him on that doormat in the hall, he kept me close to him by holding on to my coat collar, and he whispers, "I ain't happy, Magsman." "What's on your mind, Mr. Chops?" "They don't use me well. They ain't grateful to me. They puts me on the mantelpiece when I won't have in more champagne wine, and they locks me in the sideboard when I won't give up my property." "Get rid of 'em, Mr. Chops." "I can't. We're in society together, and what would society say?" "Come out of society," says I. "I can't. You don't know what you're talking about. When you have once gone into society, you mustn't come out of it." "Then, if you'll excuse the freedom, Mr. Chops," were my remarks, shaking my head grave, "I think it's a pity you ever went in." Mr. Chops shook that deep 'ead of his to a surprisin' extent, and slapped it half a dozen times with his hand, and with more whites than I thought were in him. Then he says, "You're a good fellow, but you don't understand. Good night. Go along. Magsman, the little man will now walk 3 times round the carawan, and retire behind the curtain." The last I see of him on that occasion was his trying on the extremest words of insensibility to climb up the stairs, one by one, with his hands and knees. They'd have been much too steep for him if he'd been sober, but he wouldn't be helped. It warn't long after that I read in the newspaper of Mr. Chops being presented at court. It was printed, it will be recollected, and I've noticed in my life that it is sure to be printed, that it will be recollected whenever it won't, that Mr. Chops is the individual of small stature whose brilliant success in the last state lottery attracted so much attention. Well, I says to myself, such is life. He has been and done it in earnest at last. He has astonished George the Fourth. On account of which I had that canvas new painted, him with a bag of money in his hand, a presentin' it to George the Fourth, and a lady in ostrich feathers fallin' in love with him in a bag wig, sword, and buckles correct. I took the house as is the subject of present inquiries, though not the honour of being acquainted, and I run Magsman's Amusements in it 13 months, sometimes one thing, sometimes another, sometimes nothing particular, but always all the canvases outside. One night, when we had played the last company out, which was a shy company, through its raining heavens hard, I was taking a pipe in the one pair back along with the young man with the toes, which I had taken on for a month, though he never drawed, except on paper, and I heard a kicking at the street door. "Hullo!" I says to the young man. "What's up?" He rubs his eyebrows with his toes, and he says, "I can't imagine, Mr. Magsman," which he never could imagine nothing, and was monotonous company. The noise not leaving off, I laid down my pipe, and I took up a candle, and I went down and opened the door. I looked out into the street, but nothing could I see, and nothing was I aware of, until I turned round quick, because some creature run between my legs into the passage. There was Mr. Chops. "Magsman," he says, "take me on the old terms, and you've got me. If it's done, say done." I was all of amaze, but I said, "Done, sir?" "Done to your done, and double done," says he. "Have you got a bit of supper in the house?" Bearing in mind them sparkling varieties of foreign drains as we'd guzzled away at in Pall Mall, I was ashamed to offer him cold sausages and gin and water. But he took 'em both, and took 'em free, having a chair for his table, and sitting down at it on a stool like old times. I all of amaze all the while. It was arter he had made a clean sweep of the sassages, beef, and to the best of my calculations 2 pound and a quarter, that the wisdom as was in that little man began to come out of him like perspiration. "Magsman," he says, "look upon me. You see afore you one as has both gone into society and come out." "Oh, you are out of it, Mr. Chops. How did you get out, sir?" "Sold out," says he. You never saw the like of the wisdom as his head expressed when he made use of them 2 words. My friend Magsman, I'll impart to you a discovery I've made. It's wallable. It cost £12,500. It may do you good in life. The secret of this matter is that it ain't so much that a person goes into society as that society goes into a person." Not exactly keeping up with his meaning, I shook my head, put on a deep look, and said, "You're right there, Mr. Chops." "Magsman," he says, twitching me by the leg, "society has gone into me to the tune of every penny of my property." I felt that I went pale, and though naturally a bold speaker, I couldn't hardly say, "Where's Normandy?" "Bolted, with the plate," said Mr. Chops. "And t'other one?" meaning him as formerly wore the bishop's mitre. "Bolted, with the jewels," said Mr. Chops. I sat down and looked at him, and he stood up and looked at me. "Magsman," he says, and he seemed to himself to get wiser as he got hoarser, "society, taken in the lump, is all dwarfs. At the Court of St. James they was all a-doing my old business, all a-going 3 times round the carawan in the hold court suits and properties. Elsewheres they was more of 'em ringing their little bells out of make-believes. Everywheres the sarser was a-going round. Magsman, the sarser is a uniwersal institution." I perceived, you understand, that he was soured by his misfortunes, and I felt for Mr. Chops. "As to fat ladies," says he, giving his head a tremendious one agin the wall, "there's lots of them in society, and worse than the original. Hers was a outrage upon taste, simply a outrage upon taste, awakening contempt, carrying its own punishment in the form of a Indian." Here he give himself another tremendious one. "But theirs, Magsman, theirs is a mercenary outrages. Lay in cashmere shawls, buy bracelets, strew 'em and a lot of 'andsome fans and things about your rooms, let it be known that you give away like water to all as come to admire, and the fat ladies that don't exhibit for so much down upon the drum will come from all the pints of a compass to flock upon you wherever you are. They'll drill holes in your art, Magsman, like a cullender, and when you've no more left to give, they'll laugh at you to your face, and leave you to have your bones picked dry by vultures like the dead wild ass of the prairies that you deserve to be." Here he give himself the most tremendious one of all, and dropped. I thought he was gone. His head was so heavy, and he knocked it so hard, and he fell so stony, and the sassagerial disturbance in him must have been so immense that I thought he was gone. But he soon come round with care, and he sat up on the floor, and he said to me, with wisdom coming out of his eyes if ever it come, "Magsman, the most material difference between the 2 states of existence through which your unhappy friend has passed." He reached out his poor little hand, and his tears dropped down on the mustachio, which it was a credit to him to have done his best to grow, but it is not in mortals to command success. "The difference is this. When I was out of society, I was paid light for being seen. When I went into society, I paid heavy for being seen. I prefer the former, even if I wasn't forced upon it. Give me out through the trumpet and in the hold away to-morrow." Arter that he slid into the line again as easy as if he had been iled all over. But the organ was kept from him, and no allusions was ever made, when a company was in, to his property. He got wiser every day. His views of society and the public was luminous, bewildering, awful, and his head got bigger and bigger as his wisdom expanded it. He took well, and pulled 'em in most excellent for 9 weeks. At the expiration of that period, when his head was a sight, he expressed one evening, the last company having been turned out, and the door shut, a wish to have a little music. "Mr. Chops," I said, I never dropped the Mr. with him, the world might do it, but not me. "Mr. Chops, are you sure as you are in a state of mind and body to sit upon the organ?" His answer was this: "Toby, when next met with on the tramp, I forgive her and the Indian, and I am." It was with fear and trembling that I began to turn the handle, but he sat like a lamb. It will be my belief to my dying day that I see his head expand as he sat. You may therefore judge how great his thoughts was. He sat out all the changes, and then he come off. "Toby," he says with a quiet smile, "the little man will now walk 3 times round the carawan and retire behind the curtain." When we called him in the morning, we found him gone into a much better society than mine or Pall Mall's. I give Mr. Chops as comfortable a funeral as lay in my power, followed meself as chief, and had the George IV canvas carried first in the form of a banner. But the house was so dismal arterwards that I give it up and took to the wan again. "I don't triumph," said Jarber, folding up the second manuscript and looking hard at Trottle. "I don't triumph over this worthy creature. I merely ask him if he's satisfied now." "How can he be anything else?" I said, answering for Trottle, who sat obstinately silent. This time, Jarber, you have not only read us a delightful, amusing story, but you have also answered the question about the house. Of course it stands empty now. Who would think of taking it after it had been turned into a caravan?" I looked at Trottle as I said those last words, and Jarber waved his hand indulgently in the same direction. "Let this excellent person speak," said Jarber. "You were about to say, my good man?" "I only wish to ask, sir," said Trottle doggedly, "if you could kindly oblige me with a date or two in connection with that last story." "A date?" repeated Jarber. "What does the man want with dates?" "I should be glad to know, with great respect," persisted Trottle, "if the person named Magsman was the last tenant who lived in the house. It's my opinion, if I may be excused for giving it, that he most decidedly was not." With those words Trottle made a low bow and quietly left the room. There is no denying that Jarber, when we were left together, looked sadly discomposed. He had evidently forgotten to inquire about dates, and in spite of his magnificent talk about his series of discoveries, it was quite as plain that the two stories he had just read had really and truly exhausted his present stock. I thought myself bound in common gratitude to help him out of his embarrassment by a timely suggestion. So I proposed that he should come to tea again on the next Monday evening, the 13th, and should make such inquiries in the meantime as might enable him to dispose triumphantly of Trottle's objection. He gallantly kissed my hand, made a neat little speech of acknowledgment, and took his leave. For the rest of the week I would not encourage Trottle by allowing him to refer to the house at all. I suspected he was making his own inquiries about dates, but I put no questions to him. On Monday evening, the 13th, that dear unfortunate Jarber came punctual to the appointed time. He looked so terribly harassed that he was really quite a spectacle of feebleness and fatigue. I saw at a glance that the question of dates had gone against him, that Mr. Magsman had not been the last tenant of the house, and that the reason of its emptiness was still to seek. "What I have gone through," said Jarber, "words are not eloquent enough to tell. O Sophonisba, I have begun another series of discoveries. Accept the last two as stories laid on your shrine, and wait to blame me for leaving your curiosity unappeased until you have heard number 3. Number 3 looked like a very short manuscript, and I said as much. Jarber explained to me that we were to have some poetry this time. In the course of his investigations he had stepped into the circulating library to seek for information on the one important subject. All the library people knew about the house was, that a female relative of the last tenant, as they believed, had, just after that tenant left, sent a little manuscript poem to them, which she described as referring to events that had actually passed in the house, and which she wanted the proprietor of the library to publish. She had written no address on her letter, and the proprietor had kept the manuscript ready to be given back to her, the publishing of poems not being in his line, when she might call for it. She had never called for it, and the poem had been lent to Jarber, at his express request, to read to me. Before he began, I rang the bell for Trottle, being determined to have him present at the new reading, as a wholesome check on his obstinacy. To my surprise, Peggy answered the bell and told me that Trottle had stepped out without saying where. I instantly felt the strongest possible conviction that he was at his old tricks, and that his stepping out in the evening without leave meant philandering. Controlling myself on my visitor's account, I dismissed Peggy, stifled my indignation, and prepared, as politely as might be, to listen to Jarber. End of Story 11. Story 12 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 12, The Haunted House, Part 1. Footnote. The original has 8 chapters, which will be found in All the Year Round Volume 2 Old Series, but those not printed here excepting a page at the close, were not written by Mr. Dickens. The Mortals in the House. Under none of the accredited ghostly circumstances, and environed by none of the conventional ghostly surroundings, did I first make acquaintance with the house which is the subject of this Christmas piece. I saw it in the daylight with the sun upon it. There was no wind, no rain, no lightning, no thunder, no awful or unwonted circumstance of any kind to heighten its effect. More than that, I had come to it direct from a railway station. It was not more than a mile distant from the railway station, and as I stood outside the house looking back upon the way I had come, I could see the goods train running smoothly along the embankment in the valley. I will not say that everything was utterly commonplace, because I doubt if anything can be that, except to utterly commonplace people, and there my vanity steps in. But I will take it on myself to say that anybody might see the house as I saw it any fine autumn morning. The manner of my lighting on it was this. I was travelling towards London out of the north, intending to stop by the way to look at the house. My health required a temporary residence in the country, and a friend of mine who knew that, and who had happened to drive past the house, had written to me to suggest it as a likely place. I had got into the train at midnight, and had fallen asleep, and had woke up and had sat looking out of the window at the brilliant northern lights in the sky, and had fallen asleep again, and had woke up again to find the night gone, with the usual discontented conviction on me that I hadn't been to sleep at all. Upon which question, in the first imbecility of that condition, I am ashamed to believe that I would have done wager by battle with the man who sat opposite me. That opposite man had, through the night, as that opposite man always has, several legs too many, and all of them too long. In addition to this unreasonable conduct, which was only to be expected of him, he had had a pencil and a pocket-book, and had been perpetually listening and taking notes. It had appeared to me that these aggravating notes related to the jolts and bumps of the carriage, and I should have resigned myself to his taking them, under a general supposition that he was in the civil engineering way of life, if he had not sat staring straight over my head whenever he listened. He was a goggle-eyed gentleman of a perplexed aspect, and his demeanour became unbearable. It was a cold, dead morning, the sun not being up yet, and when I had outwatched the paling light of the fires of the iron country, and the curtain of heavy smoke that hung at once between me and the stars, and between me and the day, I turned to my fellow-traveller and said, "I beg your pardon, sir, but do you observe anything particular in me?" For really he appeared to be taking down either my travelling cap or my hair with a minuteness that was a liberty. The goggle-eyed gentleman withdrew his eyes from behind me, as if the back of the carriage were 100 miles off, and said, with a lofty look of compassion for my insignificance, "In you, sir?" "B, sir," said I, growing warm. "I have nothing to do with you, sir," returned the gentleman. "Pray let me listen. Oh." He enunciated this vowel after a pause, and noted it down. At first I was alarmed, for an express lunatic and no communication with the guard is a serious position. The thought came, to my relief, that the gentleman might be what is popularly called a rapper, one of a sect for some of whom I have the highest respect, but whom I don't believe in. I was going to ask him the question, when he took the bread out of my mouth. "You will excuse me," said the gentleman contemptuously, "if I am too much in advance of common humanity to trouble myself at all about it. I have passed the night, as indeed I pass the whole of my time now, in spiritual intercourse." "Oh," said I, somewhat snappishly. "The conference of the night began," continued the gentleman, turning several leaves of his note-book, "with this message: Evil communications corrupt good manners. Sound, said I, but absolutely new? New from spirits, returned the gentleman. I could only repeat my rather snappish "Oh," and ask if I might be favoured with the last communication. A bird in the hand, said the gentleman, reading his last entry with great solemnity, is worth 2 in the Bosh. Truly, I am of the same opinion, said I, but shouldn't it be Bush? It came to be Bosh, returned the gentleman. The gentleman then informed me that the spirit of Socrates had delivered this special revelation in the course of the night. My friend, I hope you are pretty well. There are 2 in this railway carriage. How do you do? There are 17,479 spirits here, but you cannot see them. Pythagoras is here. He is not at liberty to mention it, but hopes you like travelling. Galileo likewise had dropped in with this scientific intelligence. I am glad to see you, amico. Como sta? Water will freeze when it is cold enough. Addio. In the course of the night, also, the following phenomena had occurred. Bishop Butler had insisted on spelling his name Bubler, for which offence against orthography and good manners he had been dismissed as out of temper. John Milton, suspected of wilful mystification, had repudiated the authorship of Paradise Lost, and had introduced as joint authors of that poem 2 unknown gentlemen respectively named Grungers and Scaddington. And Prince Arthur, nephew of King John of England, had described himself as tolerably comfortable in the 7th circle, where he was learning to paint on velvet under the direction of Mrs. Trimmer and Mary Queen of Scots. If this should meet the eye of the gentleman who favoured me with these disclosures, I trust he will excuse my confessing that the sight of the rising sun and the contemplation of the magnificent order of the vast universe made me impatient of them. In a word, I was so impatient of them that I was mightily glad to get out at the next station, and to exchange these clouds and vapours for the free air of heaven. By this time it was a beautiful morning. As I walked away among such leaves as had already fallen from the golden, brown, and russet trees, and as I looked around me on the wonders of creation, and thought of the steady, unchanging, and harmonious laws by which they are sustained, the gentleman's spiritual intercourse seemed to me as poor a piece of journey work as ever this world saw. In which heathen state of mind, I came within view of the house, and stopped to examine it attentively. It was a solitary house, standing in a sadly neglected garden, a pretty even square of some 2 acres. It was a house of about the time of George the Second, as stiff, as cold, as formal, and in as bad taste as could possibly be desired by the most loyal admirer of the whole quartet of Georges. It was uninhabited, but had, within a year or 2, been cheaply repaired to render it habitable. I say cheaply, because the work had been done in a surface manner, and was already decaying as to the paint and plaster, though the colours were fresh. A lopsided board drooped over the garden wall, announcing that it was to let on very reasonable terms, well furnished. It was much too closely and heavily shadowed by trees, and in particular there were 6 tall poplars before the front windows, which were excessively melancholy, and the site of which had been extremely ill chosen. It was easy to see that it was an avoided house, a house that was shunned by the village, to which my eye was guided by a church spire some half a mile off, a house that nobody would take. And the natural inference was that it had the reputation of being a haunted house. No period within the 24 hours of day and night is so solemn to me as the early morning. In the summer time I often rise very early, and repair to my room to do a day's work before breakfast, and I am always on those occasions deeply impressed by the stillness and solitude around me. Besides that, there is something awful in the being surrounded by familiar faces asleep, in the knowledge that those who are dearest to us and to whom we are dearest are profoundly unconscious of us in an impassive state, anticipative of that mysterious condition to which we are all tending, the stopped life, the broken threads of yesterday, the deserted seat, the closed book, the unfinished but abandoned occupation, all are images of death. The tranquillity of the hour is the tranquillity of death. The color and the chill have the same association. Even a certain air that familiar household objects take upon them when they first emerge from the shadows of the night into the morning, of being newer, and as they used to be long ago, has its counterpart in the subsidence of the worn face of maturity or age, in death into the old youthful look. Moreover, I once saw the apparition of my father at this hour. He was alive and well, and nothing ever came of it, but I saw him in the daylight, sitting with his back towards me, on a seat that stood beside my bed. His head was resting on his hand, and whether he was slumbering or grieving, I could not discern. Amazed to see him there, I sat up, moved my position, leaned out of bed, and watched him. As he did not move, I spoke to him more than once. As he did not move then, I became alarmed, and laid my hand upon his shoulder, as I thought, and there was no such thing. For all these reasons, and for others less easily and briefly stateable, I find the early morning to be my most ghostly time. Any house would be more or less haunted, to me, in the early morning, and a haunted house could scarcely address me to greater advantage than then. I walked on into the village, with the desertion of this house upon my mind, and I found the landlord of the little inn sanding his doorstep. I bespoke breakfast, and broached the subject of the house. "Is it haunted?" I asked. The landlord looked at me, shook his head, and answered, "I say nothing." "Then it is haunted?" "Well," cried the landlord, in an outburst of frankness that had the appearance of desperation, "I wouldn't sleep in it." "Why not?" "If I wanted to have all the bells in a house ring, with nobody to ring 'em, and all the doors in a house bang, with nobody to bang 'em, and all sorts of feet treading about, with no feet there, why then," said the landlord, "I'd sleep in that house." "Is anything seen there?" The landlord looked at me again, and then, with his former appearance of desperation, called down his stable-yard for "Ikey." The call produced a high-shouldered young fellow, with a round red face, a short crop of sandy hair, a very broad humorous mouth, a turned-up nose, and a great sleeved waistcoat of purple bars with mother-of-pearl buttons, that seemed to be growing upon him, and to be in a fair way, if it were not pruned, of covering his head and overrunning his boots. "This gentleman wants to know," said the landlord, "if anything's seen at the Poplars." "'Ooded woman with a howl," said Ikey, in a state of great freshness. "Do you mean a cry?" "I mean a bird, sir." "A hooded woman with an owl. Dear me! Did you ever see her?" "I seen the howl." "Never the woman?" "Not so plain as the howl, but they always keeps together." "Has anybody ever seen the woman as plainly as the owl?" "Lord bless you, sir, lots." "Who?" "Lord bless you, sir, lots." "The general dealer opposite, for instance, who is opening his shop?" "Perkins? Bless you, Perkins wouldn't go a nigh the place." "No," observed the young man, with considerable feeling. "He ain't overwise, ain't Perkins, but he ain't such a fool as that." Here the landlord murmured his confidence in Perkins knowing better. "Who is, or who was, the hooded woman with the owl? Do you know?" "Well," said Ikey, holding up his cap with one hand while he scratched his head with the other, "they say in general that she was murdered, and that the howl he 'ooted the while." This very concise summary of the facts was all I could learn, except that a young man, as hearty and likely a young man as ever I see, had been took with fits and held down in 'em after seeing the hooded woman. Also that a personage, dimly described as a hold chap, a sort of one-eyed tramp, answering to the name of Joby, unless you challenged him as Greenwood, and then he said, why not, and even if so, mind your own business, had encountered the hooded woman a matter of 5 or 6 times. But I was not materially assisted by these witnesses, inasmuch as the first was in California, and the last was, as Ikey said, and he was confirmed by the landlord, anywheres. Now, although I regard with a hushed and solemn fear the mysteries between which and this state of existence is interposed the barrier of the great trial and change that fall on all the things that live, and although I have not the audacity to pretend that I know anything of them, I can no more reconcile the mere banging of doors, ringing of bells, creaking of boards, and such like insignificances, with the majestic beauty and pervading analogy of all the divine rules that I am permitted to understand that I had been able a little while before to yoke the spiritual intercourse of my fellow traveller to the chariot of the rising sun. Moreover, I had lived in 2 haunted houses, both abroad. In one of these, an old Italian palace, which bore the reputation of being very badly haunted indeed, and which had recently been twice abandoned on that account, I lived 8 months most tranquilly and pleasantly. Notwithstanding that the house had a score of mysterious bedrooms, which were never used, and possessed, in one large room in which I sat reading, times out of number at all hours, and next to which I slept, a haunted chamber of the first pretensions. I gently hinted these considerations to the landlord, and as to this particular house having a bad name, I reasoned with him. Why, how many things had bad names undeservedly, and how easy it was to give bad names, and did he not think that if he and I were persistently to whisper in the village that any weird-looking old drunken tinker of the neighbourhood had sold himself to the devil, he would come in time to be suspected of that commercial venture? All this wise talk was perfectly ineffective with the landlord, I am bound to confess, and was as dead a failure as ever I made in my life. To cut this part of the story short, I was piqued about the haunted house, and was already half resolved to take it. So after breakfast I got the keys from Perkins's brother-in-law, a whip and harness maker who keeps the post office and is under submission to a most rigorous wife of the doubly seceding little Emmanuel persuasion, and went up to the house, attended by my landlord and by Ikey. Within, I found it, as I had expected, transcendently dismal. The slowly changing shadows waved on it from the heavy trees were doleful in the last degree. The house was ill-placed, ill-built, ill-planned, and ill-fitted. It was damp, it was not free from dry rot, there was a flavour of rats in it, and it was the gloomy victim of that indescribable decay which settles on all the work of man's hands whenever it is not turned to man's account. The kitchens and offices were too large and too remote from each other. Above stairs and below, waste tracts of passage intervened between patches of fertility represented by rooms, and there was a mouldy old well with a green growth upon it, hiding like a murderous trap near the bottom of the back stairs, under the double row of bells. One of these bells was labelled on a black background in faded white letters, Master B. This, they told me, was the bell that rang the most. Who was Master B? I asked. Is it known what he did while the owl hooted? Rang the bell, said Ikey. I was rather struck by the prompt dexterity with which this young man pitched his fur cap at the bell and rang it himself. It was a loud, unpleasant bell, and made a very disagreeable sound. The other bells were inscribed according to the names of the rooms to which their wires were conducted. as picture room, double room, clock room, and the like. Following Master B.'s bell to its source, I found that young gentleman to have had but indifferent third-class accommodation in a triangular cabin under the cock-loft, with a corner fireplace, which Master B. must have been exceedingly small if he were ever able to warm himself at, and a corner chimney-piece like a pyramidical staircase to the ceiling for Tom Thumb. The papering of one side of the room had dropped down bodily, with fragments of plaster adhering to it, and almost blocked up the door. It appeared that Master B., in his spiritual condition, almost made a point of pulling the paper down. Neither the landlord nor Ikey could suggest why he made such a fool of himself. Except that the house had an immensely large rambling loft at top, I made no other discoveries. It was moderately well furnished, but sparely. Some of the furniture, say a third, was as old as the house. The rest was of various periods within the last half-century. I was referred to a corn chandler in the market-place of the county town to treat for the house. I went that day, and took it for 6 months. It was just the middle of October when I moved in with my maiden sister. I venture to call her 38, she is so very handsome, sensible, and engaging. We took with us a deaf stableman, my bloodhound Turk, 2 women servants, and a young person called an odd girl. I have reason to record of the attendant last enumerated, who was one of the St. Lawrence's Union female orphans, that she was a fatal mistake and a disastrous engagement. The year was dying early, the leaves were falling fast, it was a raw, cold day when we took possession, and the gloom of the house was most depressing. The cook, an amiable woman, but of a weak turn of intellect, burst into tears on beholding the kitchen, and requested that her silver watch might be delivered over to her sister. 2 Tuppence Gardens, Liggs Walk, Clapham Rise, in the event of anything happening to her from the damp. Streaker, the housemaid, feigned cheerfulness, but was the greater martyr. The odd girl, who had never been in the country, alone was pleased, and made arrangements for sowing an acorn in the garden outside the scullery window, and rearing an oak. We went before dark through all the natural, as opposed to the supernatural, miseries incidental to our state. Dispiriting reports ascended, like the smoke, from the basement in volumes, and descended from the upper rooms. There was no rolling pin, there was no salamander, which failed to surprise me, for I don't know what it is. There was nothing in the house. What there was broken. The last people must have lived like pigs. What could the meaning of the landlord be? Through these distresses the odd girl was cheerful and exemplary. But within 4 hours after dark we had got into a supernatural groove, and the odd girl had seen eyes, and was in hysterics. My sister and I had agreed to keep the haunting strictly to ourselves, and my first impression was, and still is, that I had not left Ikey, when he helped to unload the cart, alone with the women, or any of them, for 1 minute. Nevertheless, as I say, the odd girl had seen eyes (no other explanation could ever be drawn from her) before 9. And by 10 o'clock had had as much vinegar applied to her as would pickle a handsome salmon. I leave a discerning public to judge of my feelings, when, under these untoward circumstances, at about 10:30 o'clock, Master B.'s bell began to ring in a most infuriated manner, and Turk howled until the house resounded with his lamentations. I hope I may never again be in a state of mind so unchristian as the mental frame in which I lived for some weeks respecting the memory of Master B. Whether his bell was rung by rats, or mice, or bats, or wind, or what other accidental vibration, or sometimes by one cause, sometimes another, and sometimes by collusion, I don't know. But certain it is that it did ring 2 nights out of 3, until I conceived the happy idea of twisting Master B.'s neck, in other words, breaking his bell short off, and silencing that young gentleman, as to my experience and belief, forever. But by that time the odd girl had developed such improving powers of catalepsy that she had become a shining example of that very inconvenient disorder. She would stiffen, like a Guy Fawkes endowed with unreason, on the most irrelevant occasions. I would address the servants in a lucid manner, pointing out to them that I had painted Master B.'s room, and balked the paper, and taken Master B.'s bell away, and balked the ringing. And if they could suppose that that confounded boy had lived and died to clothe himself with no better behaviour than would most unquestionably have brought him and the sharpest particles of a birch broom into close acquaintance in the present imperfect state of existence, could they also suppose a mere poor human being, such as I was, capable by those contemptible means of counteracting and limiting the powers of the disembodied spirits of the dead, or of any spirits? I say I would become emphatic and cogent, not to say rather complacent, in such an address, when it would all go for nothing, by reason of the odd girl suddenly stiffening from the toes upward, and glaring among us like a parochial petrifaction. Streaker, the housemaid, too, had an attitude of a most discomfiting nature. I am unable to say whether she was of an unusually lymphatic temperament, or what else was the matter with her, but this young woman became a mere distillery for the production of the largest and most transparent tears I have ever met with. Combined with these characteristics was a peculiar tenacity of hold in those specimens, so that they didn't fall, but hung upon her face and nose. In this condition, and mildly and deplorably shaking her head, her silence would throw me more heavily than the admirable Crichton could have done in a verbal disputation for a purse of money. Cook likewise always covered me with confusion as with a garment, by neatly winding up the session with the protest that the 'ouse was wearing her out, and by meekly repeating her last wishes regarding her silver watch. As to our nightly life, the contagion of suspicion and fear was among us, and there is no such contagion under the sky. Hooded woman? According to the accounts we were in a perfect convent of hooded women. Noises? With that contagion downstairs, I myself have sat in the dismal parlour listening until I have heard so many and such strange noises that they could have chilled my blood if I had not warmed it by dashing out to make discoveries. Try this in bed, in the dead of the night. Try this at your own comfortable fireside, in the life of the night. You can fill any house with noises, if you will, until you have a noise for every nerve in your nervous system. I repeat, the contagion of suspicion and fear was among us, and there is no such contagion under the sky. The women, their noses in a chronic state of excoriation from smelling salts, were always primed and loaded for a swoon, and ready to go off with hair triggers. The 2 elder detached the odd girl on all expeditions that were considered doubly hazardous, and she always established the reputation of such adventures by coming back cataleptic. If Cook or Streaker went overhead after dark, we knew we should presently hear a bump on the ceiling, and this took place so constantly that it was as if a fighting man were engaged to go about the house, administering a touch of his art, which I believe is called the auctioneer, to every domestic he met with. It was in vain to do anything. It was in vain to be frightened, for the moment in one's own person, by a real owl, and then to show the owl. It was in vain to discover, by striking an accidental discord on the piano, that Turk always howled at particular notes and combinations. It was in vain to be a Rhadamanthus with the bells, and if an unfortunate bell rang without leave, to have it down inexorably and silence it. It was in vain to fire up chimneys, let torches down the well, charge furiously into suspected rooms and recesses. We changed servants, and it was no better. The new set ran away, and a third set came, and it was no better. At last our comfortable housekeeping got to be so disorganized and wretched that I one night dejectedly said to my sister, "Patty, I begin to despair of our getting people to go on with us here, and I think we must give this up." My sister, who is a woman of immense spirit, replied, "No, John, don't give it up. Don't be beaten, John. There is another way." "And what is that?" said I. "John," returned my sister, "if we are not to be driven out of this house, and that for no reason whatever that is apparent to you or me, we must help ourselves and take the house wholly and solely into our own hands." "But the servants," said I. "Have no servants," said my sister boldly. Like most people in my grade of life, I had never thought of the possibility of going on without those faithful obstructions. The notion was so new to me, when suggested, that I looked very doubtful. "We know they come here to be frightened and infect one another, and we know they are frightened and do infect one another," said my sister. "With the exception of Bottles," I observed in a meditative tone. "The deaf stableman. I kept him in my service, and still keep him, as a phenomenon of moroseness not to be matched in England." "To be sure, John," assented my sister, "except Bottles. And whatever does that go to prove? Bottles talks to nobody and hears nobody, unless he is absolutely roared at, and what alarm has Bottles ever given or taken? None." This was perfectly true, the individual in question having retired every night at 10 o'clock to his bed over the coach-house, with no other company than a pitchfork and a pail of water. That the pail of water would have been over me, and the pitchfork through me, if I had put myself without announcement in Bottles' way after that minute, I had deposited in my own mind as a fact worthy remembering. Neither had Bottles ever taken the least notice of any of our many uproars. An imperturbable and speechless man, he had sat at his supper with Streaker present in a swoon, and the odd girl Marble, and had only put another potato in his cheek, or profited by the general misery to help himself to beefsteak pie. "And so," continued my sister, "I exempt Bottles, and considering, John, that the house is too large and perhaps too lonely to be kept well in hand by Bottles, you, and me, I propose that we cast about among our friends for a certain selected number of the most reliable and willing, form a society here for 3 months, wait upon ourselves and one another, live cheerfully and socially, and see what happens." I was so charmed with my sister that I embraced her on the spot and went into her plan with the greatest ardor. We were then in the 3rd week of November, but we took our measures so vigorously and were so well seconded by the friends in whom we confided that there was still a week of the month unexpired, when our party all came down together merrily and mustered in the haunted house. I will mention in this place 2 small changes that I made while my sister and I were yet alone. It occurring to me as not improbable that Turk howled in the house at night, partly because he wanted to get out of it, I stationed him in his kennel outside, but unchained, and I seriously warned the village that any man who came in his way must not expect to leave him without a rip in his own throat. I then casually asked Ikey if he were a judge of a gun. On his saying, "Yes, sir, I knows a good gun when I sees her," I begged the favor of his stepping up to the house and looking at mine. "She's a true one, sir," said Ikey, after inspecting a double-barreled rifle that I bought in New York a few years ago. "No mistake about her, sir." "Ikey," said I, "don't mention it. I have seen something in this house." "No, sir," he whispered greedily, opening his eyes. "'Ooded lady, sir?" "Don't be frightened," said I. "It was a figure rather like you." "Lord, sir!" "Ikey," said I, shaking hands with him warmly, "I may say affectionately, if there is any truth in these ghost stories, the greatest service I can do you is to fire at that figure. And I promise you by heaven and earth I will do it with this gun, if I see it again." The young man thanked me, and took his leave with some little precipitation, after declining a glass of liquor. I imparted my secret to him, because I had never quite forgotten his throwing his cap at the bell; because I had, on another occasion, noticed something very like a fur cap lying not far from the bell, one night when it had burst out ringing, and because I had remarked that we were at our ghostliest whenever he came up in the evening to comfort the servants. Let me do Ikey no injustice. He was afraid of the house, and believed in it being haunted, and yet he would play false on the haunting side, so surely as he got an opportunity. The odd girl's case was exactly similar. She went about the house in a state of real terror, and yet lied monstrously and wilfully, and invented many of the alarms she spread, and made many of the sounds we heard. I had had my eye on the two, and I know it. It is not necessary for me here to account for this preposterous state of mind. I content myself with remarking that it is familiarly known to every intelligent man who has had fair medical, legal, or other watchful experience, that it is as well established and as common a state of mind as any with which observers are acquainted, and that it is one of the first elements, above all others, rationally to be suspected in, and strictly looked for, and separated from, any question of this kind. End of Story 12, Part 1. Story 12 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 12, The Haunted House, Part 2. To return to our party. The first thing we did when we were all assembled was to draw lots for bedrooms. That done, and every bedroom, and indeed the whole house, having been minutely examined by the whole body, we allotted the various household duties, as if we had been on a gipsy party, or a yachting party, or a hunting party, or were shipwrecked. I then recounted the floating rumours concerning the hooded lady, the owl, and Master B., with others still more filmy, which had floated about during our occupation, relative to some ridiculous old ghost of the female gender who went up and down, carrying the ghost of a round table, and also to an impalpable jackass whom nobody was ever able to catch. Some of these ideas I really believe our people below had communicated to one another in some diseased way without conveying them in words. We then gravely called one another to witness that we were not there to be deceived, or to deceive, which we considered pretty much the same thing, and that with a serious sense of responsibility we would be strictly true to one another, and would strictly follow out the truth. The understanding was established that one who heard unusual noises in the night, and who wished to trace them, should knock at my door. Lastly, that on Twelfth Night, the last night of Holy Christmas, all our individual experiences, since that then present hour of our coming together in the haunted house, should be brought to light for the good of all, and that we would hold our peace on the subject till then, unless on some remarkable provocation to break silence. We were in number and in character as follows. First, to get my sister and myself out of the way, there were we two. In the drawing of lots, my sister drew her own room, and I drew Master B.'s. Next, there was our first cousin, John Herschel, so called after the great astronomer, than whom I suppose a better man at a telescope does not breathe. With him was his wife, a charming creature to whom he had been married in the previous spring. I thought it, under the circumstances, rather imprudent to bring her, because there is no knowing what even a false alarm may do at such a time, But I suppose he knew his own business best, and I must say that if she had been my wife, I never would have left her endearing and bright face behind. They drew the clock-room. Alfred Starling, an uncommonly agreeable young fellow of 28, for whom I have the greatest liking, was in the double room. Mine usually, and designated by that name from having a dressing-room within it, with 2 large and cumbersome windows, which no wedges I was ever able to make would keep from shaking in any weather, wind or no wind. Alfred is a young fellow who pretends to be fast, another word for loose, as I understand the term, but who is much too good and sensible for that nonsense, and who would have distinguished himself before now if his father had not unfortunately left him a small independence of $200 a year, on the strength of which his only occupation in life has been to spend 6. I am in hopes, however, that his banker may break, or that he may enter into some speculation guaranteed to pay 20%, for I am convinced that if he could only be ruined, his fortune is made. Belinda Bates, bosom friend of my sister, and a most intellectual, amiable, and delightful girl, got the picture-room. She has a fine genius for poetry, combined with real business earnestness, and goes in, to use an expression of Alfred's, for woman's mission, woman's rights, woman's wrongs, and everything that is woman's with a capital W, or is not and ought to be, or is and ought not to be. "Most praiseworthy, my dear, and heaven prosper you," I whispered to her on the first night of my taking leave of her at the picture-room door, "but don't overdo it. And in respect of the great necessity there is, my darling, for more employments being within the reach of woman than our civilization has as yet assigned to her, don't fly at the unfortunate men, even those men who are at first sight in your way, as if they were the natural oppressors of your sex. For trust me, Belinda, they do sometimes spend their wages among wives and daughters, sisters, mothers, aunts, and grandmothers, and the play is really not all Wolf and Red Riding Hood, but has other parts in it. However, I digress. Belinda, as I have mentioned, occupied the picture-room. We had but 3 other chambers, the corner-room, the cupboard-room, and the garden-room. My old friend, Jack Governor, slung his hammock, as he called it, in the corner-room. I have always regarded Jack as the finest-looking sailor that ever sailed. He is grey now, but as handsome as he was a quarter of a century ago, nay, handsomer. A portly, cheery, well-built figure of a broad-shouldered man, with a frank smile, a brilliant dark eye, and a rich dark eyebrow. I remember those under darker hair, and they look all the better for their silver setting. He has been wherever his Union namesake flies, has Jack, and I have met old shipmates of his, away in the Mediterranean and on the other side of the Atlantic, who have beamed and brightened at the casual mention of his name, and have cried, "You know Jack Governor? Then you know a prince of men." That he is, and so unmistakably a naval officer that if you were to meet him coming out of an Esquimaux snow hut in sealskin, you would be vaguely persuaded he was in full naval uniform. Jack once had that bright, clear eye of his on my sister, but it fell out that he married another lady and took her to South America, where she died. This was a dozen years ago or more. He brought down with him to our haunted house a little cask of salt beef, for he is always convinced that all salt beef, not of his own pickling, is mere carrion, and invariably, when he goes to London, packs a piece in his portmanteau. He had also volunteered to bring with him one Nat Beaver, an old comrade of his, captain of a merchantman. Mr. Beaver, with a thick-set, wooden face and figure, and apparently as hard as a block all over, proved to be an intelligent man, with a world of watery experiences in him, and a great practical knowledge. At times there was a curious nervousness about him, apparently the lingering result of some old illness, but it seldom lasted many minutes. He got the cupboard room, and lay there next to Mr. Undery, my friend and solicitor, who came down in an amateur capacity to go through with it, as he said, and who plays whist better than the whole law list, from the red cover at the beginning to the red cover at the end. I never was happier in my life, and I believe it was the universal feeling among us. Jack Governor, always a man of wonderful resources, was chief cook, and made some of the best dishes I ever ate, including unapproachable curries. My sister was pastry cook and confectioner. Starling and I were cook's mate, turn and turn about, and on special occasions the chief cook pressed Mr. Beaver. We had a great deal of outdoor sport and exercise, but nothing was neglected within, and there was no ill humor or misunderstanding among us, and our evenings were so delightful that we had at least one good reason for being reluctant to go to bed. We had a few night alarms in the beginning. On the first night I was knocked up by Jack with a most wonderful ship's lantern in his hand, like the gills of some monster of the deep, who informed me that he was going aloft to the main truck to have the weathercock down. It was a stormy night, and I remonstrated, but Jack called my attention to its making a sound like a cry of despair, and said somebody would be hailing a ghost presently if it wasn't done. So up to the top of the house, where I could hardly stand for the wind, we went, accompanied by Mr. Beaver, and there Jack, lantern and all, with Mr. Beaver after him, swarmed up to the top of a cupola, some 24 feet above the chimneys, and stood upon nothing particular, coolly knocking the weathercock off until they both got into such good spirits with the wind and the height that I thought they would never come down. Another night they turned out again and had a chimney cowl off. Another night they cut a sobbing and gulping water pipe away. Another night they found out something else. On several occasions they both, in the coolest manner, simultaneously dropped out of their respective bedroom windows, hand over hand, by their counterpanes, to overhaul something mysterious in the garden. The engagement among us was faithfully kept, and nobody revealed anything. All we knew was, if anyone's room were haunted, no one looked the worse for it. The Ghost in Master B.'s Room. When I established myself in the triangular garret which had gained so distinguished a reputation, my thoughts naturally turned to Master B. My speculations about him were uneasy and manifold. Whether his Christian name was Benjamin, Bissextile, from his having been born in leap year, Bartholomew, or Bill; whether the initial letter belonged to his family name, and that was Baxter, Black, Brown, Barker, Buggins, Baker, or Bird; whether he was a foundling and had been baptized B; whether he was a lion-hearted boy, and B was short for Briton or for Bull; whether he could possibly have been kith and kin to an illustrious lady who brightened my own childhood, and had come of the blood of the brilliant Mother Bunch. With these profitless meditations I tormented myself much. I also carried the mysterious letter into the appearance and pursuits of the deceased, wondering whether he dressed in blue, wore boots, he couldn't have been bald, was a boy of brains, liked books, was good at bowling, had any skill as a boxer even in his buoyant boyhood, bathed from a bathing machine at Bognor, Bangor, Bournemouth, Brighton, or Broadstairs, like a bounding billiard ball. So from the first I was haunted by the letter B. It was not long before I remarked that I never by any hazard had a dream of Master B, or of anything belonging to him. But the instant I awoke from sleep, at whatever hour of the night, my thoughts took him up, and roamed away, trying to attach his initial letter to something that would fit it and keep it quiet. For 6 nights I had been worried thus in Master B.'s room, when I began to perceive that things were going wrong. The first appearance that presented itself was early in the morning, when it was but just daylight and no more. I was standing shaving at my glass when I suddenly discovered, to my consternation and amazement, that I was shaving not myself, I am 50, but a boy, apparently Master B. I trembled and looked over my shoulder. Nothing there. I looked again in the glass and distinctly saw the features and expression of a boy who was shaving, not to get rid of a beard, but to get one. Extremely troubled in my mind, I took a few turns in the room and went back to the looking-glass, resolved to steady my hand and complete the operation in which I had been disturbed. Opening my eyes, which I had shut while recovering my firmness, I now met in the glass, looking straight at me, the eyes of a young man of 4 or 5 and 20. Terrified by this new ghost, I closed my eyes and made a strong effort to recover myself. Opening them again, I saw, shaving his cheek in the glass, my father, who has been long dead. Nay, I even saw my grandfather, too, whom I never did see in my life. Although naturally much affected by these remarkable visitations, I determined to keep my secret until the time agreed upon for the present general disclosure. Agitated by a multitude of curious thoughts, I retired to my room that night, prepared to encounter some new experience of a spectral character. Nor was my preparation needless, for, waking from an uneasy sleep at exactly 2 o'clock in the morning, what were my feelings to find that I was sharing my bed with the skeleton of Master B. I sprang up, and the skeleton sprang up also. I then heard a plaintive voice saying, "Where am I? What is become of me?" and looking hard in that direction, perceived the ghost of Master B. The young spectre was dressed in an obsolete fashion, or rather was not so much dressed as put into a case of inferior pepper and salt cloth, made horrible by means of shining buttons. I observed that these buttons went in a double row over each shoulder of the young ghost, and appeared to descend his back. He wore a frill round his neck. His right hand, which I distinctly noticed to be inky, was laid upon his stomach. Connecting this action with some feeble pimples on his countenance and his general air of nausea, I concluded this ghost to be the ghost of a boy who had habitually taken a great deal too much medicine. "Where am I?" said the little spectre in a pathetic voice, "and why was I born in the calomel days, and why did I have all that calomel given me?" I replied with sincere earnestness that upon my soul I couldn't tell him. "Where is my little sister?" said the ghost, "and where my angelic little wife, and where is the boy I went to school with?" I entreated the phantom to be comforted, and above all things to take heart respecting the loss of the boy he went to school with. I represented to him that probably that boy never did, within human experience, come out well when discovered. I urged that I myself had, in later life, turned up several boys whom I went to school with, and none of them had at all answered. I expressed my humble belief that that boy never did answer. I represented that he was a mythic character, a delusion, and a snare. I recounted how the last time I found him at a dinner party behind a wall of white cravat, with an inconclusive opinion on every possible subject, and a power of silent boredom absolutely titanic. I related how, on the strength of our having been together at Old Doylance's, he had asked himself to breakfast with me, a social offence of the largest magnitude. How, fanning my weak embers of belief in Doylance's boys, I had let him in, and how he had proved to be a fearful wanderer about the earth, pursuing the race of Adam with inexplicable notions concerning the currency, and with a proposition that the Bank of England should, on pain of being abolished, instantly strike off and circulate God knows how many thousand millions of 10 and 6-penny notes. The ghost heard me in silence, and with a fixed stare. "Barber," it apostrophized me when I had finished. "Barber?" I repeated, for I am not of that profession. "Condemned," said the ghost, "to shave a constant change of customers, now me, now a young man, now thyself as thou art, now thy father, now thy grandfather, condemned, too, to lie down with a skeleton every night, and to rise with it every morning." I shuddered on hearing this dismal announcement. "Barber, pursue me." I had felt, even before the words were uttered, that I was under a spell to pursue the phantom. I immediately did so, and was in Master B.'s room no longer. Most people know what long and fatiguing night journeys had been forced upon the witches who used to confess, and who, no doubt, told the exact truth, particularly as they were always assisted with leading questions and the torture was always ready. I asseverate that during my occupation of Master B.'s room I was taken by the ghost that haunted it on expeditions fully as long and wild as any of those. Assuredly I was presented to no shabby old man with a goat's horns and tail, something between Pan and an old clothesman, holding conventional receptions as stupid as those of real life, and less decent. But I came upon other things, which appeared to me to have more meaning. Confident that I speak the truth and shall be believed, I declare without hesitation that I followed the ghost in the first instance on a broomstick, and afterwards on a rocking horse. The very smell of the animal's paint, especially when I brought it out by making him warm, I am ready to swear to. I followed the ghost afterwards in a hackney coach, an institution with the peculiar smell of which the present generation is unacquainted, but to which I am again ready to swear as a combination of stable, dog with the mange, and very old bellows. In this I appeal to previous generations to confirm or refute me. I pursued the phantom on a headless donkey, at least upon a donkey who was so interested in the state of his stomach that his head was always down there, investigating it, on ponies expressly born to kick up behind, on roundabouts and swings, from fairs, in the first cab, another forgotten institution where the fare regularly got into bed and was tucked up with the driver. Not to trouble you with a detailed account of all my travels in pursuit of the ghost of Master B., which were longer and more wonderful than those of Sinbad the Sailor, I will confine myself to one experience from which you may judge of many. I was marvellously changed. I was myself, and yet not myself. I was conscious of something within me which has been the same all through my life, and which I have always recognized under all its phases and varieties as never altering, and yet I was not the I who had gone to bed in Master B.'s room. I had the smoothest of faces and the shortest of legs, and I had taken another creature like myself, also with the smoothest of faces and the shortest of legs, behind a door, and was confiding to him a proposition of the most astounding nature. This proposition was, that we should have a seraglio. The other creature assented warmly. He had no notion of respectability, neither had I. It was the custom of the East, it was the way of the good Caliph Haroun al-Rashid. Let me have the corrupted name again for once, it is so scented with sweet memories. The usage was highly laudable, and most worthy of imitation. "Oh yes, let us," said the other creature with a jump, "have a seraglio." It was not because we entertained the faintest doubts of the meritorious character of the Oriental establishment we proposed to import that we perceived it must be kept a secret from Miss Griffin. It was because we knew Miss Griffin to be bereft of human sympathies and incapable of appreciating the greatest of the great Haroun. Mystery impenetrably shrouded from Miss Griffin, then, let us entrust it to Miss Buell. We were 10 in Miss Griffin's establishment by Hampstead Ponds, 8 ladies and 2 gentlemen. Miss Buell, whom I judged to have attained the ripe age of 8 or 9, took the lead in society. I opened the subject to her in the course of the day, and proposed that she should become the favourite. Miss Bule, having struggled with the diffidence so natural to and charming in her adorable sex, expressed herself as flattered by the idea, but wished to know how it was proposed to provide for Miss Pipson. Miss Bule, who was understood to have vowed towards that young lady a friendship, halves, and no secrets, until death, on the church service and lessons complete in 2 volumes with case and lock, Miss Bule said she could not, as the friend of Pipson, disguise from herself or me that Pipson was not of the common. Now, Miss Pipson, having curly light hair and blue eyes, which was my idea of anything mortal and feminine that was called fair, I promptly replied that I regarded Miss Pipson in the light of a fair Circassian. "And what then?" Miss Bule pensively asked. I replied that she must be inveigled by a merchant, brought to me veiled, and purchased as a slave. The other creature had already fallen into the second male place in the state, and was set apart for Grand Vizier. He afterwards resisted this disposal of events, but had his hair pulled until he yielded. "Shall I not be jealous?" Miss Bule inquired, casting down her eyes. "Zobedai, no," I replied. "You will ever be the favorite sultana. The first place in my heart and on my throne will be ever yours." Miss Bule, upon that assurance, consented to propound the idea to her 7 beautiful companions. It occurred to me, in the course of the same day, that we knew we could trust a grinning and good-natured soul called Tabby, who was the serving drudge of the house, and had no more figure than one of the beds, and upon whose face there was always more or less black lead. I slipped into Miss Bule's hand after supper a little note to that effect, dwelling on the black lead as being in a manner deposited by the finger of Providence, pointing Tabby out for Mesrour, the celebrated chief of the blacks of the harem. There were difficulties in the formation of the desired institution, as there are in all combinations. The other creature showed himself of a low character, and when defeated in aspiring to the throne, pretended to have conscientious scruples about prostrating himself before the caliph, wouldn't call him commander of the faithful, spoke of him slightingly and inconsistently as a mere chap, said he, the other creature, wouldn't play, and was otherwise coarse and offensive. This meanness of disposition was, however, put down by the general indignation of an united seraglio, and I became blessed in the smiles of 8 of the fairest of the daughters of men. The smiles could only be bestowed when Miss Griffin was looking another way, and only then in a very wary manner, for there was a legend among the followers of the Prophet that she saw with a little round ornament in the middle of the pattern on the back of her shawl. But every day after dinner, for an hour, we were all together, and then the favourite and the rest of the royal harem competed who should most beguile the leisure of the serene harem, reposing from the cares of state, which were generally, as in most affairs of state, of an arithmetical character, the commander of the faithful being a fearful boggler at a sum. On these occasions the devoted Mesrour, chief of the blacks of the harem, was always in attendance, Miss Griffin usually ringing for that officer at the same time with great vehemence, but never acquitted himself in a manner worthy of his historical reputation. In the first place, his bringing a broom into the divan of the caliph, even when Haroun wore on his shoulders the red robe of anger, Miss Pipson's pelisse, though it might be got over for the moment, was never to be quite satisfactorily accounted for. In the second place, his breaking out into grinning exclamations of "Lork, you pretties!" was neither Eastern nor respectful. In the third place, when specially instructed to say Bismillah, he always said Hallelujah. This officer, unlike his class, was too good-humoured altogether, kept his mouth open far too wide, expressed approbation to an incongruous extent, and even once (it was on the occasion of the purchase of the fair Circassian for 500,000 purses of gold, and cheap too) embraced the slave, the favourite, and the caliph all round. Parenthetically, let me say, God bless Mesrour, and may there have been sons and daughters on that tender bosom, softening many a hard day since. Miss Griffin was a model of propriety, and I am at a loss to imagine what the feelings of the virtuous woman would have been if she had known, when she paraded us down the Hampstead Road 2 and 2, that she was walking with a stately step at the head of polygamy and Mohammedanism. I believe that a mysterious and terrible joy, with which the contemplation of Miss Griffin in this unconscious state inspired us, and a grim sense prevalent among us that there was a dreadful power in our knowledge of what Miss Griffin, who knew all things that could be learnt out of book, didn't know, were the mainspring of the preservation of our secret. It was wonderfully kept, but was once upon the verge of self-betrayal. The danger and escape occurred upon a Sunday. We were all 10 ranged in a conspicuous part of the gallery at church, with Miss Griffin at our head, as we were every Sunday, advertising the establishment in an unsecular sort of way, when the description of Solomon in his domestic glory happened to be read. The moment that monarch was thus referred to, conscience whispered me, "Thou too, Haroun?" The officiating minister had a cast in his eye, and it assisted conscience by giving him the appearance of reading personally at me. A crimson blush, attended by a fearful perspiration, suffused my features. The Grand Vizier became more dead than alive, and the whole seraglio reddened as if the sunset of Bagdad shone direct upon their lovely faces. At this portentous time, the awful Griffin rose and balefully surveyed the children of Islam. My own impression was that Church and State had entered into a conspiracy with Miss Griffin to expose us, and that we should all be put into white sheets and exhibited in the centre aisle. But so westerly, if I may be allowed the expression as opposite to Eastern associations, was Miss Griffin's sense of rectitude, that she merely suspected apples, and we were saved. I have called the seraglio united, upon the question solely whether the commander of the faithful durst exercise a right of kissing in that sanctuary of the palace, were its peerless inmates divided. Zobeide asserted a counter right in the favourite to scratch, and the fair Circassian put her face for refuge into a green baize bag, originally designed for books. On the other hand, a young antelope of transcendent beauty from the fruitful plains of Camden Town, whence she had been brought by traders in the half-yearly caravan that crossed the intermediate desert after the holidays, held more liberal opinions, but stipulated for limiting the benefit of them to that dog, and the son of a dog, the Grand Vizier, who had no rights and was not in question. At length the difficulty was compromised by the installation of a very youthful slave as deputy. She, raised upon a stool, officially received upon her cheeks the salutes intended by the gracious Haroun for other sultanas, and was privately rewarded from the coffers of the ladies of the harem. And now it was, at the full height of enjoyment of my bliss, that I became heavily troubled. I began to think of my mother, and what she would say to my taking home at midsummer 8 of the most beautiful of the daughters of men, but all unexpected. I thought of the number of beds we made up at our house, of my father's income, and of the baker, and my despondency redoubled. The seraglio and malicious vizier, divining the cause of their lord's unhappiness, did their utmost to augment it. They professed unbounded fidelity, and declared that they would live and die with him. Reduced to the utmost wretchedness by these protestations of attachment, I lay awake for hours at a time, ruminating on my frightful lot. In my despair, I think I might have taken an early opportunity of falling on my knees before Miss Griffin, avowing my resemblance to Solomon, and praying to be dealt with according to the outraged laws of my country, if an unthought of means of escape had not opened before me. One day we were out walking, two and two, on which occasion the vizier had his usual instructions to take note of the boy at the turnpike, and if he profanely gazed, which he always did, at the beauties of the harem, to have him bowstrung in the course of the night, and it happened that our hearts were veiled in gloom. An unaccountable action on the part of the antelope had plunged the state into disgrace. That charmer, on the representation that the previous day was her birthday, and that vast treasures had been sent in a hamper for its celebration, both baseless assertions, had secretly but most pressingly invited 35 neighboring princes and princesses to a ball and supper, with a special stipulation that they were not to be fetched till 12. This wandering of the antelope's fancy led to the surprising arrival at Miss Griffin's door, in diverse equipage and under various escorts, of a great company in full dress, who were deposited on the top step in a flush of high expectancy, and who were dismissed in tears. At the beginning of the double knocks attendant on these ceremonies, the antelope had retired to a back attic, and bolted herself in, and at every new arrival Miss Griffin had gone so much more and more distracted that at last she had been seen to tear her front. Ultimate capitulation on the part of the offender had been followed by solitude in the linen closet, bread and water, and a lecture to all of vindictive length, in which Miss Griffin had used expressions. Firstly, "I believe you all of you knew of it." Secondly, "Every one of you is as wicked as another." Thirdly, "A pack of little wretches." Under these circumstances we were walking drearily along, and I especially, with my Mussulman responsibilities heavy on me, was in a very low state of mind, when a strange man accosted Miss Griffin, and after walking on at her side for a little while, and talking with her, looked at me. Supposing him to be a minion of the law, and that my hour was come, I instantly ran away, with the general purpose of making for Egypt. The whole seraglio cried out, when they saw me making off as fast as my legs could carry me. I had an impression that the first turning on the left and round by the public-house would be the shortest way to the Pyramids. Miss Griffin screamed after me, the faithless vizier ran after me, and the boy at the turnpike dodged me into a corner like a sheep, and cut me off. Nobody scolded me when I was taken and brought back. Miss Griffin only said, with a stunning gentleness, "This was very curious." Why had I run away when the gentleman looked at me? If I had had any breath to answer with, I dare say I should have made no answer. Having no breath, I certainly made none. Miss Griffin and the strange man took me between them, and walked me back to the palace in a sort of state, but not at all, as I couldn't help feeling with astonishment, in culprit state. When we got there, we went into a room by ourselves, and Miss Griffin called in to her assistance Mesrour, chief of the dusky guards of the harem. Mesrour, on being whispered to, began to shed tears. "Bless you, my precious," said that officer, turning to me, "your paws took bitter bad." I asked with a fluttered heart, "Is he very ill?" "Lord temper the wind to you, my lamb," said the good Mesrour, kneeling down, "that I might have a comforting shoulder for my head to rest on. Your paw's dead." Haroun al-Raschid took to flight at the words. The seraglio vanished. From that moment I never again saw one of the 8 of the fairest of the daughters of men. I was taken home, and there was debt at home as well as death, and we had a sale there. My own little bed was so superciliously looked upon by a power unknown to me, hazily called the Trade, that a brass coal scuttle, a roasting jack, and a bird cage were obliged to be put into it to make a lot of it, and then it went for a song. So I heard mentioned, and I wondered what song, and thought what a dismal song it must have been to sing. Then I was sent to a great, cold, bare school of big boys, where everything to eat and wear was thick and clumpy without being enough, where everybody, large and small, was cruel, where the boys knew all about the sale before I got there, and asked me what I had fetched, and who had bought me, and hooted at me, going, gone. I never whispered in that wretched place that I had been Haroun, or had had a seraglio, for I knew that if I mentioned my reverses I should be so worried that I should have to drown myself in the muddy pond near the playground, which looked like the beer. Ah me, ah me! No other ghost has haunted the boys' room, my friends, since I have occupied it, than the ghost of my own childhood, the ghost of my own innocence, the ghost of my own airy belief. Many a time have I pursued the phantom, never with this man's stride of mine to come up with it, never with these man's hands of mine to touch it, never more to this man's heart of mine to hold it in its purity. And here you see me working out, as cheerfully and thankfully as I may, my doom of shaving in the glass a constant change of customers, and of lying down and rising up, with the skeleton allotted to me for my mortal companion. End of Story 12, Part 2. Story 13 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 13, A Message from the Sea, Part 1. Chapter 1, The Village. "And a mighty sing'lar and pretty place it is as ever I saw in all the days of my life," said Captain Jorgan, looking up at it. Captain Jorgan had to look high to look at it, for the village was built sheer up the face of a steep and lofty cliff. There was no road in it, there was no wheeled vehicle in it. There was not a level yard in it. From the sea beach to the cliff top, two irregular rows of white houses, placed opposite to one another, and twisting here and there and here, rose like the sides of a long succession of stages of crooked ladders, and you climbed up the village, or climbed down the village, by the staves between some 6 feet wide or so, and made of sharp irregular stones. The old pack-saddle, long laid aside in most parts of England as one of the appendages of its infancy, flourished here intact. Strings of pack-horses and pack-donkeys toiled slowly up the staves of the ladders, bearing fish and coal and such other cargo as was unshipping at the pier from the dancing fleet of village boats and from 2 or 3 little coasting traders. As the beasts of burden ascended laden, or descended light, they got so lost at intervals in the floating clouds of village smoke that they seemed to dive down some of the village chimneys and come to the surface again far off, high above others. No two houses in the village were alike in chimney, size, shape, door, window, gable, roof-tree, anything. The sides of the ladders were musical with water, running clear and bright. The staves were musical with the clattering feet of the pack-horses and pack-donkeys, and the voices of the fishermen urging them up, mingled with the voices of the fishermen's wives and their many children. The pier was musical with the wash of the sea, the creaking of capstans and windlasses, and the airy fluttering of little vanes and sails. The rough, sea-bleached boulders of which the pier was made, and the whiter boulders of the shore, were brown with drying nets. The red-brown cliffs, richly wooded to their extremest verge, had their softened and beautiful forms reflected in the bluest water under the clear North Devonshire sky of a November day without a cloud. The village itself was so steeped in autumnal foliage, from the houses lying on the pier to the topmost round of the topmost ladder, that one might have fancied it was out of a bird's nesting, and was, as indeed it was, a wonderful climber. And mentioning birds, the place was not without some music from them too, for the rook was very busy on the higher levels, and the gull, with his flapping wings, was fishing in the bay, and the lusty little robin was hopping among the great stone blocks and iron rings of the breakwater, fearless in the faith of his ancestors and the children in the wood. Thus it came to pass that Captain Jorgan, sitting balancing himself on the pier wall, struck his leg with his open hand, as some men do when they are pleased, and as he always did when he was pleased, and said, "A mighty sing'lar and pretty place it is as ever I saw in all the days of my life." Captain Jorgan had not been through the village, but had come down to the pier by a winding side road to have a preliminary look at it from the level of his own natural element. He had seen many things and places, and had stowed them all away in a shrewd intellect and a vigorous memory. He was an American born, was Captain Jorgan, a New Englander, but he was a citizen of the world, and a combination of most of the best qualities of most of its best countries. For Captain Jorgan to sit anywhere in his long-skirted blue coat and blue trousers, without holding converse with everybody within speaking distance, was a sheer impossibility. So the captain fell to talking with the fishermen, and to asking them knowing questions about the fishery, and the tides, and the currents, and the race of water off that point yonder, and what you kept in your eye, and got into a line with what else when you ran into the little harbour, and other nautical profundities. Among the men who exchanged ideas with the captain was a young fellow who exactly hit his fancy, a young fisherman of 2 or 3 and 20 in the rough address of his craft, with a brown face, dark curling hair, and bright modest eyes under his sou'wester hat, and with a frank but simple and retiring manner, which the captain found uncommonly taking. "I'd bet $1,000, said the captain to himself, "that your father was an honest man." "Might you be married now?" asked the captain, when he had had some talk with this new acquaintance. "Not yet." "Going to be?" said the captain. "I hope so." The captain's keen glance followed the slightest possible turn of the dark eye, and the slightest possible tilt of the sou'wester hat. The captain then slapped both of his legs, and said to himself, "Never knew such a good thing in all my life. There's his sweetheart looking over the wall." There was a very pretty girl looking over the wall from a little platform of cottage, vine, and fuchsia, and she certainly did not look as if the presence of this young fisherman in the landscape made it any less sunny and hopeful for her. Captain Jorgan, having doubled himself up to laugh with that hearty good nature which is quite exultant in the innocent happiness of other people, had undoubled himself, and was going to start a new subject, when there appeared, coming down the lower ladders of stones, a man whom he hailed as Tom Pettifer, Ho! Tom Pettifer, Ho! responded with alacrity, and in speedy course descended on the pier. "Afraid of a sunstroke in England in November, Tom, that you wear your tropical hat, strongly paid outside and paper-lined inside here?" said the captain, eyeing it. "It's as well to be on the safe side, sir," replied Tom. "Safe side?" repeated the captain, laughing. "You'd guard against a sunstroke with that old hat in an ice pack. Wal, what have you made out at the post office?" "It is the post office, sir." "What's the post office?" said the captain. "The name, sir. The name keeps the post office." "A coincidence," said the captain. "A lucky hit. Show me where it is. Good-bye, shipmates, for the present. I shall come and have another look at you afore I leave this afternoon." This was addressed to all there, but especially the young fisherman. So all there acknowledged it, but especially the young fisherman. "He's a sailor," said one to another, as they looked after the captain moving away. That he was, and so outspeaking was the sailor in him that although his dress had nothing nautical about it, with the single exception of its colour, but was a suit of a shore-going shape and form, too long in the sleeves and too short in the legs, and too unaccommodating everywhere, terminating earthward in a pair of Wellington boots, and surmounted by a tall, stiff hat, which no mortal could have worn at sea in any wind under heaven, nevertheless, a glimpse of his sagacious, weather-beaten face or his strong brown hand would have established the captain's calling. Whereas Mr. Pettifer, a man of a certain plump neatness, with a curly whisker and elaborately nautical in a jacket and shoes and all things correspondent, looked no more like a seaman beside Captain Jorgan than he looked like a sea-serpent. The two climbed high up the village, which had the most arbitrary turns and twists in it, so that the cobbler's house came dead across the ladder, and to have held a reasonable course you must have gone through his house, and through him too, as he sat at his work between two little windows, with one eye microscopically on the geological formation of that part of Devonshire, and the other telescopically on the open sea. The two climbed high up the village, and stopped before a quaint little house, on which was painted Mrs. Raybrock, Draper, and also Post Office. Before it ran a rill of murmuring water, and access to it was gained by a little plank bridge. "Here's the name," said Captain Jorgan, "sure enough. You can come in if you like, Tom." The captain opened the door and passed into an odd little shop, about 6 feet high, with a great variety of beams and bumps in the ceiling, and besides the principal window giving on the ladder of stones, a purblind little window of a single pane of glass, peeping out of an abutting corner at the sun-lighted ocean and winking at its brightness. "How do you do, ma'am?" said the captain. "I am very glad to see you. I have come a long way to see you." "Have you, sir? Then I am sure I am very glad to see you, though I don't know you from Adam." Thus a comely elderly woman, short of stature, plump of form, sparkling and dark of eye, who, perfectly clean and neat herself, stood in the midst of her perfectly clean and neat arrangements, and surveyed Captain Jorgan with a smiling curiosity. "Ah, but you are a sailor, sir," she added almost immediately, and with a slight movement of her hands that was not very unlike wringing them. "Then you are heartily welcome." "Thank ye, ma'am," said the captain. "I don't know what it is, I am sure, that brings out the salt in me, but everybody seems to see it in the crown of my hat and the collar of my coat. Yes, ma'am, I am in that way of life." "And the other gentleman, too?" said Mrs. Raybrock. "Well now, ma'am," said the captain, glancing shrewdly at the other gentleman, "you are that nigh right that he goes to sea, if that makes him a sailor. This is my steward, ma'am, Tom Pettifer. He's been almost all trades you could name in the course of his life, would have bought all your chairs and tables once if you had wished to sell them, but now he's my steward. My name's Jorgan, and I'm a ship owner, and I sail my own and my partner's ships, and have done so this 25 year. According to custom, I am called Captain Jorgan, but I am no more a captain, bless your heart, than you are." "Perhaps you'll come into my parlour, sir, and take a chair," said Mrs. Raybrock. "Exactly what I was going to propose myself, ma'am, after you." Thus replying, and enjoining Tom to give an eye to the shop, Captain Jorgan followed Mrs. Raybrock into the little low back room, decorated with divers plants in pots, tea-trays, old china teapots, and punch-bowls, which was at once the private sitting-room of the Raybrock family and the inner cabinet of the post office of the village of Steepways. "Now, ma'am," said the captain, "it don't signify a cent to you where I was born, except—" But here the shadow of some one entering fell upon the captain's figure, and he broke off to double himself up, slap both his legs, and ejaculate, "Never knew such a thing in all my life. Here he is again. How are you?" These words referred to the young fellow who had so taken Captain Jorgan's fancy down at the pier. To make it all quite complete, he came in accompanied by the sweetheart whom the captain had detected looking over the wall. A prettier sweetheart the sun could not have shone upon that shining day. As she stood before the captain, with her rosy lips just parted in surprise, her brown eyes a little wider open than was usual from the same cause, and her breathing a little quickened by the ascent, and possibly by some mysterious hurry and flurry at the parlour door, in which the captain had observed her face to be for a moment totally eclipsed by the sou'wester hat, she looked so charming that the captain felt himself under a moral obligation to slap both his legs again. She was very simply dressed, with no other ornament than an autumnal flower in her bosom. She wore neither hat nor bonnet, but merely a scarf or kerchief folded squarely back over the head to keep the sun off, according to a fashion that may be sometimes seen in the more genial parts of England as well as of Italy, and which is probably the first fashion of headdress that came into the world when grasses and leaves went out. "In my country," said the captain, rising to give her his chair, and dexterously sliding it close to another chair on which the young fisherman must necessarily establish himself, "in my country we should call Devonshire beauty first rate." Whenever a frank manner is offensive, it is because it is strained or feigned, for there may be quite as much intolerable affectation in plainness as in mincing nicety. All that the captain said and did was honestly according to his nature, and his nature was open nature and good nature. Therefore, when he paid this little compliment, and expressed with a sparkle or two of his knowing eye, "I see how it is, and nothing could be better," he had established a delicate confidence on that subject with the family. "I was saying to your worthy mother," said the captain to the young man, after again introducing himself by name and occupation, "I was saying to your mother, and you're very like her, that it didn't signify where I was born, except that I was raised on question-asking ground, where the babies, as soon as ever they come into the world, inquire of their mothers, 'Now, how old may you be, and whate'er are you going to name me?' which is a fact." Here he slapped his leg. "Such being the case, I may be excused for asking you if your name's Alfred." "Yes, sir, my name is Alfred," returned the young man. "I am not a conjurer," pursued the captain, "and don't think me so, or I shall right soon undeceive you. Likewise, don't think, if you please, though I do come from that country of the babies, that I am asking questions for question-asking's sake, for I am not. Somebody belonging to you went to sea?" "My elder brother Hugh," returned the young man. He said it in an altered and lower voice, and glanced at his mother, who raised her hands hurriedly and put them together across her black gown, and looked eagerly at the visitor. "No, for God's sake, don't think that," said the captain in a solemn way. "I bring no good tidings of him." There was a silence, and the mother turned her face to the fire and put her hand between it and her eyes. The young fisherman slightly motioned toward the window, and the captain, looking in that direction, saw a young widow sitting at a neighbouring window across a little garden engaged in needlework, with a young child sleeping on her bosom. The silence continued until the captain asked of Alfred, "How long is it since it happened?" "He shipped for his last voyage better than 3 years ago." "Ship struck upon some reef or rock, as I take it?" said the captain, "and all hands lost?" "Yes." "Well," said the captain, after a shorter silence, "here I sit who may come to the same end like enough. He holds the seas in the hollow of his hand. We must all strike somewhere and go down. Our comfort, then, for ourselves and one another, is to have done our duty. I'd wager your brother did his." "He did," answered the young fisherman. "If ever man strove faithfully on all occasions to do his duty, my brother did. My brother was not a quick man, anything but that, but he was a faithful, true, and just man. We were the sons of only a small tradesman in this county, sir, yet our father was as watchful of his good name as if he had been a king." "A precious sight more so, I hope, bearing in mind the general run of that class of critter," said the captain. "But I interrupt. My brother considered that our father left the good name to us to keep clear and true." "Your brother considered right," said the captain, "and you couldn't take care of a better legacy. But again I interrupt." "No, for I have nothing more to say. We know that Hugh lived well for the good name, and we feel certain that he died well for the good name. And now it has come into my keeping, and that's all." "Well spoken," cried the captain. "Well spoken, young man. Concerning the manner of your brother's death—" By this time the captain had released the hand he had shaken, and sat with his own broad brown hands spread out on his knees, and spoke aside. "Concerning the manner of your brother's death, it may be that I have some information to give you, though it may not be, for I am far from sure. Can we have a little talk alone?" The young man rose, but not before the captain's quick eye had noticed that on the pretty sweetheart's turning to the window to greet the young widow with a nod and a wave of the hand, the young widow had held up to her the needlework on which she was engaged with a patient and pleasant smile. So the captain said, being on his legs, "What might she be making now?" "What is Margaret making, Kitty?" asked the young fisherman, with one of his arms apparently mislaid somewhere. As Kitty only blushed in reply, the captain doubled himself up as far as he could, standing, and said with a slap of his leg, "In my country we should call it wedding clothes. Fact. We should, I do assure you." But it seemed to strike the captain in another light, too, for his laugh was not a long one, and he added in quite a gentle tone, "And it's very pretty, my dear, to see her, poor young thing with her fatherless child upon her bosom, giving up her thoughts to your home and your happiness. It's very pretty, my dear, and it's very good. May your marriage be more prosperous than hers, and be a comfort to her, too. May the blessed sun see you all happy together and in possession of the good name long after I have done ploughing the great salt field that is never sown." Kitty answered very earnestly, "Oh, thank you, sir, with all my heart," and in her loving little way kissed her hand to him, and possibly by implication to the young fisherman too, as the latter held the parlour door open for the captain to pass out. Chapter 2. The Money. "The stairs are very narrow, sir," said Alfred Raybrock to Captain Jorgan. "Like my cabin stairs," returned the captain, "on many a voyage. And they are rather inconvenient for the head. If my head can't take care of itself by this time, after all the knocking about the world it has had," replied the captain, as unconcernedly as if he had no connection with it, "it's not worth looking after." Thus they came into the young fisherman's bedroom, which was as perfectly neat and clean as the shop and parlour below, though it was but a little place with a sliding window and a phrenological ceiling expressive of all the peculiarities of the house roof. Here the captain sat down on the foot of the bed, and glancing at a dreadful libel on Kitty which ornamented the wall, the production of some wandering limner whom the captain secretly admired as having studied portraiture from the figureheads of ships, motioned to the young man to take the rush-tear on the other side of the small round table. That done, the captain put his hand in the deep breast pocket of his long-skirted blue coat, and took out of it a strong square case bottle, not a large bottle, but such as may be seen in any ordinary ship's medicine chest. Setting this bottle on the table without removing his hand from it, Captain Jorgan then spoke as follows. "In my last voyage, homeward bound," said the captain, "and that's the voyage off of which I now come straight, I encountered such weather off the Horn as is not very often met with, even there. I have rounded that stormy cape pretty often, and I believe I first beat upon there in the identical storms that blew the devil's horns and tail off, and led to the horns being worked up into toothpicks for the plantation overseers in my country, who may be seen, if you travel down south or away west fur enough, picking their teeth with them, while the whips made of the tail flog hard. In this last voyage, homeward bound for Liverpool from South America, I say to you, my young friend, it blew. Whole measures, no half measures, nor making believe to blow, it blew. Now, I warn't blown clean out of the water into the sky, though I expected to be even that, but I was blown clean out of my course, and when at last it fell calm, it fell dead calm, and a strong current set one way, day and night, night and day, and I drifted out of all the ordinary tracks and courses of ships, and drifted yet, and yet drifted. It behooves a man who takes charge of fellow critters' lives never to rest from making himself master of his calling. I never did rest, and consequently I knew pretty well, specially looking over the side in the dead calm of that strong current, what dangers to expect and what precautions to take against 'em. In short, we were driving head-on to an island. There was no island in the chart, and therefore you may say it was ill manners in the island to be there. I don't dispute its bad breeding, but there it was. Thanks be to heaven, I was as ready for the island as the island was ready for me. I made it out myself from the masthead, and got enough way upon her in good time to keep her off. I ordered a boat to be lowered and manned, and went in that boat myself to explore the island. There was a reef outside it, and floating in a corner of the smooth water within the reef was a heap of seaweed, and tangled in that seaweed was this bottle. Here the captain took his hand from the bottle for a moment, that the young fisherman might direct a wondering glance at it, and then replaced his hand and went on. If ever you come, or even if ever you don't come, to a desert place, use you your eyes and your spy-glass well, for the smallest thing you see may prove of use to you, and may have some information or some warning in it. That's the principle on which I came to see this bottle. I picked up the bottle and ran the boat alongside the island, and made fast and went ashore armed with a part of my boat's crew. We found that every scrap of vegetation on the island, I give it you as my opinion, but scant and scrubby at the best of times, had been consumed by fire. As we were making our way cautiously and toilsomely over the pulverized embers, one of my people sank into the earth breast high. He turned pale, and "Haul me out smart, shipmates," says he, "for my feet are among bones." We soon got him on his legs again, and then we dug up the spot, and we found that the man was right, and that his feet had been among bones. More than that, they were human bones, though whether the remains of one man or 2 or 3 men, what with calcination and ashes, and what with a poor practical knowledge of anatomy, I can't undertake to say. We examined the whole island, and made out nothing else, save and except that, from its opposite side, I sighted a considerable tract of land, which land I was able to identify, and according to the bearings of which, not to trouble you with my log, I took a fresh departure. When I got aboard again, I opened the bottle, which was oilskin covered as you see, and glass stoppered as you see. Inside of it, pursued the captain, suiting his action to his words, I found this little crumpled, folded paper, just as you see. Outside of it was written, as you see, these words: "Whoever finds this is solemnly entreated by the dead to convey it unread to Alfred Raybrock, Steepways, North Devon, England." "A sacred charge," said the captain, concluding his narrative, "and Alfred Raybrock, there it is." "This is my poor brother's writing." "I suppose so," said Captain Jorgan. "I'll take a look out of this little window while you read it." "Pray, no, sir. I should be hurt. My brother couldn't know it would fall into such hands as yours." The captain sat down again on the foot of the bed, and the young man opened the folded paper with a trembling hand and spread it on the table. The ragged paper, evidently creased and torn both before and after being written on, was much blotted and stained, and the ink had faded and run, and many words were wanting. What the captain and the young fisherman made out together, after much rereading and much humouring of the folds of the paper, is given on the next page. The young fisherman had become more and more agitated as the writing had become clearer to him. He now left it lying before the captain, over whose shoulder he had been reading it, and dropping into his former seat, leaned forward on the table and laid his face in his hand. "What, man?" urged the captain. "Don't give in. Be up and doing like a man." "It is selfish, I know. But doing what? Doing what?" cried the young fisherman, in complete despair, and stamping his sea boot on the ground. "Doing what?" returned the captain. "Something. I'd go down to the little breakwater below yonder, and take a wrench at one of the salt-rusted iron rings there, and either wrench it up by the roots, or wrench my teeth out of my head, sooner than I'd do nothing." "Nothing!" ejaculated the captain. "Any fool or fainting heart can do that, and nothing can come of nothing, which was pretended to be found out, I believe, by one of them Latin critters," said the captain with the deepest disdain, "as if Adam hadn't found it out afore ever so much he as named the beasts." Yet the captain saw, in spite of his bold words, that there was some greater reason than he yet understood for the young man's distress, and he eyed him with a sympathizing curiosity. "Come, come," continued the captain, "speak out. What is it, boy?" "You have seen how beautiful she is, sir," said the young man, looking up for the moment with a flushed face and rumpled hair. "Did any man ever say she warn't beautiful?" retorted the captain. "If so, go and lick him." The young man laughed fretfully in spite of himself, and said, "It's not that, it's not that." "Well, then, what is it?" said the captain, in a more soothing tone. The young fisherman mournfully composed himself to tell the captain what it was, and began, "We were to have been married next Monday week." "Were to have been?" interrupted Captain Jorgan. "And are to be? Hey?" Young Raybrock shook his head and traced out with his forefinger the words, "Poor father's £500," in the written paper. "Go along," said the captain. "£500? Yes?" "That sum of money," pursued the young fisherman, entering with the greatest earnestness on his demonstration, while the captain eyed him with equal earnestness, "was all my late father possessed. When he died, he owed no man more than he left means to pay, but he had been able to lay by only £500. £500, repeated the captain. Yes. In his lifetime, years before, he had expressly laid the money aside to leave to my mother, like to settle upon her, if I make myself understood. Yes. He had risked it once, my father put down in writing at that time respecting the money, and was resolved never to risk it again. Not a speculator, said the captain. My country wouldn't have suited him. Yes. My mother has never touched the money till now, and now it was to have been laid out, this very next week, in buying me a handsome share in our neighbouring fishery here, to settle me in life with Kitty. The captain's face fell, and he passed and repassed his sun-browned right hand over his thin hair in a discomfited manner. Kitty's father has no more than enough to live on, even in the sparing way in which we live about here. He is a kind of bailiff or steward of manor right here, and they are not much, and it is but a poor little office. He was better off once, and Kitty must never marry to mere drudgery and hard living. The captain still sat stroking his thin hair and looking at the young fisherman. I am as certain that my father had no knowledge that any one was wronged as to this money, or that any restitution ought to be made, as I am certain that the sun now shines. But after this solemn warning from my brother's grave in the sea, that the money is stolen money, said young Raybrock, forcing himself to the utterance of the words, can I doubt it? Can I touch it? About not doubting, I ain't so sure, observed the captain, but about not touching, no, I don't think you can. See, then, said young Raybrock, why I am so grieved. Think of Kitty. Think what I have got to tell her. His heart quite failed him again when he had come round to that, and he once more beat his sea-boot softly on the floor, but not for long. He soon began again in a quietly resolute tone. However, enough of that. You spoke some brave words to me just now, Captain Jorgan, and they shall not be spoken in vain. I have got to do something. What I have got to do, before all other things, is to trace out the meaning of this paper for the sake of the good name that has no one else to put it right. And still, for the sake of the good name and my father's memory, not a word of this writing must be breathed to my mother, or to Kitty, or to any human creature. You agree in this? I don't know what they'll think of us below, said the captain, but for certain I can't oppose it. Now, as to tracing, how will you do? They both, as by consent, bent over the paper again, and again carefully puzzled out the whole of the writing. I make out that this would stand, if all the writing was here, inquire among the old men living there for someone. Most like you'll go to this village named here, said the captain, musing with his finger on the name. Yes, and Mr. Tregarthen is a Cornishman, and, to be sure, comes from Lanrean. Does he? Said the captain quietly. As I ain't acquainted with him, who may he be? Mr. Tregarthen is Kitty's father. Aye, aye, cried the captain, now you speak. Tregarthen knows this village of Lanrean, then? Beyond all doubt he does. I have often heard him mention it as being his native place. He knows it well. Stop half a moment, said the captain. We want a name here. You could ask Tregarthen, if you couldn't, I could, what names of old men he remembers in his time in those diggings, eh? I can go straight to his cottage and ask him now. Take me with you, said the captain, rising in a solid way that had a most comfortable reliability in it, and just a word more first. I have knocked about harder than you, and have got along further than you. I have had all my sea-going life long to keep my wits polished, bright with acid and friction, like the brass cases of the ship's instruments. I'll keep you company on this expedition. Now you don't live by talking any more than I do. Clench that hand of yours in this hand of mine, and that's a speech on both sides. Captain Jorgan took command of the expedition with that hearty shake. He at once refolded the paper exactly as before, replaced it in the bottle, put the stopper in, put the oilskin over the stopper, confided the whole to young Raybrock's keeping, and led the way downstairs. But it was harder navigation below stairs than above. The instant they set foot in the parlour, the quick womanly eye detected that there was something wrong. Kitty exclaimed, frightened, as she ran to her lover's side, "Alfred, what's the matter?" Mrs. Raybrock cried out to the captain, "Gracious, what have you done to my son to change him like this all in a minute?" And the young widow, who was there with her work upon her arm, was at first so agitated that she frightened the little girl she held in her hand, who hid her face in her mother's skirts and screamed. The captain, conscious of being held responsible for this domestic change, contemplated it with quite a guilty expression of countenance, and looked to the young fisherman to come to his rescue. "Kitty, darling," said young Raybrock, "Kitty, dearest love, I must go away to Lanrean, and I don't know where else or how much further this very day. Worse than that, our marriage, Kitty, must be put off, and I don't know for how long." Kitty stared at him in doubt and wonder and in anger, and pushed him from her with her hand. "Put off?" cried Mrs. Raybrock. "The marriage put off? And you going to Lanrean? Why, in the name of the dear Lord? Mother dear, I can't say why. I must not say why. It would be dishonourable and undutiful to say why. Dishonourable and undutiful? Returned the dame. And is there nothing dishonourable or undutiful in the boy's breaking the heart of his own plighted love, and his mother's heart too, for the sake of the dark secrets and counsels of a wicked stranger? Why did you ever come here? She apostrophized the innocent captain. Who wanted you? Where did you come from? Why couldn't you rest in your own bad place, wherever it is, instead of disturbing the peace of quiet, unoffending folk like us? And what, sobbed the poor little Kitty, have I ever done to you, you hard and cruel captain, that you should come and serve me so? And then they both began to weep most pitifully, while the captain could only look from the one to the other, and lay hold of himself by the coat-collar. Margaret, said the poor young fisherman on his knees at Kitty's feet, while Kitty kept both her hands before her tearful face to shut out the traitor from her view, but kept her fingers wide asunder and looked at him all the time. Margaret, you have suffered so much, so uncomplainingly, and are always so careful and considerate. Do take my part, for poor Hugh's sake. The quiet Margaret was not appealed to in vain. I will, Alfred, she returned, and I do. I wish this gentleman had never come near us, whereupon the captain laid hold of himself the tighter, but I take your part for all that. I am sure you have some strong reason, and some sufficient reason for what you do, strange as it is, and even for not saying why you do it, strange as that is. And Kitty, darling, you are bound to think so more than any one, for true love believes everything, and bears everything, and trusts everything. And, mother dear, you are bound to think so too, for you know you have been blessed with good sons, whose word was always as good as their oath, and who were brought up in as true a sense of honour as any gentleman in this land. And I am sure you have no more call, mother, to doubt your living son than to doubt your dead son, and for the sake of the dear dead I stand up for the dear living. Wow, now, the captain struck in with enthusiasm, this I say, that whether your opinions flatter me or not, you are a young woman of sense and spirit and feeling, and I'd sooner have you by my side in the hour of danger than a good half of the men I've ever fallen in with, or fallen out with either. Margaret did not return the captain's compliment, or appear fully to reciprocate his good opinion, but she applied herself to the consolation of Kitty and of Kitty's mother-in-law that was to have been next Monday week, and soon restored the parlour to a quiet condition. Kitty, my darling, said the young fisherman, I must go to your father to entreat him still to trust me in spite of this wretched change and mystery, and to ask him for some directions concerning Lanrean. Will you come home? Will you come with me, Kitty? Kitty answered not a word, but rose sobbing, with the end of her simple head-dress at her eyes. Captain Jorgan followed the lovers out, quite sheepishly, pausing in the shop to give an instruction to Mr. Pettifer. "Here, Tom," said the captain in a low voice, "here's something in your line. Here's an old lady poorly and low in her spirits. Cheer her up a bit, Tom. Cheer 'em all up." Mr. Pettifer, with a brisk nod of intelligence, immediately assumed his steward face, and went with his quiet, helpful steward step into the parlour, where the captain had the great satisfaction of seeing him, through the glass door, take the child in his arms, who offered no objection, and bend over Mrs. Raybrock, administering soft words of consolation. Though what he finds to say, unless he's telling her that it'll soon be over, or that most people is so at first, or that it'll do her good afterward, I cannot imaginate, was the captain's reflection as he followed the lovers. He had not far to follow them, since it was but a short descent down the stony ways to the cottage of Kitty's father. But short as the distance was, it was long enough to enable the captain to observe that he was fast becoming the village ogre, for there was not a woman standing, working at her door, or a fisherman coming up or going down, who saw young Raybrock unhappy and little Kitty in tears, but he or she instantly darted a suspicious and indignant glance at the captain as the foreigner who must somehow be responsible for this unusual spectacle. Consequently, when they came into Tregarthen's little garden, which formed the platform from which the captain had seen Kitty peeping over the wall, the captain brought to and stood off and on at the gate, while Kitty hurried to hide her tears in her own room, and Alfred spoke with her father, who was working in the garden. He was a rather infirm man, but could scarcely be called old yet, with an agreeable face and a promising air of making the best of things. The conversation began on his side with great cheerfulness and good humour, but soon became distrustful and soon angry. That was the captain's cue for striking both into the conversation and the garden. End of Story 13, Part 1. Story 13 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 13, A Message from the Sea, Part 2. "Morning, sir," said Captain Jorgan. "How do you do?" "The gentleman I am going away with," said the young fisherman to Tregarthen. "Oh," returned Kitty's father, surveying the unfortunate captain with a look of extreme disfavour, "I confess that I can't say I am glad to see you." "No," said the captain, "and to admit the truth, that seems to be the general opinion in these parts. But don't be hasty, you may think better of me by and by." "I hope so," observed Tregarthen. "Well, I hope so," observed the captain, quite at his ease. "More than that, I believe so, though you don't. Now, Mr. Tregarthen, you don't want to exchange words of mistrust with me, and if you did, you couldn't because I wouldn't. You and I are old enough to know better than to judge against experience from surfaces and appearances, and if you haven't lived to find out the evil and injustice of such judgments, you are a lucky man." The other seemed to shrink under this remark and replied, "Sir, I have lived to feel it deeply." "Well," said the captain, mollified, "then I've made a good cast without knowing it. Now, Tregarthen, there stands the lover of your only child, and here stand I who know his secret. I warrant it a righteous secret, and none of his making, though bound to be of his keeping. I want to help him out with it, and towards that end I ask you to favour us with the names of 2 or 3 old residents in the village of Lanrin. As I am taking out my pocket-book and pencil to put the names down, I may as well observe to you that this, wrote atop of the first page here, is my name and address, Silas Jones, Jorgan, Salem, Massachusetts, United States. If ever you take it in your head to run over any morning, I shall be glad to welcome you. Now, what may be the spelling of these said names?" "There was an elderly man," said Tregarthen, "named David Polreath. He may be dead." "Well," said the captain cheerfully, "if Polreath's dead and buried and can be made of any service to us, Polreath won't object to our digging of him up. Polreath's down, anyhow. There was another named Penrewen. I don't know his Christian name." "Never mind his Christian name," said the captain. "Penrewen for short." "There was another named John Tredgear." "And a pleasant-sounding name, too," said the captain. "John Tredgear's booked." "I can recall no other except Old Parvis." "One of Old Parvis's family, I reckon," said the captain, "kept a dry goods store in New York City, and realized a handsome competency by burning his house to ashes. Same name, anyhow. David Polreath, unchristened Penrewen, John Tredgear, and old Arson Parvis. "I can't recall any others at the moment." "Thank ye," said the captain. "And so, Tregarthen, hoping for your good opinion yet, and likewise for the fair Devonshire flowers, your daughters, I give you my hand, sir, and wish you good day." Young Raybrock accompanied him disconsolately, for there was no Kitty at the window when he looked up, no Kitty in the garden when he shut the gate, no Kitty gazing after them along the stony ways when they began to climb back. "Now I tell you what," said the captain, "not being at present calculated to promote harmony in your family, I won't come in. You go and get your dinner at home, and I'll get mine at the little hotel. Let our hour of meeting be 2:00, and you'll find me smoking a cigar in the sun afore the hotel door. Tell Tom Pettifer, my steward, to consider himself on duty, and to look after your people till we come back. You'll find he'll have made himself useful to 'em already, and will be quite acceptable." All was done as Captain Jorgan directed. Punctually at 2:00, the young fisherman appeared with his knapsack at his back, and punctually at 2:00 the captain jerked away the last feather end of his cigar. "Let me carry your baggage, Captain Jorgan. I can easily take it with mine." "Thank ye," said the captain. "I'll carry it myself. It's only a comb." They climbed out of the village, and paused among the trees and fern on the summit of the hill above, to take breath and to look down at the beautiful sea. Suddenly the captain gave his leg a resounding slap and cried, "Never knew such a right thing in all my life," and ran away. The cause of this abrupt retirement on the part of the captain was little Kitty among the trees. The captain went out of sight and waited, and kept out of sight and waited, until it occurred to him to beguile the time with another cigar. He lighted it and smoked it out, and still he was out of sight and waiting. He stole within sight at last, and saw the lovers with their arms entwined and their bent heads touching, moving slowly among the trees. It was the golden time of the afternoon then, and the captain said to himself, "Golden sun, golden sea, golden sails, golden leaves, golden love, golden youth, a golden state of things altogether." Nevertheless, the captain found it necessary to hail his young companion before going out of sight again. In a few moments more he came up, and they began their journey. "That still young woman with the fatherless child," said Captain Jorgan, as they fell into step, "didn't throw her words away, but good honest words are never thrown away. And now that I am conveying you off from that tender little thing that loves and relies and hopes, I feel just as if I was the snarling critter in the pictures, with the tight legs and the long nose and the feather in his cap, the tips of whose moustaches get up nearer to his eyes the wickeder he gets." The young fisherman knew nothing of Mephistopheles, but he smiled when the captain stopped to double himself up and slapped his leg, and they went along in right good fellowship. Note: the third and fourth chapters of this Christmas number were not by Mr. Dickens. After the first and second, he did not resume the pen until the chapter entitled The Restitution, here numbered as the fifth. For the two intervening chapters, the reader is referred to the number as republished in the volume of the 9 Christmas numbers of All the Year Round. End note. Chapter 5. Restitution. Captain Jorgan, up and out betimes, had put the whole village of Lanrean under an amicable cross-examination, and was returning to the King Arthur's Arms to breakfast, none the wiser for his trouble, when he beheld the young fisherman advancing to meet him, accompanied by a stranger. A glance at this stranger assured the captain that he could be no other than the seafaring man, and the captain was about to hail him as a fellow craftsman, when the two stood still and silent before the captain, and the captain stood still, silent, and wondering before them. "Why, what's this?" cried the captain, when at last he broke the silence. "You two are alike. You two are much alike. What's this?" Not a word was answered on the other side until after the seafaring brother had got hold of the captain's right hand, and the fisherman's brother had got hold of the captain's left hand, and if ever the captain had had his fill of handshaking from his birth to that hour, he had it then. And presently up and spoke the two brothers, one at a time, two at a time, 24 at a time, for the bewilderment into which they plunged the captain, until he gradually had Hugh Raybrock's deliverance made clear to him, and also unravelled the fact that the person referred to in the half-obliterated paper was Tregarthen himself. "Formerly, dear Captain Jorgan," said Alfred, "of Lanrean, you recollect. Kitty and her father came to live at Steepways after Hugh shipped on his last voyage." "Aye, aye," cried the captain, fetching a breath. "Now you have me in tow. Then your brother here don't know his sister-in-law that is to be so much as by name. Never saw her. Never heard of her." "Aye, aye, aye," cried the captain. "Why, then, we every one go back together, paper, writer, and all, and take Tregarthen into the secret we kept from him." "Surely," said Alfred, "we can't help it now. We must go through with our duty." "Not a doubt," returned the captain. "Give me an arm apiece, and let us set this ship shape." So, walking up and down in the shrill wind on the wild moor, while the neglected breakfast cooled within, the captain and the brothers settled their course of action. It was that they should all proceed by the quickest means they could secure to Barnstaple, and there look over the father's books and papers in the lawyer's keeping, as Hugh had proposed to himself to do if ever he reached home. That, enlightened or unenlightened, they would then return to Steepways and go straight to Mr. Tregarthen and tell him all they knew and see what came of it, and act accordingly. Lastly, that when they got there, they should enter the village with all precautions against Hugh's being recognized by any chance, and that to the captain should be consigned the task of preparing his wife and mother for his restoration to this life. "For you see," quoth Captain Jorgan, touching the last head, "it requires caution anyway, great joys being as dangerous as great griefs, if not more dangerous, as being more uncommon, and therefore less provided against, in this round world of ours. And besides, I should like to free my name with the ladies, and take you home again at your brightest and luckiest. So don't let's throw away a chance of success." The captain was highly lauded by the brothers for this kind interest and foresight. "And now, stop," said the captain, coming to a standstill, and looking from one brother to the other, with quite a new rigging of wrinkle about each eye. "You are of opinion," to the elder, "that you are rather slow?" "I assure you that I am very slow," said the honest Hugh. "Well," replied the captain, "I assure you that, to the best of my belief, I am rather smart. Now, a slow man ain't good at quick business, is he?" That was clear to both. "You," said the captain, turning to the younger brother, "are a little in love, ain't you?" "Not a little, Captain Jorgan." "Much or little, you're sort of preoccupied, ain't you?" It was impossible to be denied. "And a sort preoccupied man ain't good at quick business, is he?" said the captain. Equally clear on all sides. "Now," said the captain, "I ain't in love myself, and I've made many a smart run across the ocean, and I should like to carry on and go ahead with this affair of yours, and make a run slick through it. Shall I try? Will you hand it over to me?" They were both delighted to do so, and thanked him heartily. "Good," said the captain, taking out his watch. "This is 8:30 a.m., Friday morning. I'll jot that down, and we'll compute how many hours we've been out when we run into your mother's post office. There. The entry's made, and now we go ahead." They went ahead so well that before the Barnstaple lawyer's office was open next morning, the captain was sitting whistling on the step of the door, waiting for the clerk to come down the street with his key and open it. But instead of the clerk, there came the master, with whom the captain fraternized on the spot to an extent that utterly confounded him. As he personally knew both Hugh and Alfred, there was no difficulty in obtaining immediate access to such of the father's papers as were in his keeping. These were chiefly old letters and cash accounts, from which the captain, with a shrewdness and dispatch that left the lawyer far behind, established with perfect clearness by noon the following particulars. That one Lawrence Clissold had borrowed of the deceased at a time when he was a thriving young tradesman in the town of Barnstaple the sum of £500. That he had borrowed it on the written statement that it was to be laid out in furtherance of a speculation which he expected would raise him to independence, he being at the time of writing that letter no more than a clerk in the house of Dringworth Brothers, American Square, London. That the money was borrowed for a stipulated period, but that, when the term was out, the aforesaid speculation failed, and Clissold was without means of repayment. That hereupon he had written to his creditor in no very persuasive terms, vaguely requesting further time. That the creditor had refused this concession, declaring that he could not afford delay. That Clissold then paid the debt, accompanying the remittance of the money with an angry letter describing it as having been advanced by a relative to save him from ruin. That, in acknowledging the receipt, Raybrock had cautioned Clissold to seek to borrow money of him no more, as he would never so risk money again. Before the lawyer, the captain said never a word in reference to these discoveries, but when the papers had been put back in their box and he and his two companions were well out of the office, his right leg suffered for it, and he said, "So far this run's begun with a fair wind and a prosperous, for don't you see that all this agrees with that dutiful trust in his father maintained by the slow member of the Raybrock family?" Whether the brothers had seen it before or no, they saw it now. Not that the captain gave them much time to contemplate the state of things at their ease, for he instantly whipped them into a chaise again and bore them off to Steepways. Although the afternoon was but just beginning to decline when they reached it, and it was broad daylight, still they had no difficulty, by dint of muffling the returned sailor up and ascending the village rather than descending it, in reaching Tregarthen's cottage unobserved. Kitty was not visible, and they surprised Tregarthen sitting writing in the small bay window of his little room. "Sir," said the captain, instantly shaking hands with him, pen and all, "I'm glad to see you, sir. How do you do, sir? I told you you'd think better of me by and by, and I congratulate you on going to do it." Here the captain's eye fell on Tom Pettifer, engaged in preparing some cookery at the fire. "That critter," said the captain, smiting his leg, "is a born steward, and never ought to have been in any other way of life. Stop where you are, Tom, and make yourself useful. Now, Tregarthen, I'm going to try a chair." Accordingly, the captain drew one close to him and went on. "This loving member of the Raybrock family you know, sir. This slow member of the same family you don't know, sir. Well, these two are brothers. Fact. Hugh's come to life again, and here he stands. Now, see here, my friend, you don't want to be told that he was cast away, but you do want to be told, for there's a purpose in it, that he was cast away with another man. That man, by name, was Lawrence Clissold." At the mention of this name, Tregarthen started and changed colour. "What's the matter?" said the captain. "He was a fellow clerk of mine 30 years ago." "True," said the captain, immediately catching at the clue. "Dringworth Brothers, American Square, London City." The other started again, nodded, and said, "That was the house." "Now," pursued the captain, "between those two men cast away there arose a mystery concerning the round sum of £500. Again Tregarthen started, changing colour. Again the captain said, "What's the matter?" As Tregarthen only answered, "Please to go on," the captain recounted very tersely and plainly the nature of Clissold's wanderings on the barren island, as he had condensed them in his mind from the seafaring man. Tregarthen became greatly agitated during this recital, and at length exclaimed, "Clissold was the man who ruined me. I have suspected it for many a long year, and now I know it." "And how?" said the captain, drawing his chair still closer to Tregarthen, and clapping his hand upon his shoulder. "How may you know it?" "When we were fellow clerks," replied Tregarthen, "in that London house, it was one of my duties to enter daily in a certain book an account of the sums received that day by the firm, and afterward paid into the bankers." One memorable day, a Wednesday, the black day of my life, among the sums I so entered was one of £500. "I begin to make it out," said the captain. "Yes?" It was one of Clissold's duties to copy from this entry a memorandum of the sums which the clerk employed to go to the bankers paid in there. It was my duty to hand the money to Clissold. It was Clissold's to hand it to the clerk, with that memorandum of his writing. On that Wednesday I entered a sum of £500 received. I handed that sum, as I handed the other sums in the day's entry, to Clissold. I was absolutely certain of it at the time. I have been absolutely certain of it ever since. A sum of £500 was afterward found by the house to have been that day wanting from the bag, from Clissold's memorandum, and from the entries in my book. Clissold, being questioned, stood upon his perfect clearness in the matter, and emphatically declared that he asked no better than to be tested by Tregarthen's book. My book was examined, and the entry of £500 was not there. "How not there?" said the captain, "when you made it yourself?" Tregarthen continued, "I was then questioned. Had I made the entry? Certainly I had. The house produced my book, and it was not there. I could not deny my book. I could not deny my writing. I knew there must be forgery by someone, but the writing was wonderfully like mine, and I could impeach no one if the house could not. I was required to pay the money back. I did so, and I left the house almost broken-hearted rather than remain there, even if I could have done so, with a dark shadow of suspicion always on me. I returned to my native place, Glanreen, and remained there, clerk to a mine, until I was appointed to my little post here." "I well remember," said the captain, "that I told you that if you had no experience of ill judgments on deceiving appearances, you were a lucky man. You went hurt at that, and I see why. I'm sorry." "Thus it is," said Tregarthen. "Of my own innocence I have, of course, been sure. It has been at once my comfort and my trial. Of Clissold I have always had suspicions almost amounting to certainty, but they have never been confirmed until now. For my daughter's sake and for my own I have carried this subject in my own heart as the only secret of my life, and have long believed that it would die with me." "Well, my good sir," said the captain cordially, "the present question is, and will be long, I hope, concerning living and not dying. Now here are our two honest friends, the loving Raybrock and the slow. Here they stand, agreed on one point on which I'd back 'em round the world, and right across it from north to south, and then again from east to west, and through it from your deepest Cornish mine to China. It is that they will never use this same so often mentioned sum of money, and that restitution of it must be made to you. These two, the loving member and the slow, for the sake of the right and of their father's memory, will have it ready for you tomorrow. Take it and ease their minds and mine, and end a most unfortunate transaction." Tregarthen took the captain by the hand and gave his hand to each of the young men, but positively and finally answered no. He said they trusted to his word, and he was glad of it, and at rest in his mind, but there was no proof, and the money must remain as it was. All were very earnest over this, and earnestness in men, when they are right and true, is so impressive that Mr. Pettifer deserted his cookery and looked on, quite moved. "And so," said the captain, "so we come, as that lawyer critter over yonder where we were this morning might, to mere proof. Do we? We must have it, must we? How? From this Clissold's wanderings, and from what you say, it ain't hard to make out that there was a neat forgery of your writing committed by the too smart rowdy that was Grease and Ashes when I made his acquaintance, and a substitution of a forged leaf in your book for a real and true leaf torn out. Now, was that real and true leaf then and there destroyed? No. For, says he, in his drunken way, he slipped it into a crack in his own desk, because you came into the office before there was time to burn it, and could never get back to it afterwards. Wait a bit. Where is that desk now? Do you consider it likely to be in American Square, London City?" Tregarthen shook his head. "The house has not for years transacted business in that place. I have heard of it and read of it as removed, enlarged, every way altered. Things alter so fast in these times." "You think so," returned the captain with compassion, "but you should come over and see me afore you talk about that. Well now, this desk, this paper, this desk," said the captain, ruminating and walking about, and looking in his uneasy abstraction into Mr. Pettifer's hat on a table, among other things. "This desk, this paper, this desk," the captain continued, musing and roaming about the room. "I'd give—" However, he gave nothing, but took up his steward's hat instead, and stood looking into it as if he had just come into church. After that he roamed again, and again said, "This desk, belonging to this house of Dringworth Brothers, American Square, London City." Mr. Pettifer, still strangely moved, and now more moved than before, cut the captain off as he backed across the room, and bespake him thus: "Captain Jorgan, I have been wishful to engage your attention, but I couldn't do it. I am unwilling to interrupt Captain Jorgan, but I must do it. I know something about that house." The captain stood stock still and looked at him, with his, Mr. Pettifer's, hat under his arm. "You're aware," pursued his steward, "that I was once in the broking business, Captain Jorgan?" "I was aware," said the captain, "that you had failed in that calling, and in half the businesses going, Tom." "Not quite so, Captain Jorgan. But I failed in the broking business. I was partners with my brother, sir. There was a sale of old office furniture at Dringworth Brothers when the house was moved from America Square, and me and my brother made what we call in the trade a deal there, sir. And I'll make you bold to say, sir, that the only thing I ever had from my brother, or from any relation, for my relations have mostly taken property from me instead of giving me any, was an old desk we bought at that same sale with a crack in it. My brother wouldn't have given me even that when we broke partnership, if it had been worth anything." "Where is that desk now?" said the captain. "Well, Captain Jorgan," replied the steward, "I couldn't say for certain where it is now, but when I saw it last, which was last time we were outward bound, it was at a very nice lady's at Wapping, along with a little chest of mine, which was detained for a small matter of a bill owing." The captain, instead of paying that rapt attention to his steward which was rendered by the other three persons present, went to church again, in respect of the steward's hat. And a most especially agitated and memorable face the captain produced from it after a short pause. "Now, Tom," said the captain, "I spoke to you when we first came here, respecting your constitutional weakness on the subject of sunstroke." "You did, sir." "Will my slow friend," said the captain, "lend me his arm, or I shall sink right backwards into this blessed steward's cookery? Now, Tom," pursued the captain, when the required assistance was given, "on your oath, as a steward, didn't you take that desk to pieces to make a better one of it, and put it together fresh, or something of the kind?" "On my oath I did, sir," replied the steward. "And by the blessing of Heaven, my friends, one and all," cried the captain, radiant with joy, "of the Heaven that put it into this Tom Pettifer's head to take so much care of his head against the bright sun," he lined his hat with the original leaf in Tregarthen's writing, "and here it is." With that, the captain, to the utter destruction of Mr. Pettifer's favourite hat, produced the book leaf, very much worn, but still legible, and gave both his legs such tremendous slaps that they were heard far off in the bay, and never accounted for. "5:15 p.m., said the captain, pulling out his watch, "and that's 33 hours and a quarter in all, and a pretty run." Now they were all overpowered with delight and triumph. How the money was restored then and there to Tregarthen, how Tregarthen then and there gave it all to his daughter, how the captain undertook to go to Dringworth Brothers and re-establish the reputation of their forgotten old clerk, how Kitty came in and was nearly torn to pieces, and the marriage was reappointed, needs not be told. Nor how she and the young fisherman went home to the post office to prepare the way for the captain's coming by declaring him to be the mightiest of men, who had made all their fortunes, and then dutifully withdrew together in order that he might have the domestic coast entirely to himself. How he availed himself of it is all that remains to tell. Deeply delighted with his trust, and putting his heart into it, he raised the latch of the post-office parlour where Mrs. Raybrock and the young widow sat, and said, "May I come in?" "Sure you may, Captain Jorgan," replied the old lady, "and good reason you have to be free of the house, though you have not been too well used in it by some who ought to have known better. I ask your pardon." "No, you don't, madam," said the captain, "for I won't let you." Well, to be sure. By this time he had taken a chair on the hearth between them. "Never felt such an evil spirit in the whole course of my life. There, I tell you. I could almost have cut my own connection, like the dealer in my country, way west, who, when he had let himself be outdone in a bargain, said to himself, 'Now I tell you what, I'll never speak to you again.' And he never did, but joined a settlement of oysters and translated the multiplication table into their language, which is a fact that can be proved. If you doubt it, mention it to any oyster you come across, and see if he'll have the face to contradict it." He took the child from her mother's lap and set it on his knee. "Not a bit afraid of me now, you see. Knows I am fond of small people. I have a child, and she's a girl, and I sing to her sometimes." "What do you sing?" asked Margaret. "Not a long song, my dear. Silas Jorgan played the organ. That's about all. And sometimes I tell her stories of sailors supposed to be lost and recovered after all hope was abandoned." Here the captain musingly went back to his song, "Silas Jorgan played the organ," repeating it with his eyes on the fire, and he softly danced the child on his knee, for he felt that Margaret had stopped working. "Yes," said the captain, still looking at the fire, "I make up stories and tell 'em to that child, stories of shipwreck on desert islands and long delay in getting back to civilized lands. It is to stories the like of that, mostly, that Silas Jorgan plays the organ." There was no light in the room but the light of the fire, for the shades of night were on the village, and the stars had begun to peep out of the sky, one by one, as the houses of the village peeped out from among the foliage when the night departed. The captain felt that Margaret's eyes were upon him, and thought it discreetest to keep his own eyes on the fire. "Yes, I make 'em up," said the captain. "I make up stories of brothers brought together by the good providence of God, of sons brought back to mothers, husbands brought back to wives, fathers raised from the deep for little children like herself." Margaret's touch was on his arm, and he could not choose but look round now. Next moment her hand moved imploringly to his breast, and she was on her knees before him, supporting the mother, who was also kneeling. "What's the matter?" said the captain. "What's the matter?" "Silas Jorgan played the—" Their looks and tears were too much for him, and he could not finish the song, short as it was. "Mistress Margaret, you have borne ill fortune well. Could you bear good fortune equally well if it was to come?" "I hope so. I thankfully and humbly and earnestly hope so." "Well, my dear," said the captain, "perhaps it has come. Don't be frightened. Shall I say the word alive?" "Yes." The thanks they fervently addressed to heaven were again too much for the captain, who openly took out his handkerchief and dried his eyes. "He's no further off," resumed the captain, "than my country. Indeed, he's no further off than his own native country. To tell you the truth, he's no further off than Falmouth. Indeed, I doubt if he's quite so far. Indeed, if you was sure you could bear it nicely, and I was to do no more than whistle for him—" The captain's trust was discharged. A rush came, and they were all together again. This was a fine opportunity for Tom Pettifer to appear with a tumbler of cold water, and he presently appeared with it and administered it to the ladies, at the same time soothing them and composing their dresses exactly as if they had been passengers crossing the Channel. The extent to which the captain slapped his legs, when Mr. Pettifer acquitted himself of this act of stewardship, could have been thoroughly appreciated by no one but himself, inasmuch as he must have slapped them black and blue, and they must have smarted tremendously. He couldn't stay for the wedding, having a few appointments to keep at the irreconcilable distance of about 4,000 miles. So next morning all the village cheered him up to the level ground above, and there he shook hands with a complete census of its population, and invited the whole, without exception, to come and stay several months with him at Salem, Massachusetts, U.S., and there, as he stood on the spot where he had seen that little golden picture of love and parting, and from which he could that morning contemplate another golden picture with a vista of golden years in it, little Kitty put her arms around his neck and kissed him on both his bronzed cheeks, and laid her pretty face upon his storm-beaten breast, in sight of all, ashamed to have called such a noble captain names. And there the captain waved his hat over his head 3 final times, and there he was last seen, going away, accompanied by Tom Pettifer, and carrying his hands in his pockets. And there, before that ground was softened with the fallen leaves of 3 more summers, a rosy little boy took his first unsteady run to a fair young mother's breast, and the name of that infant fisherman was Jorgan Raybrock. End of Story 13, Part 2. Story 14 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 14, Tom Tiddler's Ground, Part 1. Note: in 3 chapters. The original has 7 chapters, but those not printed here were not written by Mr. Dickens. End note. 1. Picking up soot and cinders. "And why Tom Tiddler's ground?" asked the traveller. "Because he scatters halfpence to tramps and such like," returned the landlord, "and of course they pick 'em up. And this being done on his own land, which it is his own land, you observe, and were his family's before him, why, it is but regarding the halfpence as gold and silver, and turning the ownership of the property a bit round your finger, and there you have the name of the children's game complete. And it's appropriate, too," said the landlord, with his favourite action of stooping a little to look across the table out of window at vacancy, under the window blind, which was half drawn down. "Leastwise, it has been so considered by many gentlemen which have partook of chops and tea in the present humble parlour." The traveller was partaking of chops and tea in the present humble parlour, and the landlord's shot was fired obliquely at him. "And you call him a hermit?" said the traveller. "They call him such," returned the landlord, evading personal responsibility. "He is in general so considered." "What is a hermit?" asked the traveller. "What is it?" repeated the landlord, drawing his hand across his chin. "Yes, what is it?" The landlord stooped again to get a more comprehensive view of vacancy under the window blind, and, with an asphyxiated appearance on him, as one unaccustomed to definition, made no answer. "I'll tell you what I suppose it to be," said the traveller. "An abominably dirty thing." "Mr. Mopes is dirty, it cannot be denied," said the landlord. "Intolerably conceited." "Mr. Mopes is vain of the life he leads, some do say," replied the landlord, as another concession. "A slothful, unsavoury, nasty reversal of the laws of human nature," said the traveller, "and for the sake of God's working world and its wholesomeness, both moral and physical, I would put the thing on the treadmill, if I had my way, wherever I found it. whether on a pillar or in a hole, whether on Tom Tiddler's ground, or the Pope of Rome's ground, or a Hindu fakir's ground, or any other ground. "I don't know about putting Mr. Mopes on the treadmill," said the landlord, shaking his head very seriously. "There ain't a doubt but what he has got landed property." "How far may it be to this said Tom Tiddler's ground?" asked the traveller. "Put it at 5 mile," returned the landlord. "Well, when I have done my breakfast," said the traveller, "I'll go there. I came over here this morning to find it out and see it." "Many does," observed the landlord. The conversation passed, in the midsummer weather of no remote year of grace, down among the pleasant dales and trout streams of a green English county. No matter what county. Enough that you may hunt there, shoot there, fish there, traverse long grass-grown Roman roads there, open ancient barrows there, see many a square mile of richly cultivated land there, and hold Arcadian talk with a bold peasantry, their country's pride, who will tell you, if you want to know, how pastoral housekeeping is done on 9 shillings a week. Mr. Traveller sat at his breakfast in the little sanded parlour of the Peal of Bells village ale-house, with the dew and dust of an early walk upon his shoes, an early walk by road and meadow and coppice that had sprinkled him bountifully with little blades of grass and scraps of new hay, and with leaves both young and old, and with other fragrant tokens of the freshness and wealth of summer. The window through which the landlord had concentrated his gaze upon vacancy was shaded because the morning sun was hot and bright on the village street. The village street was like most other village streets, wide for its height, silent for its size, and drowsy in the dullest degree. The quietest little dwellings with the largest of window shutters, to shut up nothing as carefully as if it were the Mint or the Bank of England, had called in the doctor's house so suddenly that his brass door-plate and 3 stories stood among them as conspicuous and different as the doctor himself in his broadcloth among the smock frocks of his patients. The village residences seemed to have gone to law with a similar absence of consideration, for a score of weak little lath and plaster cabins clung in confusion about the attorney's red brick house, which, with glaring doorsteps and a most terrific scraper, seemed to serve all manner of ejectments upon them. They were as various as labours: high-shouldered, wry-necked, one-eyed, goggle-eyed, squinting, bow-legged, knock-kneed, rheumatic, crazy. Some of the small tradesmen's houses, such as the crockery shop and the harness maker's, had a cyclops window in the middle of the gable, within an inch or 2 of its apex, suggesting that some forlorn rural prentice must wriggle himself into that apartment horizontally, when he retired to rest, after the manner of the worm. So bountiful in its abundance was the surrounding country, and so lean and scant the village, that one might have thought the village had sown and planted everything it once possessed, to convert the same into crops. This would account for the bareness of the little shops, the bareness of the few boards and trestles designed for market purposes in a corner of the street, the bareness of the obsolete inn and inn-yard, with the ominous inscription, "Excise Office," not yet faded out from the gateway, as indicating the very last thing that poverty could get rid of. This would also account for the determined abandonment of the village by one stray dog, fast lessening in the perspective where the white posts and pond were, and would explain his conduct on the hypothesis that he was going, through the act of suicide, to convert himself into manure and become a part proprietor in turnips or mangold wurzel. Mr. Traveller, having finished his breakfast and paid his moderate score, walked out of the threshold of the Peal of Bells, and thence directed by the pointing finger of his host, betook himself towards the ruined hermitage of Mr. Mopes the Hermit. For Mr. Mopes, by suffering everything about him to go to ruin, and by dressing himself in a blanket and skewer, and by steeping himself in soot and grease and other nastiness, had acquired great renown in all that countryside, far greater renown than he could have ever won for himself if his career had been that of any ordinary Christian or decent Hottentot. He had been blanketed and skewered and sooted and greased himself into the London papers. And it was curious to find, as Mr. Traveller found by stopping for a new direction at this farmhouse or that cottage as he went along, with how much accuracy the morbid Mopes had counted on the weakness of his neighbours to embellish him. A mist of home-brewed marvel and romance surrounded Mopes, in which, as in all fogs, the real proportions of the real object were extravagantly heightened. He had murdered his beautiful beloved in a fit of jealousy, and was doing penance. He had made a vow under the influence of grief. He had made a vow under the influence of a fatal accident. He had made a vow under the influence of religion. He had made a vow under the influence of drink. He had made a vow under the influence of disappointment. He had never made any vow, but had got led into it by the possession of a mighty and most awful secret. He was enormously rich. He was stupendously charitable. He was profoundly learned. He saw spectres. He knew and could do all kinds of wonders. Some said he went out every night and was met by terrified wayfarers stalking along dark roads. Others said he never went out. Some knew his penance to be nearly expired. Others had positive information that his seclusion was not a penance at all and would never expire but with himself. Even as to the easy facts of how old he was, or how long he had held a verminous occupation of his blanket and skewer, no consistent information was to be got from those who must know if they would. He was represented as being all the ages between 25 and 60, and as having been a hermit 7 years, 12, 20, 30, though 20 on the whole appeared the favourite term. "Well, well," said Mr. Traveller, "at any rate let us see what a real-life hermit looks like." So Mr. Traveller went on, and on, and on, until he came to Tom Tiddler's ground. It was a nook in a rustic by-road, which the genius of Mopes had laid waste as completely as if he had been born an emperor and a conqueror. Its centre object was a dwelling-house, sufficiently substantial, all the window-glass of which had been long ago abolished by the surprising genius of Mopes, and all the windows of which were barred across with rough split logs of trees, nailed over them on the outside. A rickyard, hip-high, in vegetable rankness and ruin, contained outbuildings, from which the thatch had lightly fluttered away on all the winds of all the seasons of the year, and from which the planks and beams had heavily dropped and rotted. The frosts and damps of winter and the heats of summer had warped what wreck remained, so that not a post or a board retained the position it was meant to hold, but everything was twisted from its purpose like its owner, and degraded and debased. In this homestead of the sluggard, behind the ruined hedge and sinking away among the ruined grass and nettles, were the last perishing fragments of certain ricks, which had gradually mildewed and collapsed until they looked like mounds of rotten honeycomb or dirty sponge. Tom Tiddler's ground could even show its ruined water, for there was a slimy pond into which a tree or two had fallen. One soppy trunk and branches lay across it then, which, in its accumulation of stagnant weed and in its black decomposition, and in all its foulness and filth, was almost comforting, regarded as the only water that could have reflected the shameful place without seeming polluted by that low office. Mr. Traveller looked all around him on Tom Tiddler's ground, and his glance at last encountered a dusky tinker lying among the weeds and rank grass in the shade of the dwelling-house. A rough walking-staff lay on the ground by his side, and his head rested on a small wallet. He met Mr. Traveller's eyes without lifting up his head, merely depressing his chin a little, for he was lying on his back, to get a better view of him. "Good day," said Mr. Traveller. "Same to you, if you like it," returned the tinker. "Don't you like it? It's a very fine day." "I ain't particular in weather," returned the tinker, with a yawn. Mr. Traveller had walked up to where he lay, and was looking down at him. "This is a curious place," said Mr. Traveller. "Ay, I suppose so," returned the tinker. "Tom Tiddler's ground, they call this. Are you well acquainted with it?" "Never saw it afore to-day," said the tinker, with another yawn, "and don't care if I never see it again. There was a man here just now told me what it was called. If you want to see Tom himself, you must go in at the gate." He faintly indicated with his chin a little mean ruin of a wooden gate at the side of the house. "Have you seen Tom?" "No, and I ain't particular to see him. I can see a dirty man anywhere." "He does not live in the house, then?" said Mr. Traveller, casting his eyes upon the house anew. "The man said," returned the tinker rather irritably, "him as was here just now, 'This what you're a-lying on, mate, is Tom Tiddler's ground, and if you want to see Tom,' he says, 'you must go in at that gate.' The man come out at that gate himself, and he ought to know." "Certainly," said Mr. Traveller. "Though, perhaps," exclaimed the tinker, so struck by the brightness of his own idea that it had the electric effect upon him of causing him to lift up his head an inch or so, "perhaps he was a liar. He told some rum 'uns, him as was here just now, did about this place of Tom's. He says, him as was here just now, when Tom shut up the housemaid to go to rack, the beds was left all made, like as if somebody was a-going to sleep in every bed. And if you was to walk through the bedrooms now, you'd see the ragged, mouldy bedclothes a-heavin' and a-heavin' like seas. And a-heavin' and a-heavin' with what?" he says. "Why, with the rats under them." "I wish I had seen that man," Mr. Traveller remarked. "You'd have been welcome to see him instead of me seeing him," growled the tinker, "for he was a long-winded one." Not without a sense of injury in the remembrance, the tinker gloomily closed his eyes. Mr. Traveller, deeming the tinker a short-winded one, from whom no further breath of information was to be derived, betook himself to the gate. Swung upon its rusty hinges, it admitted him into a yard in which there was nothing to be seen but an outhouse attached to the ruined building, with a barred window in it. And there were traces of many recent footsteps under this window, and as it was a low window and unglazed, Mr. Traveller made bold to peep within the bars. And there, to be sure, he had a real live hermit before him, and could judge how the real dead hermits used to look. He was lying on a bank of soot and cinders on the floor in front of a rusty fireplace. There was nothing else in the dark little kitchen or scullery, or whatever his den had been originally used as, but a table with a litter of old bottles on it. A rat made a clatter among these bottles, jumped down, and ran over the real live hermit on his way to his hole, or the man in his hole would not have been so easily discernible. Tickled in the face by the rat's tail, the owner of Tom Tiddler's ground opened his eyes, saw Mr. Traveller, started up, and sprang to the window. Thought Mr. Traveller, retiring a pace or two from the bars. A compound of Newgate, Bedlam, a debtor's prison in the worst time, a chimney-sweep, a mudlark, and the noble savage. A nice old family, the hermit family. Pah! Mr. Traveller thought this as he silently confronted the sooty object in the blanket and skewer (in sober truth it wore nothing else), with the matted hair and the staring eyes. Further, Mr. Traveller thought, as the eye surveyed him with a very obvious curiosity in ascertaining the effect they produced, "Vanity, vanity, vanity, verily all is vanity." "What is your name, sir, and where do you come from?" asked Mr. Mopes, the hermit, with an air of authority, but in the ordinary human speech of one who has been to school. Mr. Traveller answered the inquiries. "Did you come here, sir, to see me?" "I did. I heard of you, and I came to see you. I know you like to be seen." Mr. Traveller coolly threw the last words in as a matter of course, to forestall an affectation of resentment or objection that he saw rising beneath the grease and grime of the face. They had their effect. "So," said the hermit, after a momentary silence, unclasping the bars by which he had previously held, and seating himself behind them on the ledge of the window, with his bare legs and feet crouched up, You know I like to be seen?" Mr. Traveller looked about him for something to sit on, and observing a billet of wood in a corner, brought it near the window. Deliberately seating himself upon it, he answered, "Just so." Each looked at the other, and each appeared to take some pains to get the measure of the other. "Then you have come to ask me why I lead this life," said the hermit, frowning in a stormy manner. "I never tell that to any human being. I will not be asked that." "Certainly you will not be asked that by me," said Mr. Traveller, "for I have not the slightest desire to know." "You are an uncouth man," said Mr. Mopes the hermit. "You are another," said Mr. Traveller. The hermit, who was plainly in the habit of overawing his visitors with the novelty of his filth and his blanket and skewer, glared at his present visitor in some discomfiture and surprise, as if he had taken aim at him with a sure gun, and his piece had missed fire. "Why do you come here at all?" he asked after a pause. "Upon my life," said Mr. Traveller, "I was made to ask myself that very question only a few minutes ago. By a tinker, too." As he glanced towards the gate in saying it, the hermit glanced in that direction likewise. "Yes, he is lying on his back in the sunlight outside," said Mr. Traveller, as if he had been asked concerning the man, "and he won't come in, for he says, and really very reasonably, 'What should I come in for? I can see a dirty man anywhere.'" "You are an insolent person. Go away from my premises. Go," said the hermit, in an imperious and angry tone. "Come, come," returned Mr. Traveller, quite undisturbed. "This is a little too much. You are not going to call yourself clean? Look at your legs. And as to these being your premises, they are in far too disgraceful a condition to claim any privilege of ownership or anything else." The hermit bounced down from his window ledge and cast himself on his bed of soot and cinders. "I am not going," said Mr. Traveller, glancing in after him. "You won't get rid of me in that way. You had better come and talk." "I won't talk," said the hermit, flouncing round to get his back towards the window. "Then I will," said Mr. Traveller. "Why should you take it ill that I have no curiosity to know why you live this highly absurd and highly indecent life? When I contemplate a man in a state of disease, surely there is no moral obligation on me to be anxious to know how he took it." After a short silence, the hermit bounced up again and came back to the barred window. "What? You are not gone?" he said, affecting to have supposed that he was. "Nor going," Mr. Traveller replied. "I design to pass this summer day here." "How dare you come, sir, upon my premises?" The hermit was returning, when his visitor interrupted him. "Really, you know, you must not talk about your premises. I cannot allow such a place as this to be dignified with the name of premises." "How dare you," said the hermit, shaking his bars, "come in at my gate to taunt me with being in a diseased state?" "Why, bless my soul," returned the other very composedly, "you have not the face to say that you are in a wholesome state? Do allow me again to call your attention to your legs. Scrape yourself anywhere, with anything, and then tell me you are in a wholesome state. The fact is, Mr. Mopes, that you are not only a nuisance—" "A nuisance?" repeated the hermit fiercely. "What is a place in this obscene state of dilapidation but a nuisance? What is a man in your obscene state of dilapidation but a nuisance? Then, as you very well know, you cannot do without an audience, and your audience is a nuisance. You attract all the disreputable vagabonds and prowlers within 10 miles around, by exhibiting yourself to them in that objectionable blanket, and by throwing copper money among them, and giving them drink out of those very dirty jars and bottles that I see in there. Their stomachs need to be strong. And in short," said Mr. Traveller, summing up in a quietly and comfortably settled manner, "you are a nuisance, and this kennel is a nuisance, and the audience that you cannot possibly dispense with is a nuisance, and the nuisance is not merely a local nuisance, because it is a general nuisance to know that there can be such a nuisance left in civilization so very long after its time." "Will you go away? I have a gun in here," said the hermit. "Pooh!" "I have." "Now, I put it to you, did I say you had not? And as to going away, didn't I say I am not going away? You have made me forget where I was. I now remember that I was remarking on your conduct being a nuisance. Moreover, it is in the last and lowest degree inconsequent foolishness and weakness." "Weakness?" echoed the hermit. "Weakness," said Mr. Traveller, with his former comfortably settled final air. "I weak, you fool?" said the hermit. "I who have held to my purpose and my diet and my only bed there all these years?" "The more the years, the weaker you," returned Mr. Traveller, "though the years are not so many as folks say, and as you willingly take credit for. The crust upon your face is thick and dark, Mr. Mopes, but I can see enough of you through it to see that you are still a young man." "Inconsequent foolishness is lunacy, I suppose," said the hermit. "I suppose it is very like it," answered Mr. Traveller. "Do I converse like a lunatic?" "One of us two must have a strong presumption against him of being one, whether or no. Either the clean and decorously clad man, or the dirty and indecorously clad man. I don't say which." "Why, you self-sufficient bear," said the hermit, "not a day passes but I am justified in my purpose by the conversations I hold here. Not a day passes but I am shown, by everything I hear and see here, how right and strong I am in upholding my purpose." Mr. Traveller, lounging easily on his billet of wood, took out a pocket pipe and began to fill it. "Now that a man," he said, appealing to the summer sky as he did so, "that a man, even behind bars, in a blanket and skewer, should tell me that he can see from day to day any orders or conditions of men, women, or children, who can by any possibility teach him that it is anything but the miserablest drivelling for a human creature to quarrel with his social nature, not to go so far as to say, to renounce his common human decency, for that is an extreme case, or who can teach him that he can in any wise separate himself from his kind and the habits of his kind, without becoming a deteriorated spectacle calculated to give the devil, and perhaps the monkeys, pleasure, is something wonderful. I repeat," said Mr. Traveller, beginning to smoke, "the unreasoning hardihood of it is something wonderful, even in a man with the dirt upon him an inch or two thick, behind bars, in a blanket and skewer." The hermit looked at him irresolutely, and retired to his soot and cinders, and lay down, and got up again and came to the bars, and again looked at him irresolutely, and finally said with sharpness, "I don't like tobacco." "I don't like dirt," rejoined Mr. Traveller. "Tobacco is an excellent disinfectant. We shall both be the better for my pipe. It is my intention to sit here through this summer day until that blessed summer sun sinks low in the west, and to show you what a poor creature you are through the lips of every chance wayfarer who may come in at your gate." "What do you mean?" inquired the hermit with a furious air. "I mean that yonder is your gate, and there are you, and here am I. I mean that I know it to be a moral impossibility that any person can stray in at that gate from any point of the compass with any sort of experience, gained at first hand or derived from another, that can confute me and justify you." "You are an arrogant and boastful hero," said the hermit. "You think yourself profoundly wise." "Bah!" returned Mr. Traveller, quietly smoking. "There is little wisdom in knowing that every man must be up and doing, and that all mankind are made dependent on one another." "You have companions outside," said the hermit. "I am not to be imposed upon by your assumed confidence in the people who may enter." "A depraved distrust," returned the visitor, compassionately raising his eyebrows, "of course belongs to your state. I can't help that." "Do you mean to tell me you have no confederates?" "I mean to tell you nothing but what I have told you. What I have told you is, that it is a moral impossibility that any son or daughter of Adam can stand on this ground that I put my foot on, or on any ground that mortal treads, and gainsay the healthy tenure on which we hold our existence. Which is, sneered the Hermit, according to you— Which is, returned the other, according to eternal providence, that we must arise and wash our faces and do our gregarious work and act and react on one another, leaving only the idiot and the palsied to sit blinking in the corner. Come, apostrophizing the gate, open sesame, show his eyes and grieve his heart. I don't care who comes, for I know what must come of it. With that he faced round a little on his billet of wood towards the gate, and Mr. Mopes the Hermit, after 2 or 3 ridiculous bounces of indecision at his bed and back again, submitted to what he could not help himself against, and coiled himself on his window ledge, holding to his bars and looking out rather anxiously. End of Story 14, Part 1. Story 14 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 14, Tom Tiddler's Ground, Part 2. 6. Picking up Miss Kimmeens. The day was by this time waning when the gate again opened, and with the brilliant golden light that streamed from the declining sun and touched the very bars of the sooty creature's den, there passed in a little child, a little girl with beautiful bright hair. She wore a plain straw hat, and had a door key in her hand, and tripped towards Mr. Traveller, as if she were pleased to see him, and were going to repose some childish confidence in him, when she caught sight of the figure behind the bars, and started back in terror. "Don't be alarmed, darling," said Mr. Traveller, taking her by the hand. "Oh, but I don't like it," urged the shrinking child. "It's dreadful." "Well, I don't like it either," said Mr. Traveller. "Who has put it there?" asked the little girl. "Does it bite?" "Oh, no, only barks. But can't you make up your mind to see it, my dear?" For she was covering her eyes. "Oh, no, 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 no," returned the child. "I cannot bear to look at it." Mr. Traveller turned his head towards his friend in there, as much as to ask him how he liked that instance of his success, and then took the child out at the still open gate, and stood talking to her for some half an hour in the mellow sunlight. At length he returned, encouraging her as she held his arm with both her hands, and laying his protecting hand upon her head and smoothing her pretty hair, he addressed his friend behind the bars as follows. "Miss Pupford's establishment for 6 young ladies of tender years is an establishment of a compact nature, an establishment in miniature, quite a pocket establishment. Miss Pupford, Miss Pupford's assistant with a Parisian accent, Miss Pupford's cook, and Miss Pupford's housemaid complete what Miss Pupford calls the educational and domestic staff of her Lilliputian college. Miss Pupford is one of the most amiable of her sex. It necessarily follows that she possesses a sweet temper, and would own to the possession of a great deal of sentiment if she considered it quite reconcilable with her duty to parents. Deeming it not in the bond, Miss Pupford keeps it as far out of sight as she can, which, God bless her, is not very far. Miss Pupford's assistant with the Parisian accent may be regarded as in some sort an inspired lady, for she never conversed with a Parisian and was never out of England, except once in the pleasure boat Lively in the foreign waters that ebb and flow 2 miles off Margate in high water. Even under these geographically favourable circumstances for the acquisition of the French language in its utmost politeness and purity, Miss Pupford's assistant did not fully profit by the opportunity, for the pleasure boat Lively so strongly asserted its title to its name on that occasion that she was reduced to the condition of lying in the bottom of the boat, pickling in brine, as if she were being salted down for the use of the navy, undergoing at the same time great mental alarm, corporeal distress, and clear-starching derangement. When Miss Pupford and her assistant first foregathered is not known to men or pupils, but it was long ago. A belief would have established itself among pupils that the two once went to school together, were it not for the difficulty and audacity of imagining Miss Pupford born without mittens and without a front, and without a bit of gold wire among her front teeth, and without little dabs of powder on her neat little face and nose. Indeed, whenever Miss Pupford gives a little lecture on the mythology of the misguided heathens, always carefully excluding Cupid from recognition, and tells how Minerva sprang perfectly equipped from the brain of Jupiter, she is half supposed to hint, "So I myself came into the world completely up in Pinnock, Magnol, tables, and the use of the globes." Howbeit, Miss Pupford and Miss Pupford's assistant are old friends, and it is thought by pupils that after pupils are gone to bed they even call one another by their Christian names in the quiet little parlour. For once upon a time, on a thunderous afternoon, when Miss Pupford fainted away without notice, Miss Pupford's assistant, never heard before or since to address her otherwise than Miss Pupford, ran to her crying out, "My dearest Euphemia!" And Euphemia is Miss Pupford's Christian name on the sampler, date picked out, hanging up in the college hall, where the two peacocks, terrified to death by some German text that is waddling downhill after them out of a cottage, are scuttling away to hide their profiles in two immense beanstalks growing out of flower-pots. Also, there is a notion latent among pupils that Miss Pupford was once in love, and that the beloved object still moves upon this ball. Also that he is a public character and a personage of vast consequence. Also that Miss Pupford's assistant knows all about it. For sometimes of an afternoon, when Miss Pupford has been reading the paper through her little gold eyeglass (it is necessary to read it on the spot, as the boy calls for it with ill-conditioned punctuality in an hour), she has become agitated and has said to her assistant, "Gee!" Then Miss Pupford's assistant has gone to Miss Pupford, and Miss Pupford has pointed out with her eyeglass G in the paper, and then Miss Pupford's assistant has read about G and has shown sympathy. So stimulated has the pupil mind been in its time to curiosity on the subject of G, that once, under temporary circumstances favourable to the bold sally, one fearless pupil did actually obtain possession of the paper and range all over it in search of G, who had been discovered therein by Miss Pupford not 10 minutes before. But no G could be identified, except one capital offender who had been executed in a state of great hardihood, and it was not to be supposed that Miss Pupford could ever have loved him. Besides, he couldn't be always being executed. Besides, he got into the paper again, alive, within a month. On the whole, it is suspected by the pupil mind that G is a short, chubby old gentleman with little black sealing-wax boots up to his knees, whom a sharply observant pupil, Miss Links, when she once went to Tunbridge Wells with Miss Pupford for the holidays, reported on her return, privately and confidentially, to have seen come capering up to Miss Pupford on the promenade, and to have detected in the act of squeezing Miss Pupford's hand, and to have heard pronounce the words, "Cruel Euphemia, ever thine," or something like that. Miss Links hazarded a guess that he might be House of Commons, or Money Market, or Court Circular, or Fashionable Movements, which would account for his getting into the paper so often. But it was fatally objected by the pupil mind that none of these notabilities could possibly be spelt with a G. There are other occasions, closely watched and perfectly comprehended by the pupil mind, when Miss Pupford imparts with mystery to her assistant that there is special excitement in the morning paper. These occasions are, when Miss Pupford finds an old pupil coming out under the head of births or marriages. Affectionate tears are invariably seen in Miss Pupford's meek little eyes when this is the case, and the pupil mind, perceiving that its order has distinguished itself, though the fact is never mentioned by Miss Pupford, becomes elevated, and feels that it likewise is reserved for greatness. Miss Pupford's assistant with the Parisian accent has a little more bone than Miss Pupford, but is of the same trim, orderly, diminutive cast, and from long contemplation, admiration, and imitation of Miss Pupford, has grown like her. Being entirely devoted to Miss Pupford, and having a pretty talent for pencil drawing, she once made a portrait of that lady, which was so instantly identified and hailed by the pupils that it was done on stone at 5 shillings. Surely the softest and milkiest stone that ever was quarried received that likeness of Miss Pupford. The lines of her placid little nose are so undecided in it that strangers to the work of art are observed to be exceedingly perplexed as to where the nose goes to, and involuntarily feel their own noses in a disconcerted manner. Miss Pupford, being represented in a state of dejection at an open window, ruminating over a bowl of goldfish, the pupil mind has settled that the bowl was presented by G, and that he wreathed the bowl with flowers of soul, and that Miss Pupford is depicted as waiting for him on a memorable occasion when he was behind his time. The approach of the last midsummer holidays had a particular interest for the pupil mind, by reason of its knowing that Miss Pupford was bidden on the second day of those holidays to the nuptials of a former pupil. As it was impossible to conceal the fact, so extensive were the dressmaking preparations, Miss Pupford openly announced it. But she held it due to parents to make the announcement with an air of gentle melancholy, as if marriage were, as indeed it exceptionally has been, rather a calamity. With an air of softened resignation and pity, therefore, Miss Pupford went on with her preparations, and meanwhile no pupil ever went upstairs or came down without peeping in at the door of Miss Pupford's bedroom, when Miss Pupford wasn't there, and bringing back some surprising intelligence concerning the bonnet. The extensive preparations being completed on the day before the holidays, an unanimous entreaty was preferred to Miss Pupford by the pupil mind, finding expression through Miss Pupford's assistant, that she would deign to appear in all her splendour. Miss Pupford, consenting, presented a lovely spectacle, and although the oldest pupil was barely 13, every one of the 6 became in 2 minutes perfect in the shape, cut, colour, price, and quality of every article Miss Pupford wore. Thus delightfully ushered in, the holidays began. 5 of the 6 pupils kissed little Kitty Kimmeens 20 times over, round total 100 times, for she was very popular, and so went home. Miss Kitty Kimmeens remained behind, for her relations and friends were all in India, far away. A self-helpful, steady little child is Miss Kitty Kimmeens, a dimpled child too, and a loving. So the great marriage day came, and Miss Pupford, quite as much fluttered as any bride could be, Gee, thought Miss Kitty Kimmeens, went away, splendid to behold, in the carriage that was sent for her. But not Miss Pupford only went away, for Miss Pupford's assistant went away with her on a dutiful visit to an aged uncle, though surely the venerable gentleman couldn't live in the gallery of the church where the marriage was to be, thought Miss Kitty Kimmeens, and yet Miss Pupford's assistant had let out that she was going there. Where the cook was going didn't appear, but she generally conveyed to Miss Kimmeens that she was bound, rather against her will, on a pilgrimage to perform some pious office that rendered new ribbons necessary to her best bonnet, and also sandals to her shoes. "So you see," said the housemaid, when they were all gone, "there's nobody left in the house but you and me, Miss Kimmeens." "Nobody else?" said Miss Kimmeens, shaking her curls a little sadly. "Nobody." "And you wouldn't like your Bella to go too, would you, Miss Kimmeens?" said the housemaid. She being Bella. "No," answered little Miss Kimmeens. "Your poor Bella is forced to stay with you, whether she likes it or not, ain't she, Miss Kimmeens?" "Don't you like it?" inquired Kitty. "Why, you're such a darling, miss, that it would be unkind of your Bella to make objections. Yet my brother-in-law has been took unexpected bad by this morning's post, and your poor Bella is much attached to him, letting alone her favourite sister, Miss Kimmeens." "Is he very ill?" asked little Kitty. "Your poor Bella has her fears so, Miss Kimmeens," returned the housemaid with her apron at her eyes. "It was but his inside, it is true, but it might mount, and the doctor said that if it mounted, he wouldn't answer." Here the housemaid was so overcome that Kitty administered the only comfort she had ready, which was a kiss. "If it hadn't been for disappointing Cook, dear Miss Kimmeens," said the housemaid, "your Bella would have asked her to stay with you. For Cook is sweet company, Miss Kimmeens, much more so than your own poor Bella." "But you are very nice, Bella." "Your Bella could wish to be so, Miss Kimmeens," returned the housemaid, "but she knows full well that it do not lay in her power this day." With which despondent conviction the housemaid drew a heavy sigh and took her head and dropped it on one side. "If it had been anyways right to disappoint Cook," she pursued in a contemplative and abstracted manner, "it might have been so easy done. I could have got to my brother-in-law's and had the best part of the day there, and got back long before our ladies come home at night, and neither the one nor the other of them need never have known it. Not that Miss Pupford would at all object, but that it might put her out, being tender-hearted. Howsoever, your poor Bella, Miss Kimmeens," said the housemaid, rousing herself, "is forced to stay with you, and you're a precious love, if not a liberty." "Bella," said little Kitty, after a short silence. "Call your own poor Bella your Bella, dear," the housemaid besought her. "My Bella, then." "Bless your considerate heart," said the housemaid. "If you would not mind leaving me, I should not mind being left. I am not afraid to stay in the house alone, and you need not be uneasy on my account, for I would be very careful to do no harm." "Oh, as to harm, you more than sweetest, if not a liberty," exclaimed the housemaid in a rapture. "Your Bella could trust you anywhere, being so steady and so answerable. The oldest head in this house, me and Cook, says, but for its bright hair is Miss Kimmeens. But no, I will not leave you, for you would think your Bella unkind." "But if you are my Bella, you must go," returned the child. "Must I?" said the housemaid, rising on the whole with alacrity. "What must be, Miss Kimmeens. Your own poor Bella acts according, though unwilling. But go or stay, your own poor Bella loves you, Miss Kimmeens." It was certainly go, and not stay, for within 5 minutes Miss Kimmeens' own poor Bella, so much improved in point of spirits as to have grown almost sanguine on the subject of her brother-in-law, went her way, in apparel that seemed to have been expressly prepared for some festive occasion. Such are the changes of this fleeting world, and so short-sighted are we poor mortals. When the house door closed with a bang and a shake, it seemed to Miss Kimmeens to be a very heavy house door, shutting her up in a wilderness of a house. But Miss Kimmeens, being, as before stated, of a self-reliant and methodical character, presently began to parcel out the long summer day before her. And first she thought she would go all over the house, to make quite sure that nobody with a greatcoat on and a carving knife in it had got under one of the beds or into one of the cupboards. Not that she had ever before been troubled by the image of anybody armed with a greatcoat and a carving knife, but that it seemed to have been shaken into existence by the shake and the bang of the great street door, reverberating through the solitary house. So little Miss Kimmeens looked under the 5 empty beds of the 5 departed pupils, and looked under her own bed, and looked under Miss Pupford's bed, and looked under Miss Pupford's assistant's bed. And when she had done this, and was making the tour of the cupboards, the disagreeable thought came into her young head, what a very alarming thing it would be to find somebody with a mask on, like Guy Fawkes, hiding bolt upright in a corner, and pretending not to be alive. However, Miss Kimmeens, having finished her inspection without making any such uncomfortable discovery, sat down in her tidy little manner to needlework, and began stitching away at a great rate. The silence all about her soon grew very oppressive, and the more so because of the odd inconsistency that the more silent it was, the more noises there were. The noise of her own needle and thread as she stitched was infinitely louder in her ears than the stitching of all the 6 pupils, and of Miss Pupford and of Miss Pupford's assistant, all stitching away at once on a highly emulative afternoon. Then the schoolroom clock conducted itself in a way in which it had never conducted itself before, fell lame somehow, and yet persisted in running on as hard and as loud as it could, the consequence of which behaviour was that it staggered among the minutes in a state of the greatest confusion, and knocked them about in all directions without appearing to get on with its regular work. Perhaps this alarmed the stairs, but be that as it might, they began to creak in a most unusual manner, and then the furniture began to crack, and then poor little Miss Kimmeens, not liking the furtive aspect of things in general, began to sing as she stitched. But it was not her own voice that she heard. It was somebody else making believe to be Kitty, and singing excessively flat, without any heart. So as that would never mend matters, she left off again. By and by the stitching became so palpable a failure that Miss Kitty Kimmeens folded her work neatly, and put it away in its box, and gave it up. Then the question arose about reading. But no, the book that was so delightful when there was somebody she loved for her eyes to fall on when they rose from the page, had not more heart in it than her own singing now. The book went to its shelf as the needlework had gone to its box, and since something must be done, thought the child, I'll go put my room to rights. She shared her room with her dearest little friend among the other 5 pupils, and why then should she now conceive a lurking dread of the little friend's bedstead? But she did. There was a stealthy air about its innocent white curtains, and there were even dark hints of a dead girl lying under the coverlet. The great want of human company, the great need of a human face, began now to express itself in the facility with which the furniture put on strange exaggerated resemblances to human looks. A chair with a menacing frown was horribly out of temper in a corner. A most vicious chest of drawers snarled at her from between the windows. It was no relief to escape from those monsters to the looking-glass, for the reflection said, "What? Is that you all alone there? How you stare!" And the background was all a great void stare as well. The day dragged on, dragging Kitty with it very slowly by the hair of her head, until it was time to eat. There were good provisions in the pantry, but their right flavour and relish had evaporated with the 5 pupils, and Miss Pupford and Miss Pupford's assistant, and the cook and the housemaid. Where was the use of laying the cloth symmetrically for one small guest, who had gone on ever since the morning, growing smaller and smaller, while the empty house had gone on swelling larger and larger? The very grace came out wrong, for who were we who were going to receive and be thankful? So Miss Kimmeens was not thankful, and found herself taking her dinner in very slovenly style, gobbling it up, in short, rather after the manner of the lower animals, not to particularize the pigs. But this was by no means the worst of the change wrought out in the naturally loving and cheery little creature as the solitary day wore on. She began to brood and be suspicious. She discovered that she was full of wrongs and injuries. All the people she knew got tainted by her lonely thoughts and turned bad. It was all very well for Papa, a widower in India, to send her home to be educated, and to pay a handsome round sum every year for her to Miss Pupford, and to write charming letters to his darling little daughter. But what did he care for her being left by herself, when he was, as no doubt he always was, enjoying himself in company from morning till night? Perhaps he only sent her here, after all, to get her out of the way. It looked like it today, that is, for she had never dreamed of such a thing before. And this old pupil who was being married. It was insupportably conceited and selfish in the old pupil to be married. She was very vain and very glad to show off, but it was highly probable that she wasn't pretty, and even if she were pretty, which Miss Kimmeens now totally denied, she had no business to be married, and even if marriage were conceded, she had no business to ask Miss Pupford to her wedding. As to Miss Pupford, she was too old to go to any wedding. She ought to know that. She had much better attend to her business. She had thought she looked nice in the morning, but she didn't look nice. She was a stupid old thing. G was another stupid old thing. Miss Pupford's assistant was another. They were all stupid old things together. More than that, it began to be obvious that this was a plot. They had said to one another, "Never mind Kitty. You get off and I'll get off, and we'll leave Kitty to look after herself. Who cares for her?" To be sure, they were right in that question, for who did care for her, a poor little lonely thing against whom they all planned and plotted? Nobody. Nobody. Here Kitty sobbed. At other times she was the pet of the whole house, and loved her 5 companions in return with a child's tenderest and most ingenuous attachment. But now the 5 companions put on ugly colours, and appeared for the first time under a sullen cloud. There they were, all at their homes that day, being made much of, being taken out, being spoilt and made disagreeable, and caring nothing for her. It was like their artful selfishness always to tell her when they came back, under pretence of confidence and friendship, all those details about where they had been, and what they had done and seen, and how often they had said, "Oh, if we only had darling little Kitty here!" Here, indeed, I dare say. When they came back after the holidays, they were used to being received by Kitty, and to saying that coming to Kitty was like coming to another home. Very well, then, why did they go away? If they meant it, why did they go away? Let them answer that. But they didn't mean it, and couldn't answer that, and they didn't tell the truth, and people who didn't tell the truth were hateful. When they came back next time, they should be received in a new manner. They should be avoided and shunned. And there the while she sat, all alone, revolving how ill she was used, and how much better she was than the people who were not alone. The wedding breakfast was going on. No question of it. With a nasty great bride cake, and with those ridiculous orange flowers, and with that conceited bride, and that hideous bridegroom, and those heartless bridesmaids, and Miss Pupford stuck up at the table. They thought they were enjoying themselves, but it would come home to them one day to have thought so. They would all be dead in a few years, let them enjoy themselves ever so much. It was a religious comfort to know that. It was such a comfort to know it, that little Miss Kitty Kimmeens suddenly sprang from the chair in which she had been musing in a corner, and cried out, "Oh, these envious thoughts are not mine! Oh, this wicked creature isn't me! Help me, somebody! I go wrong alone, by my weak self! Help me, somebody!" "Miss Kimmeens is not a professed philosopher, sir," said Mr. Traveller, presenting her at the barred window, and smoothing her shining hair, "but I apprehend there was some tincture of philosophy in her words, and in the prompt action with which she followed them. That action was to emerge from her unnatural solitude, and look abroad for wholesome sympathy to bestow and to receive. Her footsteps strayed to this gate. bringing her here by chance as an apposite contrast to you. The child came out, sir. If you have the wisdom to learn from a child, but I doubt it, for that requires more wisdom than one in your condition would seem to possess, you cannot do better than imitate the child and come out, too, from that very demoralizing hutch of yours. 7. Picking up the Tinker. It was now sunset. The hermit had betaken himself to his bed of cinders half an hour ago, and lying on it in his blanket and skewer, with his back to the window, took not the smallest heed of the appeal addressed to him. All that had been said for the last 2 hours had been said to a tinkling accompaniment performed by the tinker, who had got to work upon some villager's pot or kettle, and was working briskly outside. This music still continuing seemed to put it into Mr. Traveller's mind to have another word or two with the tinker. So holding Miss Kimmeens, with whom he was now on the most friendly terms, by the hand, he went out at the gate to where the tinker was seated at his work on the patch of grass on the opposite side of the road, with his wallet of tools open before him, and his little fire smoking. "I am glad to see you employed," said Mr. Traveller. "I am glad to be employed," returned the tinker, looking up as he put the finishing touches to his job. "But why are you glad? I thought you were a lazy fellow when I saw you this morning." "I was only disgusted," said the tinker. "Do you mean with the fine weather?" "With the fine weather?" repeated the tinker, staring. "You told me you were not particular as to weather, and I thought—" "Ha! How should such as me get on if we was particular as to weather? We must take it as it comes and make the best of it. There's something good in all weathers. If it don't happen to be good for my work to-day, it's good for some other man's to-day, and will come round to me to-morrow. We must all live." "Pray, shake hands," said Mr. Traveller. "Take care, sir," was the tinker's caution as he reached up his hand in surprise. "The black comes off." "I am glad of it," said Mr. Traveller. "I have been for several hours among other black that does not come off." "You are speaking of Tom in there?" "Yes." "Well now," said the tinker, blowing the dust off his job, which was finished, "ain't it enough to discuss a pig, if he could give his mind to it?" "If he could give his mind to it," returned the other, smiling, "the probability is that he wouldn't be a pig." "There you clinch the nail," returned the tinker. "Then what's to be said for Tom?" "Truly, very little." "Truly nothing, you mean, sir," said the tinker, as he put away his tools. "A better answer, and I freely acknowledge my meaning. I infer that he was the cause of your disgust." "Why, look'ee here, sir," said the tinker, rising to his feet and wiping his face on the corner of his black apron energetically. "I leave you to judge. I ask you. Last night I has a job that needs to be done in the night, and I works all night. Well, there's nothing in that. But this morning I comes along this road here, looking for a sunny and soft spot to sleep in, and I sees this desolation and ruination. I've lived myself in desolation and ruination. I knows many a fellow creetur that's forced to live lifelong in desolation and ruination, and I sits me down and takes pity on it as I casts my eyes about. Then comes up the long-winded one, as I told you of, from that gate, and spins himself out like a silkworm concerning the donkey, if my donkey at home will excuse me, as he has made it all, made it of his own choice. And tells me, if you please, of his likewise choosing to go ragged and naked and grimy, masquerading, mountebanking in what is the real hard lot of thousands and thousands. Why, then, I say it's a unbearable and nonsensical piece of inconsistency, and I'm disgusted. I'm ashamed and disgusted." "I wish you would come and look at him," said Mr. Traveller, clapping the tinker on the shoulder. "Not I, sir," he rejoined. "I ain't going to flatter him up by looking at him." "But he is asleep." "Are you sure he is asleep?" asked the tinker, with an unwilling air, and he shouldered his wallet. "Sure." "Then I'll look at him for a quarter of a minute," said the Tinker, "since you so much wish it, but not a moment longer." They all three went back across the road and through the barred window by the dying glow of the sunset coming in at the gate, which the child held open for its admission. He could be pretty clearly discerned lying on his bed. "You see him?" asked Mr. Traveller. "Yes," returned the Tinker, "and he's worse than I thought him." Mr. Traveller then whispered in a few words what he had done since morning, and asked the Tinker what he thought of that. "I think," returned the Tinker as he turned from the window, "that you've wasted a day on him." "I think so too, though not, I hope, upon myself. Do you happen to be going anywhere near the Peal of Bells?" "That's my direct way, sir," said the Tinker. "I invite you to supper there. And as I learn from this young lady that she goes some 3/4 of a mile in the same direction, we will drop her on the road, and we will spare time to keep her company at her garden gate until her own Bella comes home." So Mr. Traveller and the child and the Tinker went along very amicably in the sweet-scented evening, and the moral with which the Tinker dismissed the subject was, that he said in his trade that metal that rotted for want of use had better be left to rot, and couldn't rot too soon, considering how much true metal rotted from overuse and hard service. End of Story 14, Part 2. Story 15 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 15, Somebody's Luggage, Part 1. Chapter 1, His Leaving It Till Called For. The writer of these humble lines being a waiter, and having come of a family of waiters, and owning at the present time 5 brothers who are all waiters, and likewise an only sister who is a waitress, would wish to offer a few words respecting his calling, first having the pleasure of hereby in a friendly manner offering the dedication of the same unto Joseph, much respected head waiter at the Slam Jam Coffee House, London, E.C., than which an individual more eminently deserving of the name of man, or a more amenable honour to his own head and heart, whether considered in the light of a waiter or regarded as a human being, do not exist. In case confusion should arise in the public mind, which it is open to confusion on many subjects, respecting what is meant or implied by the term waiter, the present humble lines would wish to offer an explanation. It may not be generally known that the person as goes out to wait is not a waiter. It may not be generally known that the hand as is called in extra at the Freemasons' Tavern, or the London, or the Albion, or otherwise, is not a waiter. Such hands may be took on for public dinners by the bushel, and you may know them by their breathing with difficulty when in attendance, and taking away the bottle ere yet it is half out. But such are not waiters, for you cannot lay down the tailoring, or the shoemaking, or the brokering, or the greengrocering, or the pictorial periodicaling, or the second-hand wardrobe, or the small fancy businesses. You cannot lay down those lines of life at your will and pleasure by the half-day or evening, and take up waitering. You may suppose you can, but you cannot. Or you may go so far as to say you do, but you do not. Nor yet can you lay down the gentleman's service when stimulated by prolonged incompatibility on the part of cooks, and here it may be remarked that cooking and incompatibility will be mostly found united, and take up waitering. It has been ascertained that what a gentleman will sit meek under at home, he will not bear out of doors at the Slam Jam, or any similar establishment. Then what is the inference to be drawn respecting true waitering? You must be bred to it. You must be born to it. Would you know how born to it, fair reader? If of the adorable female sex, then learn from the biographical experience of one that is a waiter in the 61st year of his age. You were conveyed, ere yet your dawning powers were otherwise developed than to harbour vacancy in your inside, you were conveyed by surreptitious means into a pantry adjoining the Admiral Nelson civic and general dining rooms, there to receive by stealth that healthful sustenance which is the pride and boast of the British female constitution. Your mother was married to your father, himself a distant waiter, in the profoundest secrecy, for a waitress known to be married would ruin the best of businesses. It is the same as on the stage. Hence your being smuggled into the pantry, and that, to add to the infliction, by an unwilling grandmother. Under the combined influence of the smells of roast and boiled and soup and gas and malt liquors, you partook of your earliest nourishment, your unwilling grandmother sitting prepared to catch you when your mother was called, and dropped you; your grandmother's shawl ever ready to stifle your natural complainings, your innocent mind surrounded by uncongenial cruets, dirty plates, dish covers, and cold gravy; your mother calling down the pipe for veals and porks instead of soothing you with nursery rhymes. Under these untoward circumstances you were early weaned; your unwilling grandmother, ever growing more unwilling as your food assimilated less, then contracted habits of shaking you till your system curdled and your food would not assimilate at all. At length she was no longer spared, and could have been thankfully spared much sooner. When your brothers began to appear in succession, your mother retired, left off her smart dressing (she had previously been a smart dresser), and her dark ringlets, which had previously been flowing, and haunted your father late of nights, lying in wait for him, through all weathers, up the shabby court which led to the back door of the Royal Old Dustbin, said to have been so named by George IV, where your father was head. But the dustbin was going down then, and your father took but little, excepting from a liquid point of view. Your mother's object in these visits was of a housekeeping character, and you was set on to whistle your father out. Sometimes he came out, but generally not. Come or not come, however, all that part of his existence which was unconnected with open waitering was kept a close secret, and was acknowledged by your mother to be a close secret, and you and your mother flittered about the court, close secrets both of you, and would scarcely have confessed under torture that you knew your father, or that your father had any name than Dick, which wasn't his name, though he was never known by any other, or that he had kith or kin or chick or child. Perhaps the attraction of this mystery, combined with your father's having a damp compartment to himself behind a leaky cistern at the dustbin, a sort of a cellar compartment with a sink in it, and a smell and a plate rack and a bottle rack and 3 windows that didn't match each other or anything else, and no daylight, caused your young mind to feel convinced that you must grow up to be a waiter too. But you did feel convinced of it, and so did all your brothers, down to your sister. Every one of you felt convinced that you was born to the waitering. At this stage of your career, what was your feelings one day when your father came home to your mother in open broad daylight, of itself an act of madness on the part of a waiter, and took to his bed, leastways your mother and family's bed, with the statement that his eyes were devilled kidneys? Physicians being in vain, your father expired, after repeating at intervals for a day and a night, when gleams of reason and old business fitfully illuminated his being, 2 and 2 is 5, and 3 is 6pence. Interred in the parochial department of the neighbouring churchyard, and accompanied to the grave by as many waiters of long standing as could spare the morning time from their soiled glasses, namely 1, your bereaved form was attired in a white neckanger, and you was took on from motives of benevolence at the George and Gridiron, theatrical and supper. Here, supporting nature on what you found in the plates, which was as it happened, and but too often thoughtlessly immersed in mustard, and on what you found in the glasses, which rarely went beyond driblets and lemon, by night you dropped asleep standing, till you was cuffed awake, and by day was set to polishing every individual article in the coffee-room. Your couch being sawdust, your counterpane being ashes of cigars. Here frequently hiding a heavy heart under the smart tie of your white neckanger, or correctly speaking lower down and more to the left, you picked up the rudiments of knowledge from an extra, by the name of Bishops, and by calling plate washer, and gradually elevating your mind with chalk on the back of the corner box partition, until such time as you used the inkstand, when it was out of hand, attained to manhood, and to be the waiter that you find yourself. I could wish here to offer a few respectful words on behalf of the calling, so long the calling of myself and family, and the public interest in which is but too often very limited. You are not generally understood. No, we are not. Allowance enough is not made for us. For, say that we ever show a little drooping listlessness of spirits, or what might be termed indifference or apathy. Put it to yourself, what would your own state of mind be, if you was one of an enormous family, every member of which except you was always greedy and in a hurry? Put it to yourself that you was generally replete with animal food at the slack hours of 1 in the day and again at 9 p.m., and that the repleter you was, the more voracious all your fellow creatures came in. Put it to yourself that it was your business, when your digestion was well on, to take a personal interest and sympathy in 100 gentlemen fresh, say for the sake of argument only 100, whose imaginations was given up to grease and fat and gravy and melted butter, and abandoned to questioning you about cuts of this and dishes of that, each of 'em going on as if him and you and the bill of fare was alone in the world. Then look what you are expected to know. You are never out, but they seem to think you regularly attend everywhere. What's this, Christopher, that I hear about the smashed excursion train? How are they doing at the Italian Opera, Christopher? Christopher, what are the real particulars of this business at the Yorkshire Bank? Similarly, a ministry gives me more trouble than it gives the Queen. As to Lord Palmerston, the constant and wearing connection into which I have been brought with his lordship during the last few years is deserving of a pension. Then look at the hypocrites we are made, and the lies, white I hope, that are forced upon us. Why must a sedentary, pursuited waiter be considered to be a judge of horseflesh, and to have a most tremendous interest in horse training and racing? Yet it would be half of our little incomes out of our pockets if we didn't take on to have these sporting tastes. It is the same, inconceivable why, with farming, shooting equally so. I am sure that no regular as the months of August, September, and October come around, I am ashamed of myself in my own private bosom for the way in which I make believe to care whether or not the grouse is strong on the wing, much their wings or drumsticks either signifies to me, uncooked, and whether the partridges is plentiful among the turnips, and whether the pheasants is shy or bold, or anything else you wish to mention. Yet you may see me, or any other waiter of my standing, holding on by the back of the box, and leaning over a gentleman with his purse out and his bill before him, discussing these points in a confidential tone of voice, as if my happiness in life entirely depended on 'em. I have mentioned our little incomes. Look at the most unreasonable point of all, and the point on which the greatest injustice is done us. Whether it is owing to our always carrying so much change in our right-hand trouser pocket, and so many halfpence in our coat-tails, or whether it is human nature, which I were loath to believe, what is meant by the everlasting fable that head waiters is rich? How did that fable get into circulation? Who first put it about, and what are the facts to establish the unblushing statement? Come forth, thou slanderer, and refer the public to the waiter's will in Doctors' Commons supporting thy malignant hiss. Yet this is so commonly dwelt upon, especially by the screws who give waiters the least, that denial is vain, and we are obliged, for our credit's sake, to carry our heads as if we were going into a business, when of the two we are much more likely to go into a union. There was formerly a screw as frequented the Slamjam ere yet the present writer had quitted that establishment on a question of teaing his assistant staff out of his own pocket, which screw carried the taunt to its bitterest height. Never soaring above threepence, and as often as not grovelling on the earth a penny lower, he yet represented the present writer as a large holder of consols, a lender of money on mortgages, a capitalist. He has been overheard to dilate to other customers on the allegation that the present writer put out thousands of pounds at interest in distilleries and breweries. "Well, Christopher," he would say, having grovelled his lowest on the earth half a moment before, "looking out for a house to open, eh? Can't find a business to be disposed of on a scale as is up to your resources, To such a dizzy precipice of falsehood has this misrepresentation taken wing, that the well-known and highly respected Old Charles, long eminent at the West Country Hotel, and by some considered the father of the waitering, found himself under the obligation to fall into it through so many years that his own wife, for he had an unbeknown old lady, in that capacity towards himself, believed it. And what was the consequence? When he was borne to his grave on the shoulders of 6 picked waiters, with 6 more for change, 6 more acting as pallbearers, all keeping step in a pouring shower without a dry eye visible, and a concourse only inferior to royalty, his pantry and lodgings were equally ransacked high and low for property, and none was found. How could it be found, when beyond his last monthly collection of walking sticks, umbrellas, and pocket handkerchiefs, which happened to have been not yet disposed of, though he had ever been through life punctual in clearing off his collections by the month, there was no property existing? Such, however, is the force of this universal libel, that the widow of Old Charles, at the present hour an inmate of the almshouses of the Cork Cutters' Company, in Blue Anchor Road, identified sitting at the door of one of 'em in a clean cap and a Windsor arm-chair only last Monday, expects John's hoarded wealth to be found hourly. Nay, ere yet he had succumbed to the grisly dart, and when his portrait was painted in oils, life-size by subscription of the frequenters of the West Country, to hang over the coffee-room chimney-piece, there were not wanting those who contended that what is termed the accessories of such a portrait ought to be the Bank of England out of window, and a strong-box on the table. And but for better regulated minds contending for a bottle and screw, and the attitude of drawing, and carrying their point, it would have been so handed down to posterity. I am now brought to the title of the present remarks. Having, I hope, without offence to any quarter, offered such observations as I felt it my duty to offer in a free country, which has ever dominated the seas on the general subject, I will now proceed to wait on the particular question. At a momentous period of my life, when I was off, so far as concerned notice given, with a house that shall be nameless, for the question on which I took my departing stand was a fixed charge for waiters, and no house as commits itself to that eminently un-English act of more than foolishness and baseness shall be advertised by me. I repeat, at a momentous crisis, when I was off with a house too mean for mention, and not yet on with that to which I have ever since had the honour of being attached in the capacity of head, I was casting about what to do next. Then it were that proposals were made to me on behalf of my present establishment. Stipulations were necessary on my part, emendations were necessary on my part. In the end, ratifications ensued on both sides, and I entered on a new career. We are a bed business and a coffee-room business. We are not a general dining business, nor do we wish it. In consequence, when diners drop in, we know what to give 'em as will keep 'em away another time. We are a private room or family business also, but coffee-room principal. Me and the directory and the writing material and cetrer occupy a place to ourselves, a place fended off up a step or two at the end of the coffee-room, in what I call the good old-fashioned style. The good old-fashioned style is that whatever you want, down to a wafer, you must be wholly and solely dependent on the head waiter for. You must put yourself a new-born child into his hands. There is no other way in which a business untinged with continental vice can be conducted. It were bootless to add that if languages is required to be jabbered and English is not good enough, both families and gentlemen had better go somewhere else. When I began to settle down on this right-principled and well-conducted house, I noticed under the bed in number 24B, which it is up a angle off the staircase and usually put off on the lowly-minded, a heap of things in a corner. I asked our head chambermaid in the course of the day, "What are them things in 24B?" To which she answered with a careless air, "Somebody's luggage." Regarding her with a eye not free from severity, I says, "Whose luggage?" Evading my eye, she replied, "Lor, how should I know?" Being, it may be right to mention, a female of some pertness, though acquainted with her business. A head waiter must be either head or tail. He must be at one extremity or the other of the social scale. He cannot be at the waist of it or anywhere else but the extremities. It is for him to decide which of the extremities. On the eventful occasion under consideration, I give Mrs. Pratchett so distinctly to understand my decision that I broke her spirit as towards myself, then and there, and for good. Let not inconsistency be suspected on account of my mentioning Mrs. Pratchett as Mrs., and having formerly remarked that a waitress must not be married. Readers are respectfully requested to notice that Mrs. Pratchett is not a waitress, but a chambermaid. Now a chambermaid may be married. If head generally is married, or says so, it comes to the same thing as expressing what is customary. N.B. Mr. Pratchett is in Australia, and his address there is The Bush. Having took Mrs. Pratchett down as many pegs as was essential to the future happiness of all parties, I requested her to explain herself. For instance, I says, to give her a little encouragement, who is somebody? "I give you my sacred honour, Mr. Christopher," answered Pratchett, "that I haven't the faintest notion." But for the manner in which she settled her cap-strings, I should have doubted this, but in respect of positiveness, it was hardly to be discriminated from an affidavit. "Then you never saw him?" I followed her up with. "Nor yet," said Mrs. Pratchett, shutting her eyes and making as if she had just took a pill of unusual circumference, which gave a remarkable force to her denial, "nor yet any servant in this house. All have been changed, Mr. Christopher, within 5 year, and somebody left his luggage here before then." Inquiry of Miss Martin yielded, in the language of the bard of A1, confirmation strong. So it had really and truly happened. Miss Martin is the young lady at the bar as makes out our bills, and, though higher than I could wish considering her station, is perfectly well behaved. Farther investigation led to the disclosure that there was a bill against this luggage to the amount of £216.6. The luggage had been lying under the bedstead of 24B over 6 year. The bedstead is a 4-poster with a deal of old hanging and valance, and is, as I once said, probably connected with more than 24Bs, which I remember my hearer was pleased to laugh at the time. I don't know why. When do we know why? But this luggage laid heavy on my mind. I fell a wondering about somebody, and what he had got and been up to. I couldn't satisfy my thoughts why he should leave so much luggage against so small a bill. For I had the luggage out within a day or two and turned it over, and the following were the items: a black portmanteau, a black bag, a desk, a dressing-case, a brown paper parcel, a hat-box, and an umbrella strapped to a walking-stick. It was all very dusty and fluey. I had our porter up to get under the bed and fetch it out, and though he habitually wallows in dust, swims in it from morning to night, and wears a close-fitting waistcoat with black calamanco sleeves for the purpose, it made him sneeze again, and his throat was that hot with it that it was obliged to be cooled with a drink of Alsapi's draught. The luggage so got the better of me that instead of having it put back when it was well dusted and washed with a wet cloth, previous to which it was so covered with feathers that you might have thought it was turning into poultry and would by and by begin to lay, I say, instead of having it put back, I had it carried into one of my places downstairs. There from time to time I stared at it until it seemed to grow big and grow little, and came forward at me and retreat again, and go through all manner of performances resembling intoxication. When this had lasted weeks, I may say months, and not be far out, I one day thought of asking Miss Martin for the particulars of the 216.6 total. She was so obliging as to extract it from the books, it dating before her time, and here follows a true copy. Reader's note: here follows an extensive list of charges. End note. Memorandum, July 1st, 1857. He went out after dinner, directing luggage to be ready when he called for it. Never called. So far from throwing a light upon the subject, this bill appeared to me, if I may so express my doubts, to involve it in a yet more lurid halo. Speculating it over with the mistress, she informed me that the luggage had been advertised in the master's time as being to be sold after such and such a day to pay expenses, but no farther steps had been taken. I may here remark that the mistress is a widow in her 4th year. The master was possessed of one of those unfortunate constitutions in which spirits turns to water and rises in the ill-starred victim. My speculating it over, not then only, but repeatedly, sometimes with the mistress, sometimes with one, sometimes with another, led up to the mistress's saying to me, whether at first in joke or in earnest, or half joke and half earnest, it matters not, "Christopher, I am going to make you a handsome offer." If this should meet her eye, a lovely blue, may she not take it ill my mentioning that if I had been 8 or 10 year younger, I would have done as much by her. That is, I would have made her a offer. It is for others than me to denominate it a handsome one. "Christopher, I am going to make you a handsome offer." "Put a name to it, ma'am." "Look here, Christopher, run over the articles of somebody's luggage. You've got it all by heart, I know." "A black portmanteau, ma'am, a black bag, a desk, a dressing-case, a brown paper parcel, a hat-box, and an umbrella strapped to a walking-stick. All just as they were left, nothing opened, nothing tampered with." "You are right, ma'am. All locked but the brown paper parcel, and that sealed." The mistress was leaning on Miss Martin's desk at the bar window, and she taps the open book that lays upon the desk. She has a pretty made hand, to be sure, and bobs her head over it and laughs. "Come," says she, "Christopher, pay me somebody's bill, and you shall have somebody's luggage." I rather took to the idea from the first moment, but "It mayn't be worth the money," I objected, seeming to hold back. "That's a lottery," says the mistress, folding her arms upon the book. It ain't her hands alone that's pretty made, the observation extends right up her arms. "Won't you venture £2 16 shillings and 6 in the lottery?" "Why, there's no blanks," says the mistress, laughing and bobbing her head again. "You must win. If you lose, you must win. All prizes in this lottery. Draw a blank, and remember, gentlemen sportsmen, you'll still be entitled to a black portmanteau, a black bag, a desk, a dressing-case, a sheet of brown paper, a hat-box, and an umbrella strapped to a walking-stick. To make short of it, Miss Martin come round me, and Mrs. Pratchett come round me, and the mistress she was completely round me already, and all the women in the house come round me, and if it had been 16-2 instead of 2-16, I should have thought myself well out of it, for what can you do when they do come round you? So I paid the money down, and such a laughing as there was among them. But I turned the tables on 'em regularly when I said, "My family name is Bluebeard. I'm going to open somebody's luggage all alone in the secret chamber, and not a female eye catches sight of the contents." Whether I thought proper to have the firmness to keep to this don't signify, or whether any female eye, and if any, how many, was really present when the opening of the luggage came off. Somebody's luggage is the question at present, nobody's eyes, nor yet noses. What I still look at most in connection with that luggage is the extraordinary quantity of writing paper, and all written on. And not our paper neither, not the paper charged in the bill, for we know our paper, so he must have been always at it. And he had crumpled up this writing of his, everywhere, in every part and parcel of his luggage. There was writing in his dressing-case, writing in his boots, writing among his shaving-tackle, writing in his hat-box, writing folded away down among the very whalebones of his umbrella. His clothes wasn't bad, what there was of 'em. His dressing-case was poor, not a particle of silver stopper, bottle apertures with nothing in 'em, like empty little dog kennels, and a most searching description of tooth powder diffusing itself around as under a deluded mistake that all the chinks in the fittings was divisions in teeth. His clothes I parted with well enough to a second-hand dealer not far from St. Clement Danes in the Strand. Him as the officers in the army mostly dispose of their uniforms to, when hard-pressed with debts of honour, if I may judge from their coats and epaulets, diversifying the window with their backs towards the public. The same party bought in one lot the portmanteau, the bag, the desk, the dressing-case, the hat-box, the umbrella strap, and walking-stick. On my remarking that I should have thought those articles not quite in his line, he said, "No more ith a man'th grandmother, Mithter Christopher, but if any man will bring hith grandmother here, and offer her at a fair trifle below what the'll feth with good luck, when the'th uncored and turned, I'll buy her." These transactions brought me home, and indeed more than home, for they left a goodish profit on the original investment, and now there remained the writings, and the writings I particularly wish to bring under the candid attention of the reader. I wish to do so without postponement for this reason. This is to say, namely, viz., i.e., as follows, thus: before I proceed to recount the mental sufferings of which I became the prey in consequence of the writings, and before following up that harrowing tale with a statement of the wonderful and impressive catastrophe, as thrilling in its nature as unlooked for in any other capacity, which crowned the whole and filled the cup of unexpectedness to overflowing, the writings themselves ought to stand forth to view. Therefore it is that they now come next. One word to introduce them, and I lay down my pen. I hope my unassuming pen, until I take it up to trace the gloomy sequel of a mind with something on it. He was a smeary writer, and wrote a dreadful bad hand. Utterly regardless of ink, he lavished it on every undeserving object, on his clothes, his desk, his hat, the handle of his toothbrush, his umbrella. Ink was found freely on the coffee-room carpet by No. 4 table, and 2 blots was on his restless couch. A reference to the document I have given entire will show that on the morning of the 3rd of February, 1856, he procured his no less than 5th pen and paper. To whatever deplorable act of ungovernable composition he immolated those materials obtained from the bar, there is no doubt that the fatal deed was committed in bed, and that it left its evidences but too plainly, long afterwards, upon the pillow-case. He had put no heading to any of his writings. Alas! Was he likely to have a heading without a head? And where was his head when he took such things into it? In some cases, such as his boots, he would appear to have hid the writings, thereby involving his style in greater obscurity. But his boots was at least pairs, and no two of his writings can put in any claim to be so regarded. Here follows, not to give more specimens, what was found in Chapter 2, His Boots. Well, then, Monsieur Mutuel, what do I know? What can I say? I assure you that he calls himself Monsieur the Englishman. Pardon? But I think it is impossible, said Monsieur Mutuel, a spectacled, snuffy, stooping old gentleman in carpet shoes and a cloth cap with a peaked shade, a loose blue frock coat reaching to his heels, a large, limp, white shirt frill and cravat to correspond. That is to say, white was the natural color of his linen on Sundays, but it toned down with the week. It is, repeated Monsieur Mutuel, his amiable old walnut-shell countenance, very walnut-shelly indeed, as he smiled and blinked in the bright morning sunlight. It is, my cherished Madame Bouclet, I think, impossible. With a little vexed cry and a great many tosses of her head. But it is not impossible that you are a pig, retorted Madame Bouclet, a compact little woman of 35 or so. See, then, look there, read. On the second floor, Monsieur Langlais, is it not so? It is so, said Monsieur Mutuel. Good. Continue your morning walk. Get out. Madame Bouclet dismissed him with a lively snap of her fingers. The morning walk of Monsieur Mutuel was in the brightest patch that the sun made in the Grand Place of a dull old fortified French town. The manner of his morning walk was with his hands crossed behind him, an umbrella, in figure the express image of himself, always in one hand, a snuff-box in the other. Thus, with the shuffling gait of the elephant, who really does deal with the very worst trouser-maker employed by the zoological world, and who appears to have recommended him to Monsieur Mutuel, the old gentleman sunned himself daily when sun was to be had, of course at the same time sunning a red ribbon in his buttonhole, for was he not an ancient Frenchman? Being told by one of the angelic sex to continue his morning walk and get out, Monsieur Mutuel laughed a walnut-shell laugh, pulled off his cap at arm's length with the hand that contained his snuff-box, kept it off for a considerable period after he had parted from Madame Bouclet, and continued his morning walk and got out like a man of gallantry as he was. The documentary evidence to which Madame Bouclet had referred Monsieur Mutuel was the list of her lodgers, sweetly written forth by her own nephew and bookkeeper, who held the pen of an angel, and closed up at the side of her gateway for the information of the police. Au second, Monsieur Langlais, propriétaire. On the second floor, Monsieur the Englishman, man of property. So it stood. Nothing could be plainer. Madame Bouclet now traced the line with her forefinger, as it were, to confirm and settle herself in her parting snap at Monsieur Mutuel, and so, placing her right hand on her hip with a defiant air, as if nothing should ever tempt her to unsnap that snap, strolled out into the Place to glance up at the windows of Monsieur the Englishman. That worthy happening to be looking out the window at the moment, Madame Bouclet gave him a graceful salutation with her head, looked to the right and looked to the left to account to him for her being there, considered for a moment like one who accounted to herself for somebody she had expected not being there, and re-entered her own entryway. Madame Bouclet let all her house giving on the Place in furnished flats or floors, and lived up the yard behind in company with Monsieur Bouclet, her husband, great at billiards, an inherited brewing business, several fowls, 2 carts, a nephew, a little dog in a big kennel, a grapevine, a counting-house, 4 horses, a married sister, with a share in the brewing business, the husband and 2 children of the married sister, a parrot, a drum, performed on by the little boy of the married sister, 2 billeted soldiers, a quantity of pigeons, a fife, played by the nephew in a ravishing manner, several domestics and supernumeraries, a perpetual flavour of coffee and soup, a terrific range of artificial rocks and wooden precipices, at least 4 feet high, a small fountain, and half a dozen large sunflowers. Now the Englishman, in taking his appartement, or, as one might say on our side of the Channel, his set of chambers, had given his name correct to the letter Langlais. But as he had had a British way of not opening his mouth very wide on foreign soil, except at meals, the brewery had been able to make nothing of it but Langlais. So Mr. the Englishman he had become, and he remained. "Never saw such a people," muttered Mr. the Englishman, as he now looked out of the window. "Never did in my life." This was true enough, for he had never before been out of his own country, a right little island, a tight little island, a bright little island, a show-fight little island, and full of merit of all sorts, but not the whole round world. "These chaps," said Mr. the Englishman to himself, as his eye rolled over the Place, sprinkled with military here and there, "are no more like soldiers—" Nothing being sufficiently strong for the end of his sentence, he left it unended. This again, from the point of view of his experience, was strictly correct, for though there was a great agglomeration of soldiers in the town and neighbouring country, you might have held a grand review and field day of them every one, and looked in vain among them all for a soldier, choking behind his foolish stock, or a soldier lamed by his ill-fitting shoes, or a soldier deprived of the use of his limbs by straps and buttons, or a soldier elaborately forced to be self-helpless in all the small affairs of life. A swarm of brisk, bright, active, bustling, handy, odd, skirmishing fellows, able to turn cleverly at anything, from a siege to soup, from great guns to needles and thread, from the broadsword exercise to slicing an onion, from making war to making omelettes, was all you would have found. What a swarm! From the great Place under the eye of Mr. the Englishman, where a few awkward squads from the last conscription were doing the goose-step, some members of those squads still as to their bodies in the chrysalis peasant state of blouse, and only military butterflies as to their regimentally clothed legs, from the great Place, away outside the fortifications and away for miles along the dusty roads, soldiers swarmed. All day long, upon the grass-grown ramparts of the town, practising soldiers trumpeted and bugled. All day long, down in angles of dry trenches, practising soldiers drummed and drummed. Every forenoon, soldiers burst out of the great barracks into the sandy gymnasium ground hard by, and flew over the wooden horse, and hung on to flying ropes, and dangled upside down between parallel bars, and shot themselves off wooden platforms, splashes, sparks, coruscations, showers of soldiers. At every corner of the town hall, every guardhouse, every gateway, every sentry box, every drawbridge, every reedy ditch and rushy dyke, soldiers, soldiers, soldiers. And the town being pretty well all wall, guardhouse, gateway, sentry box, drawbridge, reedy ditch and rushy dyke, the town was pretty well all soldiers. What would the sleepy old town have been without the soldiers, seeing that even with them it had so overslept itself as to have slept its echoes hoarse, its defensive bars and locks and bolts and chains all rusty, and its ditches stagnant? From the days when Vauban engineered it to that perplexing extent that to look at it was like being knocked on the head with it, the stranger becoming stunned and stertorous under the shock of its incomprehensibility, from the days when Vauban made it the express incorporation of every substantive and adjective in the art of military engineering, and not only twisted you into it and twisted you out of it, to the right, to the left, opposite, under here, over there, in the dark, in the dirt, by the gateway, archway, covered way, dry way, wet way, fosse, portcullis, drawbridge, sluice, squat tower, pierce wall, and heavy battery, but likewise took a fortifying dive under the neighbouring country, and came to the surface 3 or 4 miles off, blowing out incomprehensible mounds and batteries among the quiet crops of chicory and beetroot. From those days to these the town had been asleep, and dust and rust and must had settled on its drowsy arsenals and magazines, and grass had grown up in its silent streets. End of Story 15, Part 1. Story 15 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 15, Somebody's Luggage, Part 2. On market days alone, its great place suddenly leaped out of bed. On market days, some friendly enchanter struck his staff upon the stones of the great place, and instantly arose the liveliest booths and stalls, and sittings and standings, and a pleasant hum of chaffering and huckstering from many hundreds of tongues, and a pleasant, though peculiar, blending of colours, white caps, blue blouses, and green vegetables. And at last the night destined for the adventure seemed to have come in earnest, and all the Vauboinois sprang up awake. And now, by long, low-lying avenues of trees, jolting in white-hooded donkey-cart and on donkey-back, and in tumbrel and wagon, and cart and cabriolet, and afoot with barrow and burden, and along the dikes and ditches and canals in little peak-prowed country boats, came peasant men and women in flocks and crowds, bringing articles for sale. And here you had boots and shoes and sweetmeats and stuffs to wear, and here, in the cool shade of the town hall, you had milk and cream and butter and cheese, and here you had fruits and onions and carrots and all things needful for your soup, and here you had poultry and flowers and protesting pigs, and here new shovels, axes, spades, and bill-hooks for your farming work, and here huge mounds of bread, and here your unground grain in sacks, and here your children's dolls, and here the cake-seller announcing his wares by beat and roll of drum. And hark! Fanfaronade of trumpets, and here into the great place, resplendent in an open carriage with 4 gorgeously attired servitors up behind, playing horns, drums, and cymbals, rolled the daughter of a physician, in massive golden chains and car rings and blue-feathered hat, shaded from the admiring sun by 2 immense umbrellas of artificial roses, to dispense, from motives of philanthropy, that small and pleasant dose which had cured so many thousands. Toothache, earache, headache, heartache, stomachache, debility, nervousness, fits, fainting, fever, ague, all equally cured by the small and pleasant dose of the great physician's great daughter. The process was this. She, the daughter of a physician, proprietress of the superb equipage you now admired, with its confirmatory blasts of trumpet, drum, and cymbal, told you so. On the first day after taking the small and pleasant dose, you would feel no particular influence beyond a most harmonious sensation of indescribable and irresistible joy. On the second day you would be so astonishingly better that you would think yourself changed into somebody else. On the third day you would be entirely free from your disorder, whatever its nature, and however long you had had it, and would seek out the physician's daughter, to throw yourself at her feet, kiss the hem of her garment, and buy as many more of the small and pleasant doses as by the sale of all your few effects you could obtain. But she would be inaccessible, gone for herbs to the pyramids of Egypt, and you would be, though cured, reduced to despair. Thus would the physician's daughter drive her trade, and briskly too, and thus would the buying and selling and mingling of tongues and colours continue until the changing sunlight, leaving the physician's daughter in the shadow of high roofs, admonished her to jolt out westward with a departing effect of gleam and glitter on the splendid equipage and brazen blast. And now the enchanter struck his staff upon the stones of the great place once more, and down went the booths, the sittings and standings, and vanished the merchandise, and with it the barrows, donkeys, donkey-carts, and tumbrils, and all other things on wheels and feet, except the slow scavengers with unwieldy carts and meagre horses, clearing up the rubbish, assisted by the sleek town pigeons, better plumped out than on non-market days. While there was yet an hour or two to wane before the autumn sunset, the loiterer outside town gate and drawbridge and postern and double hitch would see the last white-hooded cart lessening in the avenue of lengthening shadows of trees, or the last country boat paddled by the last market-woman on her way home, showing black upon the reddening, long, low, narrow dyke between him and the mill. And as the paddle-parted scum and weed closed over the boat's track, he might be comfortably sure that its sluggish rest would be troubled no more until next market day. As it was not one of the great place's days for getting out of bed, when Mr. the Englishman looked down at the young soldiers practising the goose-step there, his mind was left at liberty to take a military turn. "These fellows are billeted everywhere about," said he, "and to see them lighting the people's fires, boiling the people's pots, minding the people's babies, rocking the people's cradles, washing the people's greens, and making themselves generally useful in every sort of unmilitary way, is most ridiculous. Never saw such a set of fellows, never did in my life." All perfectly true again. Was there not Private Valentine in that very house, acting as sole housemaid, valet, cook, steward, and nurse in the family of his captain, Monsieur le Capitaine de la Cour, cleaning the floors, making the beds, doing the marketing, dressing the captain, dressing the dinners, dressing the salads, and dressing the baby, all with equal readiness? Or, to put him aside, he being in loyal attendance on his chief, was there not Private Hippolyte, billeted at the perfumer's 200 yards off, who, when not on duty, volunteered to keep shop while the fair perfumeress stepped out to speak to a neighbour or so, and laughingly sold soap with his war-sword girded on him? Was there not Emile, billeted at the clockmaker's, perpetually turning to of an evening, with his coat off, winding up the stock? Was there not Eugene, billeted at the tinman's, cultivating pipe in mouth a garden 4 feet square, for the tinman, in the little court behind the shop, and extorting the fruits of the earth from the same, on his knees, with the sweat of his brow? Not to multiply examples, was there not Baptiste, billeted on the poor water-carrier, at that very instant sitting on the pavement in the sunlight, with his martial legs asunder, and one of the water-carrier's spare pails between them, which, to the delight and glory of the heart of the water-carrier coming across the Place from the fountain, yoked and burdened, he was painting bright green outside and bright red within? Or, to go no farther than the barber's at the very next door, was there not Corporal Théophile? "No," said Mr. the Englishman, glancing down at the barber's, "he is not there at present. There's the child, though." A mere mite of a girl stood on the steps of the barber's shop, looking across the Place. A mere baby, one might call her, dressed in the close white linen cap which small French country children wear, like the children in Dutch pictures, and in a frock of homespun blue, that had no shape except where it was tied round her little fat throat, so that, being naturally short and round all over, she looked behind as if she had been cut off at her natural waist, and had had her head neatly fitted on it. There's the child, though. To judge from the way in which the dimpled hand was rubbing the eyes had been closed in a nap, and were newly opened, but they seemed to be looking so intently across the Place that the Englishman looked in the same direction. "Oh," said he presently, "I thought as much. The Corporal's there." The Corporal, a smart figure of a man of 30, perhaps a thought under the middle size, but very neatly made, a sunburnt corporal with a brown peaked beard, faced about at the moment, addressing voluble words of instruction to the squad in hand. Nothing was amiss or awry about the Corporal. A lithe and nimble corporal, quite complete, from the sparkling dark eyes under his knowing uniform cap to his sparkling white gaiters. The very image and presentment of a corporal of his country's army, in the line of his shoulders, the line of his waist, the broadest line of his bloomer trousers, and their narrowest line at the calf of his leg. Mr. the Englishman looked on, and the child looked on, and the corporal looked on, but the last named at his men, until the drill ended a few minutes afterwards, and the military sprinkling dried up directly and was gone. Then said Mr. the Englishman to himself, "Look here, by George!" And the corporal, dancing towards the barber's with his arms wide open, caught up the child, held her over his head in a flying attitude, caught her down again, kissed her, and made off with her into the barber's house. Now Mr. the Englishman had had a quarrel with his erring and disobedient and disowned daughter, and there was a child in that case too. Had not his daughter been a child, and had she not taken angel flights above his head, as this child had flown above the corporal's? "He's a national participled fool," said the Englishman, and shut his window. But the windows of the house of memory and the windows of the house of mercy are not so easily closed as windows of glass and wood. They fly open unexpectedly, they rattle in the night, they must be nailed up. Mr. the Englishman had tried nailing them, but had not driven the nails quite home, so he passed but a disturbed evening and a worse night. By nature a good-tempered man? No, very little gentleness, confounding the quality with weakness. Fierce and wrathful when crossed? Very, and stupendously unreasonable. Moody? Exceedingly so. Vindictive? Well, he had had scowling thoughts that he would formally curse his daughter, as he had seen it done on the stage, but remembering that the real heaven is some paces removed from the mock one in the great chandelier of the theatre, he had given that up. And he had come abroad to be rid of his repudiated daughter for the rest of his life. And here he was. At bottom it was for this reason more than for any other that Mr. the Englishman took it extremely ill that Corporal Théophile should be so devoted to little Bébelle, the child at the barber's shop. In an unlucky moment he had chanced to say to himself, "Why, confound the fellow, he is not her father." There was a sharp sting in the speech which ran into him suddenly and put him in a worse mood. So he had national participled the unconscious corporal with most hearty emphasis, and had made up his mind to think no more about such a mountebank. But it came to pass that the corporal was not to be dismissed. If he had known the most delicate fibres of the Englishman's mind, instead of knowing nothing on earth about him, and if he had been the most obstinate corporal in the grand army of France, instead of being the most obliging, he could not have planted himself with more determined immovability plump in the midst of all the Englishman's thoughts. Not only so, but he seemed to be always in his view. Mr. the Englishman had but to look out the window to look upon the corporal with little Bébelle. He had but to go for a walk, and there was the corporal walking with Bebelle. He had but to come home again, disgusted, and the corporal and Bebelle were at home before him. If he looked out at his back windows early in the morning, the corporal was in the barber's backyard, washing and dressing and brushing Bebelle. If he took refuge at his front windows, the corporal brought his breakfast out into the place and shared it there with Bebelle. Always corporal and always Bebelle. Never corporal without Bebelle. Never Bebelle without corporal. Mr. the Englishman was not particularly strong in the French language as a means of oral communication, though he read it very well. It is with languages as with people. When you only know them by sight, you are apt to mistake them. You must be on speaking terms before you can be said to have established an acquaintance. For this reason, Mr. the Englishman had to gird up his loins considerably before he could bring himself to the point of exchanging ideas with Madame Bouclet on the subject of this corporal and this Bebelle. But Madame Bouclet, looking in apologetically one morning to remark that, oh heaven, she was in a state of desolation because the lamp-maker had not sent home that lamp confided to him to repair, but that truly he was a lamp-maker against whom the whole world shrieked out, Mr. the Englishman seized the occasion. "Madame, that baby—" "Pardon, monsieur, that lamp." "No, that little girl." "But pardon," said Madame Bouclet, angling for a clue, "one cannot light a little girl or send her to be repaired." "The little girl at the house of the barber." "Ah!" cried Madame Bouclet, suddenly catching the idea with her delicate little line and rod. "Little Bebelle! Yes, and her friend the corporal. Yes. So genteel of him, is it not?" "He is not—" "Not at all. He is not one of her relations, not at all." "Why, then, he—" "Perfectly," cried Madame Bouclet. "You are right, monsieur. It is so genteel of him. The less relation, the more genteel, as you say." "Is she the child of the barber?" Madame Bouclet whisked up her skilful little line and rod again. "Not at all. She is the child of— in a word, of no one." "The wife of the barber, then?" "Indubitably. As you say, the wife of the barber receives a small stipend to take care of her. So much by the month. Then, it is without doubt very little, for we are all poor here." "You are not poor, madame." "As to my lodgers," replied Madame Bouclet, with a smiling and a gracious bend of her head, "no. As to all things else, so." "You flatter me, madame." "Monsieur, it is you who flatter me in living here." Certain fishy gasps on Mr. the Englishman's part, denoting that he was about to resume his subject under difficulties, Madame Bouclet observed him closely and whisked up her delicate line and rod again, with triumphant success. "Oh, no, monsieur, certainly not. The wife of the barber is not cruel to the poor child, but she is careless. Her health is delicate, and she sits all day looking out at window. Consequently, when the corporal first came, the poor little Bebelle was much neglected." "It is a curious—" began Mr. the Englishman. "Name? That Bebelle? Again, you are right, monsieur, but it is a playful name for Gabrielle." "And so the child is a mere fancy of the corporal's?" said Mr. the Englishman, in a gruffly disparaging tone of voice. "Ah, well," returned Madame Bouclet with a pleading shrug, "one must love something. Human nature is weak." "Devilish weak," muttered the Englishman in his own tongue. "And the corporal," pursued Madame Bouclet, "being billeted at the barber's, where he will probably remain a long time, for he is attached to the general, and finding the poor unowned child in need of being loved, and finding himself in need of loving—why, there you have it all, you see." Mr. the Englishman accepted this interpretation of the matter with an indifferent grace, and observed to himself, in an injured manner, when he was again alone, "I shouldn't mind it so much if these people were not such a—" national participled, "sentimental people." There was a cemetery outside the town, and it happened ill for the reputation of the Vaubannois in this sentimental connection that he took a walk there that same afternoon. To be sure, there were some wonderful things in it, from the Englishman's point of view, and of a certainty in all Britain you would have found nothing like it. Not to mention the fanciful flourishes of hearts and crosses in wood and iron that were planted all over the place, making it look very like a firework ground, where a most splendid pyrotechnic display might be expected after dark. There were so many wreaths upon the graves, embroidered as it might be, "To my mother, to my daughter, to my father, to my brother, to my sister, to my friend." And those many wreaths were in so many stages of elaboration and decay, from the wreath of yesterday, all fresh colour and bright beads, to the wreath of last year, a poor mouldering wisp of straw. There were so many little gardens and grottos made upon graves, in so many tastes, with plants and shells and plaster figures and porcelain pitchers, and so many odds and ends. There were so many tributes of remembrance hanging up, not to be discriminated by the closest inspection from little round waiters, whereon were depicted in glowing hues either a lady or a gentleman, with a white pocket-handkerchief out of all proportion, leaning in a state of the most faultless mourning and most profound affliction on the most architectural and gorgeous urn. There were so many surviving wives who had put their names on the tombs of their deceased husbands, with a blank for the date of their own departure from this weary world. And there were so many surviving husbands who had rendered the same homage to their deceased wives, and out of the number there must have been so many who had long ago married again. In fine, there was so much in the place that would have seemed mere frippery to a stranger, save for the consideration that the lightest paper flower that lay upon the poorest heap of earth was never touched by a rude hand, but perished there, a sacred thing. Nothing of the solemnity of death here, Mr. the Englishman had been going to say, when this last consideration touched him with a mild appeal, and on the whole he walked out without saying it. But these people are, he insisted by way of compensation when he was well outside the gate, they are so, participled, sentimental. His way back lay by the military gymnasium ground, and there he passed the corporal glibly instructing young soldiers how to swing themselves over rapid and deep watercourses on their way to glory by means of a rope, and himself deftly plunging off a platform and flying 100 feet or so, as an encouragement to them to begin. And there he also passed, perched on a crowning eminence, probably by the corporal's careful hands, the small Bebelle, with her round eyes wide open, surveying the proceeding like a wondering sort of blue and white bird. If that child was to die, this was his reflection as he turned his back and went his way, and it would almost serve the fellow right for making such a fool of himself, I suppose we should have him sticking up a wreath and a waiter in that fantastic burying ground. Nevertheless, after another early morning or two of looking out of window and strolling down into the Place, when the corporal and Bebelle were walking there, and touching his hat to the corporal, an immense achievement, wished him a good day. "Good day, monsieur." "This is a rather pretty child you have here," said Mr. the Englishman, taking her chin in his hand and looking down into her astonished blue eyes. "Monsieur, she is a very pretty child," returned the corporal, with a stress on his polite correction of the phrase. "And good?" said the Englishman. "And very good, poor little thing." "Ah!" The Englishman stooped down and patted her cheeks, not without awkwardness, as if he were going too far in his conciliation. "And what is this medal round your neck, my little one?" Bebelle having no other reply on her lips than her chubby right fist, the corporal offered his services as interpreter. "Monsieur demands, what is this, Bebelle?" "It is the Holy Virgin," said Bebelle. "And who gave it you?" asked the Englishman. "Théophile." "And who is Théophile?" Bebelle broke into a laugh. laughed merrily and heartily, clapped her chubby hands, and beat her little feet on the stone pavement of the Place. "He doesn't know Théophile! Why, he doesn't know anyone! He doesn't know anything!" Then, sensible of a small solecism in her manners, Bebelle twisted her right hand in a leg of the corporal's bloomer trousers, and, laying her cheek against the place, kissed it. "Monsieur Théophile, I believe," said the Englishman to the corporal. "It is I, monsieur." "Permit me." Mr. the Englishman shook him heartily by the hand and turned away. Then he took it mightily ill that old Monsieur Mutuel, in his patch of sunlight, upon whom he came as he turned, should pull off his cap to him with a look of pleased approval. And he muttered in his own tongue as he returned the salutation, "Well, Walnut Shell, and what business is it of yours?" Mr. the Englishman went on for many weeks, passing but disturbed evenings and worse nights, and constantly experiencing that those aforesaid windows in the houses of Memory and Mercy rattled after dark, and that he had very imperfectly nailed them up. Likewise, he went on for many weeks, daily improving the acquaintance of the corporal and Bebelle. That is to say, he took Bebelle by the chin, and the corporal by the hand, and offered Bebelle sous, and the corporal cigars, and even got the length of changing pipes with the corporal and kissing Bebelle. But he did it all in a shamefaced way, and always took it extremely ill that Monsieur Mutuel, in his patch of sunlight, should note what he did. Whenever that seemed to be the case, he always growled in his own tongue, "There you are again, Walnut Shell. What business is it of yours?" In a word, it had become the occupation of Mr. the Englishman's life to look after the corporal and the little Bebelle, and to resent old Monsieur Mutuel's looking after him. An occupation only varied by a fire in the town one windy night, and much passing of water-buckets from hand to hand, in which the Englishman rendered good service, and much beating of drums, when all of a sudden the corporal disappeared. Next, all of a sudden, Bebelle disappeared. She had been visible a few days later than the corporal, sadly deteriorated as to washing and brushing, but she had not spoken when addressed by Mr. the Englishman, and had looked scared and had run away. And now it would seem that she had run away for good, and there lay the great Place under the windows, bare and barren. In his shamefaced and constrained way, the Englishman asked no question of anyone, but watched from his front windows, and watched from his back windows, and lingered about the Place, and peeped in at the barber shop, and did all this and much more with a whistling and tune-humming pretence of not missing anything, until one afternoon, when Monsieur Mutuel's patch of sunlight was in shadow, and when, according to all rule and precedent, he had no right whatever to bring his red ribbon out of doors, behold, here he was, advancing with his cap already in his hand, 12 paces off. Mr. the Englishman had got as far into his usual objurgation as, "What business," when he checked himself. "Ah, it is sad, hélas, it is unhappy, it is sad." Thus old Monsieur Mutuel, shaking his grey head. "What business, at least I would say, what do you mean, Monsieur Mutuel?" "Our corporal, hélas, our dear corporal." "What has happened to him?" "You have not heard." "No." "At the fire. But he was brave, so ready. Ah, too brave, too ready." "May the devil carry you away!" the Englishman broke in impatiently. I beg your pardon. I mean me. I'm not accustomed to speak French. Go on, will you?" "And a falling beam—" "Good God!" exclaimed the Englishman. "It was a private soldier who was killed?" "No, a corporal, the same corporal, our dear corporal, beloved by all his comrades. The funeral ceremony was touching, penetrating. Monsieur the Englishman, your eyes fill with tears." "What business—" "Monsieur the Englishman, I honor those emotions. I salute you with profound respect. I will not obtrude myself upon your noble heart." Monsieur Mutuel, a gentleman in every thread of his cloudy linen, under whose wrinkled hand every grain in the quarter of an ounce of poor snuff in his poor little tin box became a gentleman's property, Monsieur Mutuel passed on, with his cap in his hand. "I little thought," said the Englishman, after walking for several minutes, and more than once blowing his nose, "when I was looking round that cemetery. I'll go there." Straight he went there, and when he came within the gate, he paused, considering whether he should ask at the lodge for some direction to the grave. But he was less than ever in a mood for asking questions, and he thought, "I shall see something on it to know it by." In search of the corporal's grave he went softly on, up this walk and down that, peering in among the crosses and hearts and columns and obelisks and tombstones for a recently disturbed spot. It troubled him now to think how many dead there were in the cemetery. He had not thought them a 10th part so numerous before, and after he had walked and sought for some time, he said to himself, as he struck down a new vista of tombs, "I might suppose that every one was dead but I." Not every one. A live child was lying on the ground asleep. Truly he had found something on the corporal's grave to know it by, and the something was Bebelle. With such a loving will had the dead soldier's comrades worked at his resting place that it was already a neat garden. On the green turf of the garden Bebelle lay sleeping, with her cheek touching it. A plain, unpainted little wooden cross was planted in the turf, and her short arm embraced this little cross as it had many a time embraced the corporal's neck. They had put a tiny flag, the flag of France, at his head, and a laurel garland. Mr. the Englishman took off his hat and stood for a while silent. Then, covering his head again, he bent down on one knee and softly roused the child. "Bebelle, my little one." Opening her eyes, on which the tears were still wet, Bebelle was at first frightened, but seeing who it was, she suffered him to take her in his arms, looking steadfastly at him. "You must not lie here, my little one. You must come with me." "No, no, I can't leave Théophile. I want the good, dear Théophile." "We will go and seek him, Bebelle. We will go and look for him in England. We will go and look for him at my daughter's, Bebelle. Shall we find him there?" "We shall find the best part of him there. Come with me, poor forlorn little one. Heaven is my witness," said the Englishman in a low voice, as, before he rose, he touched the turf above the gentle corporal's breast, "that I thankfully accept this trust." It was a long way for the child to have come unaided. She was soon asleep again, with her embrace transferred to the Englishman's neck. He looked at her worn shoes and her galled feet and her tired face, and believed that she had come there every day. He was leaving the grave with the slumbering Bebelle in his arms, when he stopped, looked wistfully down at it, and looked wistfully at the other graves around. "It is the innocent custom of the people," said Mr. the Englishman, with hesitation. "I think I should like to do it. No one sees." Careful not to wake Bebelle as he went, he repaired to the lodge where such little tokens of remembrance were sold, and bought 2 wreaths, one blue and white and glistening silver, "To my friend," one of a soberer red and black and yellow, "To my friend." With these he went back to the grave, and so down on one knee again. Touching the child's lips with the brighter wreath, he guided her hand to hang it on the cross, then hung his own wreath there. After all, the wreaths were not far out of keeping with the little garden. "To my friend, to my friend." Mr. the Englishman took it very ill when he looked round a street corner into the great Place, carrying Bebelle in his arms, that old Mutuel should be there airing his red ribbon. He took a world of pains to dodge the worthy Mutuel, and devoted a surprising amount of time and trouble to skulking into his own lodging like a man pursued by justice. Safely arrived there at last, he made Bebel's toilette with as accurate a remembrance as he could bring to bear upon that work of the way in which he had often seen the poor corporal make it, and having given her to eat and drink, laid her down on his own bed. Then he slipped out into the barber's shop, and after a brief interview with the barber's wife, and a brief recourse to his purse and card-case, came back again with the whole of Bebel's personal property in such a very little bundle that it was quite lost under his arm. As it was irreconcilable with his whole course and character that he should carry Bebel off in state, or receive any compliments or congratulations on that feat, he devoted the next day to getting his 2 portmanteaus out of the house by artfulness and stealth, and to comporting himself in every particular as if he were going to run away, except indeed that he paid his few debts in the town, and prepared a letter to leave for Madame Bouclet, enclosing a sufficient sum of money in lieu of notice. A railway train would come through at midnight, and by that train he would take away Bebel to look for Théophile in England, and at his forgiven daughters. At midnight, on a moonlit night, Mr. the Englishman came creeping forth like a harmless assassin, with Bebel on his breast instead of a dagger. Quiet the great Place, and quiet the never-stirring streets, closed the cafés, huddled together, motionless their billiard balls, drowsy the guard or sentinel on duty here and there, lulled for the time by sleep, even the insatiate appetite of the office of town dues. Mr. the Englishman left the Place behind, and left the streets behind, and left the civilian-inhabited town behind, and descended down among the military works of Vauban, hemming all in. As the shadow of the first heavy arch and postern fell upon him and was left behind, as the shadow of the second heavy arch and postern fell upon him and was left behind, as his hollow tramp over the first drawbridge was succeeded by a gentler sound, as his hollow tramp over the second drawbridge was succeeded by a gentler sound, as he overcame the stagnant ditches one by one, and passed out where the flowing waters were, and where the moonlight, so the dark shades and the hollow sounds and the unwholesomely locked currents of his soul were vanquished and set free. See to it, Vauban, of your own hearts, who gird them in with triple walls and ditches, and with bolt and chain and bar and lifted bridge. Raise those fortifications, and lay them level with the all-absorbing dust, before the night cometh when no hand can work. All went prosperously, and he got into an empty carriage in the train, where he could lay Bebel on the seat over against him as on a couch, and cover her from head to foot with his mantle. He had just drawn himself up from perfecting this arrangement, and had just leaned back in his own seat, contemplating it with great satisfaction, when he became aware of a curious appearance at the open carriage window, a ghostly little tin box floating up in the moonlight and hovering there. He leaned forward and put out his head. Down among the rails and wheels and ashes, Monsieur Mutuel, red ribbon and all. "Excuse me, Monsieur the Englishman," said Monsieur Mutuel, holding up his box at arm's length, the carriage being so high and he so low, "but I should reverence the little box forever, if your so generous hand will take a pinch from it in parting." Mr. the Englishman reached out of the window before complying, and, without asking the old fellow what business it was of his, shook hands and said, "Adieu, God bless you." "And Mr. the Englishman, God bless you," cried Madame Bouclet, who was also there among the rails and wheels and ashes, "and God will bless you on the happiness of the protected child now with you, and God will bless you in your own child at home, and God will bless you in your own remembrances, and this from me." He had barely time to catch a bouquet from her hand when the train was flying through the night. Round the paper that enfolded it was bravely written, doubtless by the nephew who held the pen of an angel, homage to the friend of the friendless. "Not bad people, Bebelle," said Mr. the Englishman softly, drawing the mantle a little from her sleeping face that he might kiss it, "though they are so—" Too sentimental himself at the moment to be able to get out that word, he added nothing but a sob, and travelled for some miles, through the moonlight, with his hand before his eyes. End of Story 15, Part 2. Story 15 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 15, Somebody's Luggage, Part 3. Chapter 3, His Brown Paper Parcel. My works are well known. I am a young man in the art line. You have seen my works many a time, though it's 50,000 to 1 if you have seen me. You say you don't want to see me? You say your interest is in my works and not in me. Don't be too sure about that. Stop a bit. Let us have it down in black and white at the first go-off so that there may be no unpleasantness or wrangling afterwards. And this is looked over by a friend of mine, a ticket writer that is up to literature. I am a young man in the art line, in the fine art line. You have seen my works over and over again, and you have been curious about me, and you think you have seen me. Now, as a safe rule, you never have seen me, and you never do see me, and you never will see me. I think that's plainly put, and it's what knocks me over. If there's a blighted public character going, I am the party. It has been remarked by a certain, or an uncertain, philosopher, that the world knows nothing of its greatest men. He might have put it plainer if he had thrown his eye in my direction. He might have put it that while the world knows something of them that apparently go in and win, it knows nothing of them that really go in and don't win. There it is again in another form, and that's what knocks me over. Not that it's only myself that suffers from injustice, but that I am more alive to my own injuries than to any other man's. Being, as I have mentioned, in the fine art line, and not the philanthropic line, I openly admit it. As to company and injury, I have company enough. Who are you, passing every day at your competitive excruciations? The fortunate candidates whose heads and livers you have turned upside down for life. Not you. You are really passing the crammers and coaches. If your principle is right, why don't you turn out tomorrow morning with the keys of your cities on velvet cushions, your musicians playing and your flags flying, and read addresses to the crammers and coaches on your bended knees, beseeching them to come out and govern you? Then again, as to your public business of all sorts, your financial statements and your budgets, the public knows much, truly, about the real doers of all that. Your nobles and right honorables are first-rate men. Yes, and so is a goose a first-rate bird. But I'll tell you this about the goose. You'll find his natural flavor disappointing without stuffing. Perhaps I am soured by not being popular. But suppose I am popular. Suppose my works never fail to attract. Suppose that whether they are exhibited by natural light or by artificial, they inevitably draw the public. Then no doubt they are preserved in some collection. No, they are not. They are not preserved in any collection. Copyright? No, nor yet copyright. Anyhow, they must be somewhere. Wrong again, for they are often nowhere. Says you, at all events you are in a moody state of mind, my friend. My answer is, I have described myself as a public character with a blight upon him, which fully accounts for the curdling of the milk in that cocoanut. Those that are acquainted with London are aware of a locality on the Surrey side of the River Thames called the Obelisk, or more generally, the Obstacle. Those that are not acquainted with London will also be aware of it, now that I have named it. My lodging is not far from that locality. I am a young man of that easy disposition that I lie abed till it's absolutely necessary to get up and earn something, and then I lie abed again till I have spent it. It was on an occasion when I had to turn to with a view to victuals that I found myself walking along the Waterloo Road one evening after dark, accompanied by an acquaintance and fellow lodger in the gas-fitting way of life. He is very good company, having worked at the theatres, and, indeed, he has a theatrical turn himself, and wishes to be brought out in the character of Othello. But whether on account of his regular work always blacking his face and hands, more or less, I cannot say. "Tom," he says, "what a mystery hangs over you." "Yes, Mr. Click." The rest of the house generally give him his name, as being first, front, carpeted all over, his own furniture, and if not mahogany, an out-and-out imitation. "Yes, Mr. Click, a mystery does hang over me." "Makes you low, you see, don't it?" says he, eyeing me sideways. "Why, yes, Mr. Click, there are circumstances connected with it that have," I yielded to a sigh, "a lowering effect." "Gives you a touch of the misanthrope, too, don't it?" says he. "Well, I'll tell you what. If I was you, I'd shake it off." "If I was you, I would, Mr. Click, but if you was me, you wouldn't." "Ah," says he, "there's something in that." When we had walked a little further, he took it up again by touching me on the chest. "You see, Tom, it seems to me as if, in the words of the poet who wrote the domestic drama of The Stranger, you had a silent sorrow there." "I have, Mr. Click." "I hope, Tom," lowering his voice in a friendly way, "it isn't coining or smashing." "No, Mr. Click, don't be uneasy." "Nor yet forge—" Mr. Click checked himself and added, "counterfeiting anything, for instance?" "No, Mr. Click, I am lawful in the art line, fine art line, but I can say no more." "Ah, under a species of star, a kind of malignant spell, a sort of a gloomy destiny, a cankerworm pegging away at your vitals in secret, as well as I make it out," said Mr. Click, eyeing me with some admiration. I told Mr. Click that was about it if we came to particulars, and I thought he appeared rather proud of me. Our conversation had brought us to a crowd of people, the greater part struggling for a front place from which to see something on the pavement, which proved to be various designs executed in coloured chalks on the pavement stones, lighted by two candles stuck in mud sconces. The subjects consisted of a fine fresh salmon's head and shoulders, supposed to have been recently sent home from the fishmonger's, a moonlit night at sea, in a circle, dead game, scroll work, the head of a hoary hermit engaged in devout contemplation, the head of a pointer smoking a pipe, and a cherubim, his flesh creased as in infancy, going on a horizontal errand against the wind. All these subjects appeared to me to be exquisitely done. On his knees on one side of this gallery, a shabby person of modest appearance, who shivered dreadfully, though it wasn't at all cold, was engaged in blowing the chalk dust off the moon, toning the outline of the back of the hermit's head with a bit of leather, and fattening the downstroke of a letter or two in the writing. I have forgotten to mention that writing formed a part of the composition, and that it also, as it appeared to me, was exquisitely done. It ran as follows in fine round characters: "An honest man is the noblest work of God." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Pounds, shillings, pence. Employment in an office is humbly requested. Honour the Queen. Hunger is a 098765432 sharp thorn. Chip chop, cherry chop, folderol, de redo. Astronomy and mathematics. I do this to support my family. Murmurs of admiration at the exceeding beauty of this performance went about among the crowd. The artist, having finished his touching, and having spoilt those places, took his seat on the pavement with his knees crouched up very nigh his chin, and halfpence began to rattle in. "A pity to see a man of that talent brought so low, ain't it?" said one of the crowd to me. "What he might have done in the coach painting or house decorating," said another man, who took up the first speaker because I did not. "Why, he writes alone, like the Lord Chancellor," said another man. "Better," said another. "I know his writing. He couldn't support his family this way." Then a woman noticed the natural fluffiness of the hermit's hair, and another woman, her friend, mentioned of the salmon gills that you could almost see him gasp. Then an elderly country gentleman stepped forward and asked the modest man how he executed his work. And the modest man took some scraps of brown paper with colours in 'em out of his pockets and showed them. Then a fair-complexioned donkey with sandy hair and spectacles asked if the hermit was a portrait, to which the modest man, casting a sorrowful glance upon it, replied that it was, to a certain extent, a recollection of his father. This caused a boy to yelp out, "Is the painter a smoking the pipe, your mother?" who was immediately shoved out of view by a sympathetic carpenter with his basket of tools at his back. At every fresh question or remark, the crowd leaned forward more eagerly, and dropped the halfpence more freely, and the modest man gathered them up more meekly. At last, another elderly gentleman came to the front, and gave the artist his card to come to his office tomorrow, and get some copying to do. The card was accompanied by sixpence, and the artist was profoundly grateful, and before he put the card in his hat, read it several times by the light of his candles, to fix the address well in his mind, in case he should lose it. The crowd was deeply interested by this last incident, and a man in the second row with a gruff voice growled to the artist, "You've got a chance in life now, ain't you?" The artist answered, sniffing in a very low-spirited way, however, "I'm thankful to hope so." Upon which there was a general chorus of, "You are all right," and the halfpence slackened very decidedly. I felt myself pulled away by the arm, and Mr. Click and I stood alone in the corner of the next crossing. "Why, Tom," said Mr. Click, "what a horrid expression of face you've got." "Have I?" says I. "Have you?" says Mr. Click. "Why, you looked as if you would have his blood." "Whose blood?" "The artist's." "The artist's?" I repeated, and I laughed frantically, wildly, gloomily, incoherently, disagreeably. I am sensible that I did. I know I did. Mr. Click stared at me in a scared sort of way, but said nothing until we had walked a street's length. He then stopped short and said, with excitement on the part of his forefinger, "Thomas, I find it necessary to be plain with you. I don't like the envious man. I have identified the cankerworm that's pegging away at your vitals, and it's envy, Thomas." "Is it?" says I. "Yes, it is," says he. "Thomas, beware of envy. It is the green-eyed monster which never did and never will improve each shining hour, but quite the reverse. I dread the envious man, Thomas. I confess that I am afraid of the envious man when he is so envious as you are. Whilst you contemplated the works of a gifted rival, and whilst you heard that rival's praises, and especially whilst you met his humble glance as he put that card away, your countenance was so malevolent as to be terrific. Thomas, I have heard of the envy of them that follows the fine art line, but I never believed it could be what yours is. I wish you well, but I take my leave of you, and if you should ever get into trouble through knifing, or say garroting, a brother artist, as I believe you will, don't call me to character, Thomas, or I shall be forced to injure your case." Mr. Click parted from me with those words, and we broke off our acquaintance. I became enamored. Her name was Henrietta. Contending with my easy disposition, I frequently got up to go after her. She also dwelt in the neighbourhood of the obstacle, and I did fondly hope that no other would interpose in the way of our union. To say that Henrietta was volatile is but to say that she was woman. To say that she was in the bonnet trimming is feebly to express the taste which reigned predominant in her own. She consented to walk with me. Let me do her the justice to say that she did so upon trial. "I am not," said Henrietta, "as yet prepared to regard you, Thomas, in any other light than as a friend. But as a friend I am willing to walk with you, on the understanding that softer sentiments may flow." We walked. Under the influence of Henrietta's beguilements, I now got out of bed daily. I pursued my calling with an industry before unknown, and it cannot fail to have been observed at that period, by those most familiar with the streets of London, that there was a larger supply. But hold! The time is not yet come. One evening in October I was walking with Henrietta, enjoying the cool breezes wafted over Vauxhall Bridge. After several slow turns, Henrietta gaped frequently, so inseparable from woman is the love of excitement, and said, "Let's go home by Grosvenor Place, Piccadilly, and Waterloo." Localities, I may state for the information of the stranger and the foreigner, well known in London, and the last a bridge. "No, not by Piccadilly, Henrietta," said I. "And why not Piccadilly, for goodness' sake?" said Henrietta. Could I tell her? Could I confess to the gloomy presentiment that overshadowed me? Could I make myself intelligible to her? No. "I don't like Piccadilly, Henrietta." "But I do," said she. "It's dark now, and the long rows of lamps in Piccadilly after dark are beautiful. I will go to Piccadilly." Of course we went. It was a pleasant night, and there were numbers of people in the streets. It was a brisk night, but not too cold and not damp. Let me darkly observe, it was the best of all nights, for the purpose. As we passed the garden wall of the Royal Palace, going up Grosvenor Place, Henrietta murmured, "I wish I was a queen." "Why so, Henrietta?" "It would make you something," said she, and crossed her two hands on my arm and turned away her head. Judging from this that the softer sentiments alluded to above had begun to flow, I adapted my conduct to that belief. Thus, happily, we passed on into the detested thoroughfare of Piccadilly. On the right of that thoroughfare is a row of trees, the railing of the Green Park, and a fine, broad, eligible piece of pavement. "Oh, my!" cried Henrietta presently. "There's been an accident." I looked to the left and said, "Where, Henrietta?" "Not there, stupid," said she. "Over by the park railings, where the crowd is." "Oh, no, it's not an accident. It's something else to look at. What's them lights?" She referred to two lights twinkling low amongst the legs of the assemblage, two candles on the pavement. "Oh, do come along," cried Henrietta, skipping across the road with me. I hung back, but in vain. "Do let's look." Again, designs upon the pavement. Center compartment, Mount Vesuvius going it in a circle, supported by four oval compartments, several representing a ship in heavy weather, a shoulder of mutton attended by two cucumbers, a golden harvest with distant cottage of proprietor, and a knife and fork after nature. Above the center compartment a bunch of grapes, and over the whole a rainbow. The whole, as it appeared to me, exquisitely done. The person in attendance on these works of art was in all respects, shabbiness excepted, unlike the former personage. His whole appearance and manner denoted briskness. Though threadbare, he expressed to the crowd that poverty had not subdued his spirit, or tinged with any sense of shame this honest effort to turn his talents to some account. The writing which formed a part of his composition was conceived in a similarly cheerful tone. It breathed the following sentiments. The writer is poor, but not despondent. To a British 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 public, he, pounds, shillings, pence, appeals. Honor to our brave army, and also 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to our gallant navy. Britons strike! The ABCDEFG writer in common chalks would be grateful for any suitable employment. Home! Hurrah! The whole of this writing appeared to me to be exquisitely done. But this man, in one respect like the last, though seemingly hard at it with a great show of brown paper and rubbers, was only really fattening the downstroke of a letter here and there, or blowing the loose chalk off the rainbow, or toning the outside edge of the shoulder of mutton. Though he did this with the greatest confidence, he did it, as it struck me, in so ignorant a manner, and so spoilt everything he touched, that when he began upon the purple smoke from the chimney of the distant cottage of the proprietor of the Golden Harvest, which smoke was beautifully soft, I found myself saying aloud without considering of it, "Let that alone, will you?" "Hello," said the man next me in the crowd, jerking me roughly from him with his elbow. "Why didn't you send a telegram? If we had known you was coming, we'd have provided something better for you. You understand the man's work better than he does himself, don't you? Have you made your will? You're too clever to live long." "Don't be hard upon the gentleman, sir," said the person in attendance on the works of art, with a twinkle in his eye as he looked at me. "He may chance to be an artist himself. If so, sir, he will have a fellow feeling with me, sir, when he adapted his action to his words as he went on, and gave a smart slap of his hands between each touch, working himself all the time about and about the composition. "When I lighten the bloom of my grapes, shade off the orange in my rainbow, dot the I of my Britons, throw a yellow light into my cowcumber, insinuate another morsel of fat into my shoulder of mutton, dart another zigzag flash of lightning at my ship in distress." He seemed to do this so neatly, and was so nimble about it, that the halfpence came flying in. "Thanks, generous public, thanks," said the Professor. "You will stimulate me to further exertions. My name will be found in the list of British painters yet. I shall do better than this, with encouragement. I shall indeed." "You never can do better than that bunch of grapes," said Henrietta. "Oh, Thomas, them grapes!" "Not better than that, lady? I hope for the time when I shall paint anything but your own bright eyes and lips equal to life." "Thomas, did you ever?" "But it must take a long time, sir," said Henrietta, blushing, "to paint equal to that." "I was 'prenticed to it, miss," said the young man, smartly touching up the composition, "'prenticed to it in the caves of Spain and Portugal, ever so long and 2 year over." There was a laugh from the crowd, and a new man who had worked himself in next me said, "He's a smart chap too, ain't he?" "And what a eye!" exclaimed Henrietta softly. "Ah, he need have an eye," said the man. "Ah, he just need," was murmured among the crowd. "He couldn't come that here burning mountain without a eye," said the man. He had got himself accepted as an authority somehow, and everybody looked at his finger as it pointed out Vesuvius. To come that effect in a general illumination would require an eye, but to come it with 2 dips, why, it's enough to blind him. That impostor, pretending not to have heard what was said, now winked to any extent with both eyes at once, as if the strain upon his sight was too much, and threw back his long hair — it was very long — as if to cool his fevered brow. I was watching him doing it when Henrietta suddenly whispered, "Oh, Thomas, how horrid you look," and pulled me out by the arm. Remembering Mr. Click's words, I was confused when I retorted, "What do you mean by horrid?" "Oh, gracious! Why, you looked," said Henrietta, "as if you would have his blood." I was going to answer, "So I would for 2 pence," from his nose, when I checked myself and remained silent. We returned home in silence. Every step of the way, the softer sentiments that had flowed ebbed 20 mile an hour. Adapting my conduct to the ebbings as I had done to the flowing, I let my arm drop limp, so as she could scarcely keep hold of it, and I wished her such a cold good night at parting that I keep within the bounds of truth when I characterize it as a rasper. In the course of the next day I received the following document. Henrietta informs Thomas that my eyes are open to you. I must ever wish you well, but walking and us is separated by an unfarmable abyss. One so malignant to superiority (oh, that look at him!) can never, never conduct. Henrietta. P.S. To the altar. Yielding to the easiness of my disposition, I went to bed for a week after receiving this letter. During the whole of such time, London was bereft of the usual fruits of my labour. When I resumed it, I found that Henrietta was married to the artist of Piccadilly. Did I say to the artist? What fell words were those, expressive of what a galling hollowness, of what a bitter mockery! I am the artist. I was the real artist of Piccadilly. I was the real artist of the Waterloo Road. I am the only artist of all those pavement subjects which daily and nightly arouse your admiration. I do 'em, and I let 'em out. The man you behold with the papers of chalks and the rubbers, touching up the downstrokes of the writing and shading off the salmon, the man you give the credit to, the man you give the money to, hires, yes, and I live to tell it, hires those works of art of me, and brings nothing to 'em but the candles. Such is genius in a commercial country. I am not up to the shivering, I am not up to the liveliness, I am not up to the wanting employment in an office move. I am only up to originating and executing the work. In consequence of which you never see me. You think you see me when you see somebody else, and that somebody else is a mere commercial character. The one seen by Self and Mr. Click in the Waterloo Road can only write a single word, and that I taught him, and its multiplication, which you may see him execute upside down, because he can't do it the natural way. The one seen by Self and Henrietta by the Green Park railings can just smear into existence the two ends of a rainbow with his cuff and a rubber, if very hard put upon making a show, but he could no more come the arch of the rainbow to save his life than he could come the moonlight, fish, volcano, shipwreck, mutton, hermit, or any of my most celebrated effects. To conclude as I began, if there's a blighted public character going, I am the party. And often as you have seen, do see, and will see my works, it's 50,000 to 1 if you'll ever see me, unless, when the candles are burnt down and the commercial character is gone, you should happen to notice a neglected young man perseveringly rubbing out the last traces of the pictures so that nobody can renew the same. That's me. Chapter 4. His Wonderful End. It will have been ere now perceived that I sold the foregoing writings. From the fact of their being printed in these pages, the inference will, ere now, have been drawn by the reader, may I add the gentle reader, that I sold them to one who never yet... Author's note. The remainder of this complimentary sentence editorially struck out. End note. Having parted with the writings on most satisfactory terms, for in opening negotiations with the present journal, was I not placing myself in the hands of one of whom it may be said, in the words of another... Author's note. The remainder of this complimentary sentence editorially struck out. End note. I resumed my usual functions. But I too soon discovered that peace of mind had fled from a brow which up to that time had merely took the hair off, leaving an unruffled expanse within. It were superfluous to veil it. The brow to which I allude is my own. Yes, over that brow uneasiness gathered like the sable wing of the fabled bird, as no doubt will be easily identified by all right-minded individuals. If not, I am unable on the spur of the moment to enter into particulars of him. The reflection that the writings must now inevitably get into print, and that he might yet live and meet with them, sat like the hag of night upon my jaded form. The elasticity of my spirits departed. Fruitless was the bottle, whether wine or medicine. I had recourse to both, and the effect of both upon my system was witheringly lowering. In this state of depression into which I subsided when I first began to revolve what could I ever say if he, the unknown, was to appear in the coffee-room and demand reparation, I, one forenoon in this last November, received a turn that appeared to be given me by the finger of fate and conscience hand in hand. I was alone in the coffee-room and had just poked the fire into a blaze, and was standing with my back to it, trying whether heat would penetrate with soothing influence to the voice within, when a young man in a cap, of an intelligent countenance, though requiring his hair cut, stood before me. "Mr. Christopher, the head waiter?" "The same." The young man shook his hair out of his visions, which it impeded, took a packet from his breast, and handing it over to me, said, with his eye, or did I dream, fixed with a lambent meaning on me, "The proofs." Although I had smelt my coat-tails singeing at the fire, I had not the power to withdraw them. The young man put the packet in my faltering grasp and repeated, "Let me do him the justice to add with civility, the proofs, A-Y-R." With those words he departed. A-Y-R? And you remember? Was that his meaning? At your risk? Were the letters short for that reminder? Anticipate your retribution? Did they stand for that warning? Audacious youth, repent? But no, for that a-o was happily wanting, and the vowel here was a-a. I opened the packet and found that its contents were the foregoing writings, printed just as the reader, may I add the discerning reader, peruses them. In vain was the reassuring whisper, A-Y-R, all the year round. It could not cancel the proofs. Too appropriate name. The proofs of my having sold the writings. My wretchedness daily increased. I had not thought of the risk I ran and the defying publicity I put my head into until all was done and all was in print. Give up the money to be off the bargain and prevent the publication I could not. My family was down in the world, Christmas was coming on, a brother in the hospital, and a sister in the rheumatics could not be entirely neglected. And it was not only ins in the family that had told on the resources of one unaided waitering. Outs were not wanting. A brother out of a situation, and another brother out of money to meet an acceptance, and another brother out of his mind, and another brother out at New York, not the same, though it might appear so, had really and truly brought me to a stand till I could turn myself round. I got worse and worse in my meditations, constantly reflecting the proofs, and reflecting that when Christmas drew nearer, and the proofs were published, there could be no safety from hour to hour, but that he might confront me in the coffee-room, and in the face of day and his country, demand his rights. The impressive and unlooked-for catastrophe towards which I dimly pointed the reader, shall I add the highly intellectual reader, in my first remarks now rapidly approaches. It was November still, but the last echoes of the Guy Fawkes had long ceased to reverberate. We was slack, several joints under our average mark, and wine, of course, proportionate. So slack had we become at last that beds numbers 26, 27, 28, and 31, having took their 6 o'clock dinners and dozed over their respective pints, had drove away in their respective hansoms for their respective night mail trains, and left us empty. I had took the evening paper to number 6 table, which is warm and most to be preferred, and lost in the all-absorbing topics of the day, had dropped into a slumber. I was recalled to consciousness by the well-known intimation, "Waiter," and replying, "Sir," found a gentleman standing at number 4 table. The reader, shall I add the observant reader, will please to notice the locality of the gentleman, at number 4 table. He had one of the new-fangled uncollapsible bags in his hand, which I am against, for I don't see why you shouldn't collapse while you are about it as your fathers collapsed before you. And he said, "I want to dine, waiter. I shall sleep here tonight." "Very good, sir. What will you take for dinner, sir?" "Soup, bit of codfish, oyster sauce, and the joint." "Thank you, sir." I rang the chambermaid's bell, and Mrs. Pratchett marched in, according to custom, demurely carrying a lighted flat candle before her, as if she was one of a long public procession, all the other members of which was invisible. In the meanwhile, the gentleman had gone up to the mantelpiece, right in front of the fire, and had laid his forehead against the mantelpiece, which it is a low one, and brought him into the attitude of leapfrog, and had heaved a tremendous sigh. His hair was long and lightish, and when he laid his forehead against the mantelpiece, his hair all fell in a dusty fluff together over his eyes. And when he now turned round and lifted up his head again, it all fell in a dusty fluff together over his ears. This gave him a wild appearance similar to a blasted heath. Oh, the chambermaid! Ah! He was turning something in his mind. "To be sure, yes, I won't go upstairs now, if you will take my bag. It will be enough for the present to know my number. Can you give me 24B? Oh, conscience, what a adder art thou!" Mrs. Pratchett allotted him the room, and took his bag to it. He then went back before the fire, and fell a-biting his nails. "Waiter," biting between the words, "give me bite, pen and paper, and in 5 minutes, bite, let me have, if you please, bite, messenger." Unmindful of his waning soup, he wrote and sent off 6 notes before he touched his dinner. 3 were City, 3 West End. The City letters were to Cornhill, Ludgate Hill, and Farringdon Street. The West End letters were to Great Marlborough Street, New Burlington Street, and Piccadilly. Everybody was systematically denied at every one of the 6 places, and there was not a vestige of any answer. Our light porter whispered to me, when he came back with that report, "All booksellers." But before then he had cleared off his dinner and his bottle of wine. He now, mark the concurrence with the document formerly given in full, knocked a plate of biscuits off the table with his agitated elber, but without breakage, and demanded boiling brandy and water. Now, fully convinced that it was himself, I perspired with the utmost freedom. When he became flushed with the heated stimulant referred to, he again demanded pen and paper, and passed the succeeding 2 hours in producing a manuscript which he put in the fire when completed. He then went up to bed, attended by Mrs. Pratchett. Mrs. Pratchett, who was aware of my emotions, told me on coming down that she had noticed his eyes rolling into every corner of the passages and staircase as if in search of his luggage, and that, looking back as she shut the door of 24B, she perceived him with his coat already thrown off, immersing himself bodily under the bedstead, like a chimney sweep before the application of machinery. The next day (I forbear the horrors of that night) was a very foggy day in our part of London, insomuch that it was necessary to light the coffee-room gas. We was still alone, and no feverish words of mine can do justice to the fitfulness of his appearance as he sat at number 4 table, increased by there being something wrong with the meter. Having again ordered his dinner, he went out, and was out for the best part of 2 hours. Inquiring on his return whether any of the answers had arrived, and receiving an unqualified negative, his instant call was for mulligatawny, the cayenne pepper, and orange brandy. Feeling that the mortal struggle was now at hand, I also felt that I must be equal to him, and with that view resolved that whatever he took I would take. Behind my partition, but keeping my eye on him over the curtain, I therefore operated on mulligatawny, cayenne pepper, and orange brandy. And at a later period of the day, when he again said orange brandy, I said so too, in a lower tone, to George, my second lieutenant (my first was absent on leave), who acts between me and the bar. Throughout that awful day he walked about the coffee-room continually. Often he came close up to my partition, and then his eyes rolled within, too evidently in search of any signs of his luggage. 6:30 came, and I laid his cloth. He ordered a bottle of Old Brown. I likewise ordered a bottle of Old Brown. He drank his, I drank mine, as nearly as my duties would permit, glass for glass against his. He topped with coffee and a small glass. I topped with coffee and a small glass. He dozed. I dozed. At last, "Waiter," and he ordered his bill. The moment was now at hand when we two must be locked in the deadly grapple. Swift as the arrow from the bow, I had formed my resolution. In other words, I had hammered it out between 9 and 9. It was that I would be the first to open up the subject with a full acknowledgment, and would offer any gradual settlement within my power. He paid his bill, doing what was right by attendance, with his eyes rolling about him to the last for any tokens of his luggage. One only time our gaze then met, with the lustrous fixedness (I believe I am correct in imputing that character to it) of the well-known basilisk. The decisive moment had arrived. With a tolerable steady hand, though with humility, I laid the proofs before him. "Gracious heavens!" he cries out, leaping up and catching hold of his hair. "What's this? Print!" "Sir," I replied in a calming voice, and bending forward, "I humbly acknowledge to being the unfortunate cause of it. But I hope, sir, that when you have heard the circumstances explained, and the innocence of my intentions—" To my amazement, I was stopped short by his catching me in both his arms and pressing me to his breastbone, where I must confess to my face, and particularly nose, having undergone some temporary vexation from his wearing his coat buttoned high up, and his buttons being uncommon hard. "Ha ha ha!" he cries, releasing me with a wild laugh, and grasping my hand. "What is your name, my benefactor?" "My name, sir," I was crumpled and puzzled to make him out, "is Christopher. And I hope, sir, that, as such, when you've heard my in print," he exclaimed again, dashing the proofs over and over, as if he was bathing in them. "In print! Oh, Christopher! Philanthropist! Nothing can recompense you, but what sum of money would be acceptable to you?" I had drawn a step back from him, or I should have suffered from his buttons again. "Sir, I assure you, I have been already well paid, and—" "No, no, Christopher, don't talk like that. What sum of money would be acceptable to you, Christopher? Would you find £20 acceptable, Christopher?" However great my surprise, I naturally found words to say, "Sir, I am not aware that the man was ever yet born without more than the average amount of water on the brain as would not find £20 acceptable. But extremely obliged to you, sir, I'm sure," for he had tumbled it out of his purse and crammed it in my hand in 2 banknotes. "But I could wish to know, sir, if not intruding, how I have merited this liberality." "Know then, my Christopher," he says, "that from boyhood's hour I have unremittingly and unavailingly endeavoured to get into print. Know, Christopher, that all the booksellers alive, and several dead, have refused to put me into print. Know, Christopher, that I have written unprinted reams. But they shall be read to you, my friend and brother. You sometimes have a holiday?" Seeing the great danger I was in, I had the presence of mind to answer, "Never." To make it more final, I added, "Never, not from the cradle to the grave." "Well," says he, thinking no more about that, and chuckling at his proofs again, "but I am in print. The first flight of ambition emanating from my father's lowly cot is realized at length. The golden bough," he was getting on, "struck by the magic hand, has emitted a complete and perfect sound. When did this happen, my Christopher? Which happened, sir? This," he held it out at arm's length to admire it, "this perint." When I had given him my detailed account of it, he grasped me by the hand and said, "Dear Christopher, it should be gratifying to you to know that you are an instrument in the hands of destiny, because you are." A passing something of a melancholy cast put it into my head to shake it and to say, "Perhaps we all are." "I don't mean that," he answered. "I don't take that wide range. I confine myself to the special case. Observe me well, my Christopher. Hopeless of getting rid, through any effort of my own, of any of the manuscripts among my luggage, all of which, send them where I would, were always coming back to me. It is now some 7 years since I left that luggage here, on the desperate chance either that the too faithful manuscript would come back to me no more, or that someone less accursed than I might give them to the world. You follow me, my Christopher?" "Pretty well, sir." I followed him so far as to judge that he had a weak head, and that the orange, the boiling, and Old Brown combined was beginning to tell. The Old Brown, being heady, is best adapted to seasonal cases. Years elapsed, and those compositions slumbered in dust. At length Destiny, choosing her agent from all mankind, sent you here, Christopher, and lo, the casket was burst asunder, and the giant was free." He made hay of his hair after he said this, and he stood a tiptoe. "But," he reminded himself in a state of excitement, "we must sit up all night, my Christopher. I must correct these proofs for the press. Fill all the inkstands, and bring me several new pens." He smeared himself and he smeared the proofs the night through, to that degree that when Saul gave him warning to depart in a four-wheeler, few could have said which was them and which was him and which was blots. His last instruction was that I should instantly run and take his corrections to the office of the present journal. I did so. They most likely will not appear in print, for I noticed a message being brought round from Beaufort Printing House, while I was a-throwing this concluding statement on paper, that the ole resources of that establishment was unable to make out what they meant. Upon which a certain gentleman, in company as I will not more particularly name, but of whom it will be sufficient to remark, standing on the broad basis of a wave-girt isle, that whether we regard him in the light of Author's note, the remainder of this complimentary parenthesis editorially struck out, end note, laughed and put the corrections in the fire. Editor's note. Mr. Dickens partly contributed to another of the chapters, entitled His Umbrella, but for this the reader is referred to the number as republished in a collected volume, The 9 Christmas Numbers of All the Year Round. End note. End of Story 15, Part 3.